countries. So it's related to computation and internet, because by 2030, the European Union is expected to have created quantum safe networks for connecting all countries in Europe. So I think this session is of particular interest to me. And this is, of course, raises challenges from infrastructure point of view or algorithmic point of view, or even from legal perspectives, which require new theoretical framework and robust technical development. So I think it's a very timely topic for the discussion at the current EuroDIG. So as I said, we have a really wonderful weather here. I wish you could actually come here and maybe go for a swim in the Adriatico. We are just across the ocean. And in the meantime, I wish you a successful EuroDIG 2021. And I look forward to the 2022 edition in person. Thank you very much.
Trieste next year. And we know that some people are in Trieste already this year, so we are very jealous. But actually, whether it's
Trieste...
You are
still muted. You are muted.
I'm muted. I'm muted.
Can you hear me? Muted. Studio Trieste, you are muted.
I'm told that you can hear us. So we are not only here in Verona and in Trieste. Last night we were in Bucharest to play a football game, and we will go through all the cities and the countrysides this time with EuroDIG, like the football championship. So we have our friends in Belgrade that also have a studio. If we manage, if technology allows, we would then connect to Belgrade. Belgrade, can you hear us?
Hi, Thomas. Hi, Sandra. Yes,
Hi.
We can hear you loud and clear. And
good to see you.
Yes, good to see you too also. Unfortunately, we are not in a football championship European, but we have another competition, which is female basketball, in which we just got a gold medal this couple of weeks. So yeah, we will still be there with you discussing football, but we are a basketball nation. Again, hi from studio in Belgrade. As you know, one of the tracks of EuroDIG will be here from Belgrade. I'm here in Serbian National Internet Domain Registry. And of course, I'm Arvin Kamberi from Diplo, and alongside the Geneva Internet Platform, we will help facilitate one track in Belgrade.
As always, Geneva Internet Platform and Diplo are there to help. So thanks a lot.
And Arvin, nice to see you. I know women play a big role in your country, and I heard that you invited your telecom minister. Is that true?
That is true, Sandra. And of course, they reply, and we will hear from a minister.
It is a pleasure, on behalf of the Republic of Serbia, to contribute to the opening of the 14th European Dialogue on Internet Governance, EuroDIG. It is exactly 10 years these days since Serbia was a proud host of the 4th edition of EuroDIG. More than 500 foreign and domestic delegates in Sava Center in Belgrade participated discussing digital literacy and skills, combating cybercrime, and ensuring safety, freedom of expression online, future of media, privacy, anonymity, and identity, and overall the European and national priorities for Internet governance. Fast forward to 2021, those issues remain pertinent and high on the EuroDIG agenda. Yet many discussions have matured and were followed by various policies and regulatory initiatives across Europe. Some new topics have emerged that we should put particular focus on, including the role that the Internet plays during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, regulation of digital services and content moderation, cybersecurity principles and standards, challenges of quantum technologies, and IA and the link between smart cities, environment, rights, and the economic growth. Tough issues. Let me briefly reflect on one topic, which I found especially relevant: the challenges that the youth face and their role in shaping our better cyber future. As our societies get increasingly digital, young people face a range of risks, from bullying, objectionable content and sexual abuse to addiction and health issues. Serbia adopted the regulation for children's safety in informational and communicational technologies. And we have formed the National Center for Children's Safety Online as a center for prevention, education, and reporting of cases of endangerment children on internet. This area is also regulated by the Law on Information Security. Serbia recognizes that for digitalization to bring social and economic benefits to all, we must also develop a well-thought, thoroughly discussed digital policy environment based on inputs of all stakeholders. This is why Belgrade is again among the hosts of EuroDIG, only virtually this year, unfortunately, together with Bruges and Trieste. It is a great honor for Serbia to stand together in this endeavor with partners like the European Commission, Council of Europe, ICANN, European Broadcasting Union, and certainly the Serbian National Internet Domain Registry, Diplo Foundation, and the Internet Society that are behind the Belgrade studio this year. It is also my pleasure to announce that Serbia is coming back to the map of European countries which have their National Internet Governance Forum, IGF. We have been among the first countries in the world to organize national multi-stakeholder consultation on internet governance soon after the United Nations started the global IGF in 2006 in Athens. After some years of inactivity, the Serbian National Multi-Stakeholder IGF will again take place as envisaged in the new National Strategy on Information Society. With hopes that Serbia will soon again be able to host you physically and allow you to feel the vibrancy of our society and beauty of our nature, I wish you a fruitful work and discussions in our virtual Belgrade studio as well as throughout EuroDIG. All the best.
Thank you, Minister. We heard from Tatjana Matić, Minister of Tourism, Trade and Telecommunication of Republic of Serbia. And as you heard, Sandra and Thomas, we even announced that a new national regional initiative in a new national IGF initiative in Serbia. So with this, we wish you a great start of the EuroDIG.
Thank you, Arvin. And we can just congratulate you that you continue with your national IGF. I know you had one a couple of years ago. It was quite successful. And I'm pretty sure you will be a benchmark. We set a benchmark again in this regard. So we wish you also good luck for the sessions that you are hosting today. And let's connect to our third studio, which is based in Bruges this year. Nadja, nice to see you.
Good morning from Studio Bruges, which is hosted by the United Nations University Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies.
Okay, so I see you changed place from The Hague to Bruges.
I have. It's very good to be here. I'm very happy and welcome you here to Bruges.
Good. I also understood that you have invited someone as a keynote speaker to your studio, which will open the day for us.
The director of the United Nations University, Chris, Philippe de Lombard, has joined our call, so we hope that he's unmuting himself so he can start his keynote.
Well, indeed, good morning to all of you, and thank you very much for inviting me. It looks as if I'm talking to you from cyberspace, but I'm actually sitting in Bruges. So UNICRIS is very happy to host this Bruges studio, and I would like to thank Nadia very much for the initiative that she has taken, and Nadia together with her team, and doing this great job. So anticipated congratulations already to the team. Just 2 words about UNICRIS. UNICRIS is part of the United Nations University. It's one of the institutes of United Nations University, which in turn is part of the United Nations family. It is, if you wish, the think tank of the United Nations. It's an academic space created within the UN system to think, to do research about, let's say, the pressing problems that humanity is faced with. We are not operating as a traditional university. We are not organized by disciplines, but we typically do interdisciplinary work on a number of areas, a number of, let's say, governance challenges that we are faced with. And as, let's say, the UN system as a whole, sustainable development is let's say, the central concept which is guiding our work. There are about 15 institutes worldwide. The one in Bruges, and that is where the studio is based, is focusing on regional governance, regional cooperation, regional integration, and I would say beyond regional governance, it is about multi-level governance and how regions, be it supranational regions and subnational regions, interact with the national governance levels and with the global level. We have organized our work around the concept of regional public goods, and we are looking at how regions can contribute to designing and implementing policies in a number of areas. We do work on migration, trade, security, health, the environment, and so on. But since a few years, we have also been organizing work on digital governance, understanding that the digital transformation is indeed a cross-cutting phenomenon which challenges many aspects of our societies and which challenges policy making in many areas. We have organized the cluster, and Nadia, who is chairing this Bruges studio, is part of this together with Professors Jamal Shaheen, Trisha Meyer, and others. Recently, we have also launched a chair in digital sovereignty with support from Microsoft. So we are developing activities in this area, and you are very much invited to have a look at our website if you are interested in what we are doing. But we are very happy to connect with EuroDIG, and because we are very much convinced that these multi-stakeholder conversations about how to regulate, how to govern cyberspace are extremely important. And this is not something you can organize at the national level or at the local level. You necessarily need a conversation which involves different levels of governance and also different types of actors. We are struggling with finding, let's say, the right balance between the public sphere, the private sphere, the national sphere, the international sphere, the transnational sphere. So this is at the core of all these debates on digital governance. So we are very happy to be part of this, and EuroDIG, I think, plays an important role in this, also to hear the voice of especially the young people, and not only to create, let's say, our own environment in which we want to develop these technologies, but especially to formulate positions which are then which then enter wider conversations at the global level. So the conclusions from your debates, your conversations over the coming days will then be inputs. And will feed into the global forum on internet governance, which will be held later this year in December in Katowice. So I think this is very important that we establish these links between the different fora, and this is exactly what you are doing. So thanks again for the initiative, and so we are very happy to be the host, and we wish you a very fruitful debate. I've seen the program, and that looks very promising. So all the best, and greetings from Bruges. Over to you again.
Thank you, Bruges, for another historic moment, for connecting us for the first time in history of mankind to a UN university in outer space. This is after last night's outer space football game, another historic moment that we are happy to share with you. I will now leave you in the able hands of Sandra. She will continue to gather. I will go to the Gather Town, another experiment that we are using this year at EuroDIG, because we think we need to move forward. So I will go there and try and find people to get them into the Zoom rooms. So enjoy the sessions, enjoy Sandra, enjoy the amphitheater, enjoy your place wherever you are. See you soon.
See you soon, Thomas. Well, let me just, because we still have 5 minutes until the official start of the session, and I know that at least some of the key participants log into the sessions directly, so let's give them a chance to connect in the next 5 minutes. And I will ask the studios to check if the streaming is on, if co-hosting rights are assigned to the respective speakers. And I would like to make participants aware of a new session format, which is the format of a focus session. And this is kind of an experiment this year that we are trying to do. It was born out of the necessity that we have to deal with conditions under a pandemic. And our aim was that we are not going to spend too much time in closed rooms. Therefore, we made workshops only 60 minutes. And the focus session, which is a threefold session, is 45 minutes with a 15 minutes break in between. Now, we didn't make it to Trieste, as you know, but we thought we keep that format, which is kind of a subsidiary for what we usually knew as a plenary. And plenary were sometimes a little bit challenging in terms of that they are one-dimensional, are not very interactive. And since we have the dialogue in our name, we keep the exchange very high and very high on the agenda. So we will try with this focus session to achieve both, to give high-profile speakers the opportunity to deliver input. But then we would like to discuss in breakout sessions what the input was about, where were divergences, where was agreement. And then we have an output part, and this output part is in particular important for our messages. You know, after the EuroDIG event, we will formulate sessions, messages from all sessions, and these will be distributed among policy-making institutions and to the global IGF as well, transporting what has been discussed at EuroDIG. All focus sessions will take place in Studio Bruges, and all other workshops will take place in Studio Trieste and in Studio Belgrade. Please be aware that the breaks this time are not carved in stone. We would like to organize this EuroDIG as much flexible as possible. That's one of the reasons why we also set up this Gather Town, the EuroDIG Gather Town, where people have an opportunity to meet randomly, because I think this is what we all miss the most. These side discussions at the corridor, and that you bump into people that you haven't seen for a while, and which you just have a side conversation that gives you new ideas, that creates creativity. I think this is what we are all missing. We are aware that we cannot achieve this with a virtual meeting, but we try our best. So if you feel after a session you would like to continue your discussion in the Zoom room, please feel free to eat a little bit into the break or find your tiny little space in the EuroDIG Gather Town. In this Gather Town, you also will find sound pods, usually these places where you have 2 chairs or a bench, and there you can also have a private conversation. And this is also like in a normal setting. Usually when you want to have a in-depth discussion in a conference center, you go into a seating area and you can have a discussion in an undisturbed way. And then something important I would like to make you aware of, in order to give us a little bit of pleasure in the evening for all those who are not interested in football so much. We have invited a Magier and Mentalist tonight, and you will be able to follow his show in the amphitheater where I'm basically are. You see at the moment it's empty, but in the evening I hope to see many of you in amphitheater. You find your way in Gather Town, and be prepared that this is going to be an interactive show. And with your email, with your registration details, you got something to print out, and have that ready, print that out, because this person will talk to you. So he will call on you. So don't be shy, switch on your camera and enjoy this day, and also enjoy the program in the evening. And with this, I hand over to all studios and wish you a very successful and pleasant day, and we will reconnect in one of the breaks.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Good morning and welcome.
Hi, hello everyone, and welcome to the Belgrade studio. I see that we are almost here from our participants for the first session. First of all, welcome to the Belgrade studio of the EuroDIG 2021. I'm your host right now, Arvin Kamberi, but some other people will also change in this role of a Belgrade host. I'm really, well, kind of a pleasure to see again Belgrade having one studio after 10 years, and a 4th EuroDIG, which was held in Belgrade back in 2011. But now in this virtual surroundings, first of all, I would like to go through the short rules for the sessions, which are going to be repeated over and over during the day, but just to have in mind a couple of session rules for this track. Please, when you enter Zoom room, enter your full name so our moderators, co-moderators can grant you a microphone or a sharing right. So please use your full names when you log in. Also, to ask questions, you have a raise hand option here in Zoom in reactions down there. I guess you all pretty much aware of Zoom right now, as we all are. When, of course, you will be unmuted when the floor is given to you by a host, and session host and session organizers. Also, when speaking, please switch on the video. Why we encourage that is, it's a better way to communicate with the group. If you can, of course, switch on the video, state your name and affiliation, and then start with your intervention. Reminder that chat will not be stored or published from this room, so please, no chilling effect. This is just for us to discuss. Please write us in the chat. I will be there to kind of scoop your question and pose it to the moderator of the session. But just to let you know, the chat will not be recorded or saved. And of course, at the end, I guess we heard this from also from the EuroDIG Secretariat, but please do not share links from this Zoom meetings with others. It would be great to go through a registration process and a gather town, etc. I guess you'll check that. this kind of a side event of EuroDIG, Gather Town. From there, you can access all of the links, all of the rooms for this EuroDIG. But those was a short session rule, so let us now go to kind of a first session from today, from Belgrade studio. We're talking about workshop 1, which is Digital Service Regulation, Opportunities and Challenges. Moderator for this session is Vittorio Bertola. I see him already here, who is the Head of Policy of Innovation of Open Exchange. And of course, after we're done, we will, after every session, we will have a kind of a program for you to know what's going on the next one and the next one, etc. So with this, I would like to invite Vittorio. Please, can you hear us?
Yes. Good morning, everyone from Turin, Italy. Nice to see you all.
Morning, Vittorio. Please, the floor is yours. You can take over. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, and welcome everyone to this session on the regulation of digital platforms, and mostly on the Digital Services Act package proposed by the European Commission. So I will be your moderator for this session, and I was also one of the organizers together with Velimira and Miguencheva Grau from the European Commission, which I want to thank. And first of all, I mean, before going and starting immediately with the session, I will just summarize briefly what will be happening. This is meant to be an interactive session with a lot of community discussion. So there will be plenty of high-level speakers that will give their views as stakeholders on these proposals. We will have, of course, an official from the European Commission introducing the acts first, but then this is meant to be a moment for the entire EuroDIG community and the European Internet Governance community to also provide views and feedback on these acts. And so, I mean, after the initial speech, we encourage you to actually raise your hand and provide your views or comments or questions to the people that have spoken. You can raise your hand. You can also use the chat. There will be chat moderation and reporting of any questions that will be posted into the chat if you don't want to speak directly. The session is divided into 3 sub-sessions. We will start, after a general introduction, we will start with a sub-session on the DMA, the Digital Markets Act. This is the part of the Digital Services Act package, which is focusing more on competition, on digital platform regulation. And so this will be the themes of this sub-session, which will go on in total for around 40 minutes. Then we'll also see, well, of course, how much discussion we get. Then we will move to the second sub-session, which will be about the Digital Services Act, properly said, the one that is more focusing on content regulation and liability. Unfortunately, we will have the conference break. We will eat a bit of the conference break, so we'll prolong and continue the session until 11:50. We'll have the break between 11:50 and 12:15. And then we will start with the final part of the discussion around the DSA. And then we will move to the third subtopic, which is enforcement and implementation. Which is also, again, a very important topic that we want to stress. After we end with the third subtopic, we will have the final reporting phase. I want to thank Marilia Maciel from the Geneva Internet Platform, who will be the reporter for today's session. So her task here is to basically listen to the entire discussion and then summarize it into a few messages that she will propose at the end of the session, and the participants will be able to say, I mean, whether they agree or whether they think this is a good summary. And this will be our messages for the broader conference. And then, of course, the entire EuroDIG will be sending messages to the UN Internet Governance Forum, which will happen in Poland in December, and which I invite you also to follow. So without further ado, I think we can move to the first initial presentation. We are very happy to have Denis Esparas, a legal officer from DG Connect. So from the European Commission, and he will introduce in general the Digital Services Act package for around 15 minutes, and then we will move into the individual topics. So Denis, please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Vittorio, for a very nice introduction, and good morning to all. I will be very happy to give you a very brief and relatively high-level introduction to the digital services package, because, you know, as Vittorio was saying, I think the benefit of these sessions is probably to make them as interactive as possible. And I guess most of you who are interested in the package have already read it a few times. and already have very detailed questions beyond the very high-level horizontal messages, but nonetheless, because I think it's still good to remind ourselves what exactly the package seeks to achieve, I think it would be good to just very briefly remind ourselves of that. I will try to finish in 10 minutes so that we have sufficient time to of course then have individual discussions on individual issues. So very briefly, just as an introduction, as you all probably know, the Digital Services Package is one of the flagship initiatives following the Digital Agenda for Europe, which was adopted in March 2020. The package seeks to establish a single set of rules for the whole of the European Union as regards, provision of digital services online. It has, let's say, two pillars. One pillar would be a Digital Services Act, whose aim is primarily to ensure a proper functioning of the single market for digital services. So as you can see, from a general high-level objective, this is a more wider societal objective. While on the other side, the Digital Markets Act, which is part of this package, aims to ensure a fair and open single market for digital services, where moving from this wider societal objectives, we are narrowing down to more economic ones, effective functioning of the internal market. So just very briefly on the specific objectives of the Digital Services Act, one of the things that we are aiming to ensure is to best possible conditions for innovative cross-border digital services to develop. If you think about the internal market, of course, it's always the objective to have a well-functioning internal market where any service provider that seeks to provide services cross-border can do so in a least burdensome way. What is also very important in view of the problem definition that we have identified is to maintain a safe online environment, where all service providers, but also users of those services, act responsibly and are accountable for their behavior online. At the same time, it's also very important, and one thing that is often flagged as an issue is to empower users and protect fundamental rights online, in particular when we talk about freedom of expression. But again, it's not only about users. We should also not forget that we also want to protect other fundamental rights, including, right to conduct business for the businesses. And last but not least, of course, as it's always the case with any set of rules, you can have the best possible rules in place, with very clear obligations and rights for all relevant operators and users. But in absence of effective supervision, those rules may often remain just simply very nice rules, but not effectively enforced. So what we also establish in the Digital Services Act is the appropriate supervision of providers of intermediary services, as well as cooperation between the competent national authorities, including digital service coordinators, who are envisaged as the single regulatory point for any issues related to the Digital Services Act. On the other side, if you look at the Digital Markets Act, the aim is to ensure that very large online platforms who would be considered to be gatekeepers do not undermine, by means of unfair behavior, functioning of the internal market, as well as fairness and contestable markets. So the aim here is to enable business users to bring innovative services to the market, and at the same time also empower customers to freely choose between different services and different service providers. I mean, one of the issues that has been identified as a problem is that very often users are faced with a limited choice, or that business users at the same time are also faced with a limited choice when bringing certain services and products to the market. This should, in principle, enhance coherence, so have uniform, harmonized set of rules, but also ensure legal certainty for all market participants, by setting uniform and set of substantive and procedural rules. Of course, again, what is very important in this case is the effective supervision of the gatekeepers, which, contrary, as we will see later on, contrary to the Digital Services Act, is structured slightly different in case of Digital Markets Act. So very briefly on the Digital Services Act, I would like to outline 3 issues. One is the liability provisions, which are part of the Digital Services Act, in particular in Chapter 2. The Digital Services Act essentially maintains, but also builds upon the principles of the already existing regulatory framework. As you will probably all know, since 2000, we have the e-commerce directive in the European Union, which provides for a regulatory framework for provision of information society services. And when we talk about the principles of the e-commerce directive, we talk about conditional liability exemption, we talk about prohibition of general monitoring obligations. And these general principles, which have shown through the evaluation of the e-commerce directive as part of the preparatory work, are still very valid, and are the cornerstones of the functioning of the internal market. What is also very important to keep in mind when it comes to liability provision is that the Digital Services Act as such, does not, it provides for a regulatory framework that seeks to ensure safe online environment, which means tackling any type of illegal content online, but as such, it does not define what is illegal. Illegality as such, in substantive terms, is defined by national or other EU rules. The third point I would like to make here is that most of the Digital Services Act provisions apply to illegal content, but of course there is a lot of discussion what about the harmful content, and it's important to keep in mind that some of the provisions of the DSA also apply to harmful content in a broader context, because, for example, when we talk about some of the obligations for very large online platforms, like, for example, risk assessment, you would when you would be conducting a risk assessment as a very large online platform, you would identify not just risk associated with the appearance and dissemination of illegal content, but also with the potentially harmful content. As a second building block of the Digital Services Act, I would like to mention due diligence obligations. And since we will be talking about the content moderation later on in a specific session, I wouldn't like to go too much into details. I think what is very important to keep in mind when it comes to due diligence obligation is that this is a novel, let's say, part of the regulatory framework. It's something which does not to same scope and extent exist in the e-commerce directive. Some of the provisions do, but not to this scope and extent. And the other point, which is very important, is that we are talking about asymmetric obligations on the different type of providers of intermediary services. Maybe also one thing I forgot to mention is that the Digital Services Act applies to providers of intermediary services, which is a subset of information society service providers that the e-commerce directive applies. But within the context and within the scope of the providers of intermediary services, due diligence obligations are asymmetric depending on the type of the service that is provided. So, for example, all providers will be subject to some basic minimum obligations, while if we talk about online platforms or even very large online platforms, those will be subject to much wider scope of obligations, which is based on the role in the intermediation of content, their size, and the outreach in the society. Just very briefly, when we talk about very large online platforms, we talk about we set the value of those at 45 million recipients of the service, which is essentially 10% of the EU population, which has been considered as a proxy value for the significant systemic role and potential impact of such services in the EU. Now, moving to the Digital Markets Act, contrary to Digital Services Act, which applies to providers of intermediary services, Digital Markets Act applies to the, let's say, a very, very small subset of very large online platforms, which can be designated as gatekeepers by a decision of the Commission. To be identified and designated as a gatekeeper, certain requirements have to be met. That such a provider of what we call core platform services has to have a significant impact on the internal market. It has to operate one of the core platform services, which serves as an important gateway for business users to reach end users and the other way around. And it has to enjoy unentrenched and durable positions in its operation, or in certain specific circumstances may enjoy such a position in a near future. And we talk about so-called emerging gatekeepers. The designation process can take two forms. One is through meeting quantitative thresholds. Once those thresholds are met, there is a rebuttable presumption that such a provider of core platform services act as a gatekeeper. But of course, provider can bring forward arguments to rebut such a presumption, and through qualitative designation, which is based on a market investigation, which is relatively similar to a market investigation you would see under some sector-specific legislation or even competition rules. And again, I wouldn't like to go too much into details. I'm sure during our sessions we can go into details of those things. Maybe just another important building block of the DMA is once you're designated as a gatekeeper, you become subject to specific set of obligations which are laid down in 4 provisions. The main set of obligations is laid down in Articles 5 and 6. What is important to keep in mind there is that those obligations are directly applicable. Compliance with the obligations has to be ensured within 6 months following a designation, and the obligations as such apply to core platform services that meet the conditions of a gateway function. What is the difference maybe between Articles 5 and 6 obligations? Article 5 obligations are directly implementable, so there is no question of what has to be done and how, while in case of Article 6 obligations, there may be a question of how, but there is no question of if, and that's very important to keep in mind. So any designated gatekeeper, to the extent that it provides the core platform service that is identified in Article 6, would need to comply with those obligations. And then there are 2 sets of information obligations. One is, obligation of information of possible acquisitions of core platform service providers, and then information obligation as regards the independent audit of consumer profiling techniques. And just very briefly on the governance structure before we move on, as I already mentioned, the Digital Services Act is essentially built around so-called digital service coordinators, which are independent authorities of member states that would be responsible for overseeing the implementation of the Digital Services Act. What is very important to keep in mind in that context is that in many member states, there will already be a number of competent authorities that may be dealing with different issues related to the implementation of the Digital Services Act. So it would be up to the member state to see which of those or a potentially new authority would be designated as the digital services coordinators, who would be, as I already mentioned, single regulatory point when it comes to cooperation between different authorities, but which doesn't mean, that authority is in any way superior to any other competent authority. They're all on equal footing. Then the other governance building block of the Digital Service Act is so-called European Board for Digital Services, which is, board of independent digital service coordinators. And then there is also a very specific role for the European Commission in the context of the implementation of the DSA, in particular also in relation to the enhanced supervision of very large online platforms. On the other side, when it comes to the Digital Markets Act, the enforcement is very centralized. The main enforcer is the European Commission, who can be advised in relation to individual decisions, but also in relation to some implementing and delegated acts by Digital Markets Advisory Committee or other bodies which are envisaged throughout the interinstitutional agreements between the institutions. And again, this is in a very nutshell. I would stop here, and of course, happy to take any of these points more in details during our dedicated sessions. And sorry for running a little bit over time.
No, thank you. No problem. I think we have plenty of time anyway, and we are going to call you into play again pretty soon, because what we are going to do now is to actually move into the 3 subtopics that we have identified. And at the beginning of each of them, I will call you again into play to give an introduction of the topic. So the first subsession that we are going to have is dedicated more in detail to the Digital Markets Act, and more specifically to competition and platform regulation. This is a bit of a holy grail, in the sense that there are really many stakeholders in Europe that I mean, for many years, have been saying that there is a market dominance mostly by non-European companies, mostly American and Chinese as well. And this is a problem for Europe under many dimensions. There has been a discussion trend around the so-called digital sovereignty problem or digital autonomy, depending on the country. So there have been calls to address the fact that many markets for internet services seem to be unbalanced in a way, and it seems to be harder to compete and challenge the currently dominant platforms. But is this true? And is the DMA in the end a good answer to this? So this is what we are going to discuss in this subsession. So I will now give back the word to Dennis to give us a brief introduction again on this specific point, and then we will move to our key panelists for this subtopic, and I will introduce them as we go.
Thank you again, Vittorio. And as I'm looking forward to discussion with the panelists, I will really try to keep this part of my intervention very short. I mean, as you already, I think, alluded to, I mean, I just want to remind ourselves a little bit of the background, and then also the type of issues that we are trying to tackle with the Digital Markets Act. And again, looking very forward to our discussion with the panelists and of course also other participants. So as you all know, over the past years, we have, there was a very worldwide reflection process about, need to change the current regulatory and legal framework to ensuring, let's say effective remedy or effective enforcement actions preserving the competitiveness of the markets, and in particular digital markets. And you have seen number of individual decisions against, as you Vittorio mentioned, very large online platforms for very different type of what has been considered an abusive behavior in terms of competition rules. But then there were also let's say wider policy type of reflections, like for example special advisors report that has been prepared for the Commissioner Vestager at the time in 2019, number of reports which were prepared by national competition authorities. There of course were also different calls, various calls by the co-legislator, both the European Parliament and the Council, so the member states. Also a number of associations and consumer organizations were calling for action in this sphere. And as a, let's say, building on what has been done with the platform to business regulation, which has been adopted, as a more horizontal framework to ensure wider transparency in platform to business relationships, there has been a reflection and understanding that there is a subset of issues and problems which would need to be tackled. And in order to do so, we have launched before summer last year two but closely related impact assessment, one on possible ex-ante rules for large gatekeeper platforms, and the other one on new competition tools. And following the public consultation and the inputs and analysis of that input, it has led to a conclusion that the most pressing issues in digital markets need a very holistic approach, avoiding any possible overlaps. And the decision has been taken that, instead of having two different initiatives, we need to focus now and, very quickly on very specific subset of issues. And that has somehow led to merger of the two previously separate initiatives, let's call them like that, into the Digital Markets Act. What is also very important to keep in mind here, and I think this is something which I'm sure we will come back in the discussion, is that the Digital Markets Act as such, does not replace any consumer protection legislation or competition law, because there was a lot of discussion what kind of a tool Digital Markets Act will be and is, once it has been adopted. And it has always been very clearly presented that the Digital Markets Act is, complement to the existing regulatory framework, in particular EU competition rules, and doesn't replace those. So it's a, let's say, relatively classical ex-ante tool. I mean, as you already alluded to, Vittorio, I mean, the problem which we are trying to tackle here is, the fact that you have few very large online platforms which have emerged, which dominate the entire ecosystems, which in one way or another allows them to behave essentially independently from any other market operator, customer, or even consumer, which may result and does result in unfair practices and limited contestability of different markets in the digital sector. So the problems which have been identified is unfair behavior, weak contestability, and as a third problem, regulatory fragmentation, because we see that, either for specific issues within the digital sectors or, for specific member states, we see appearance of different regulatory frameworks, different legislative solutions which seek to tackle this issue, but of course in a very different and fragmented manner. The objectives which we are trying to pursue is to address these market failures to ensure that, markets in the digital sector remain contestable and competitive. And by this, we also increase innovation potential and consumer choice. I will not go into the different elements of the DMA in the great level of details. As I already mentioned, in order for the DMA to apply to a specific provider of core platform services, it has to be designated as a gatekeeper. I have already mentioned which are the criteria. I have also already mentioned how it can be designated. Maybe one thing that is important to keep in mind is this notion of core platform services. So we really focused on a subset of services in the digital sectors, which we have identified based on specific criteria. So like highly concentrated platform services on only very few large digital platforms, which essentially set the commercial conditions independently of any other operator or user. They act as gateways, and they often misuse this. Gatekeeper power is often misused by means of unfair behavior. So this is essentially the problem which we try to tackle. And the core platform services which we have identified, are defined in Article 2 of the DMA, and contain services like online intermediation services, online search engines, operating system, social networking services, or advertising services, including, any ad tech related services. And then, of course, as I already mentioned before, any designated gatekeeper has to comply with a specific set of obligations. Enforcement and governance is ensured in a centralized manner, and the enforcement powers are very similar to the ones we already know under the competition rules. And again, I would maybe stop here and just leave enough time for our discussion.
Thank you. So now I think we can move to our three key participants for this sub-session. We have invited three experts, stakeholders, to give their views, to also solicit then your feedback. And so we are welcoming then your comments. And of course, the first stakeholder we thought we needed to have in this discussion is one of the companies that are most frequently mentioned as the target of this competition regulation, Google. And so we now have Oliver Bethel, the director of EMEA competition for Google. And we are giving him 5 minutes to provide Google's perspectives on the Digital Markets Act proposal.
Thank you, Vittorio. Can you hear me? Perfect. Thanks very much. Thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here today. I will cut right to it because I don't want to overrun my 5 minutes. I think that there are, just to caricature the debate somewhat, there are two types of conversation that are happening at the moment. On the one hand, there are a group of people who are saying, now's the time for change. The rabble is at the gate. Reform is necessary. And then there's another group of people who are saying, be careful, don't chill innovation, slow down. And my leading proposition to you today is that we are past this debate. I think that polarization of change, no change, we are past that. And in my remarks today, I'm going to talk to you a bit about some of the ways in which I think we can move the debate forward. And I think the key idea I want to leave you with today is, what are we trying to do with the new rules? How can we better understand what those outcomes look like? Dennis has already touched on one of the sort of core policy objectives, which is more choice in the market. That features in the Digital Markets Act and the preamble. But I think with respect, we will drive to better rules, better outcomes, if we can be more concrete as to where we want to get to with those kinds of policy goals. What does choice mean in practice? Mindful of the fact that everything is uncertain in the future, but I think we can have a conversation in a more concrete way about what kinds of outcomes we're hoping to achieve. I think that's important for a number of reasons. As I say, it will lead to a greater chance of us achieving those outcomes. It will lead to more precise rules if we have those conversations now. And I think it will reduce the probability of debate, litigation, conflict, as we try and work out what the rules mean some 2 or 3 years from today. So I strongly advocate for more concrete conversations as to what choice would look like in the vision of the DMA. One example to perhaps bring this idea into sharper focus. The DMA in several places points to the potential concern, the problem of a large platform integrating its own service on that platform and giving itself an advantage. And then the core idea seems to be here that we should look very carefully at that, and we should do something about that. Now, the question is, what does that something look like? In parts of the DMA, we talk about notions of equal treatment. And equal treatment is an interesting idea. It's something that you can understand quite easily, I would say. I think that it raises a number of sort of at least initial concerns, or at least some trepidation for someone working at a company like Google. First and foremost, I think equal treatment is a very high goal. When I think about our search integrations and what we're able to do when it comes to integrating third-party services in search, it will be very challenging in some circumstances to achieve equal treatment. We know things about our services that we can't possibly know about a third-party service. We build our services in ways that will be very different from third-party services. If you're interested in, this is a technical point I'm making, but if you're interested in digging into it more, there's a very good paper by a colleague of mine, Fabian Coto-Mallet, called Local Search Quality. That's on SSRN, and that talks you through some of the challenges of a strict equal treatment rule. That said, my impression, talking to people, listening to people, is that this is not necessarily what the DMA strives for. What the DMA strives for is some form of effective choice. It's in the preamble. Dennis has mentioned that already. And I think we can already have an interesting conversation about what that would mean in practice. What does informed choice look like? Where in a user journey would it need to appear? How do we frame choice? How do we think about those kinds of ideas? Where is choice important? Choice across vertical search services, choice of my messaging app, choice of my browser. There will be places where we can concentrate the debate, and I think speak in a more concrete form about what will be required. This is a fact-based discussion, no doubt, but it's one that I think we can start having now, to be quite frank. Two final thoughts on what that might look like. What are the implications of what I'm saying here about the importance of a better understanding of the outcome? And why, to be frank, I'm optimistic about being able to achieve some of those outcomes. First of all, I think it's very important now, you're hearing this a lot, let's create the right framework for regulatory dialogue, however you want to describe that conversation. It's important to do that now. Let's create that in such a way that firms like Google won't be presumed to be guilty if they want to come and talk about how they're implementing some of these rules. I think that's very important. Let's talk about notions of proportionality. What kinds of evidence would be relevant and interesting? I think those are conversations, again, that we can have now. You see in some parts of the DMA that is anticipated. There are some notes, for example, in 6.1c around the kinds of safeguards that a platform might be able to talk about. I think that could be a very fruitful and interesting conversation that we could have now. Secondly, my final point, Vittorio, and I've made this point already, I will say it again. Let's start now. Let's start now talking about the kinds of product designs that we have in mind at Google as to how we could comply with this set of rules. I think that could be, again, be a very fruitful conversation as we talk to the drafters about the kinds of things that we have in mind. Yes, there will be some costs associated with that. You will hear us say that some things are not technically possible. But you will also hear that there are some things that are technically possible. Here are some ideas. If we can read the rule, if we are of a mind that the goal looks like this is the implementation of choice, here are some of the ways that you could think about bringing those product changes to European consumers. So I will leave on that point because I think it's probably my most important point. I would strongly encourage those of you who are interested in understanding better how Google can comply with these rules to reach out to me, please. You can get my contact details from Vittorio. You'll find me on all the popular social networks. And let's talk. I think it will lead to better rules. I think it will lead to faster outcomes. And I think it will lead to less conflict when it comes to interpretation of the rules when they come into force. Thanks, Vittorio.
Thank you. Thank you. It was very interesting. And so now, I mean, we want to hear another perspective, because always from the industry, but maybe from a different type of industry. We have Amandine Lepap. She is the CEO and co-founder of Element, which is the company, the European SME behind the open source instant messaging chat service Matrix, which is becoming very popular in the open source community. And so, I mean, there are a number of European companies that are actually trying to provide alternatives to the dominant services by the global platforms. And it's interesting to hear also their perspective on the DMA. So please, Amandine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vittorio. So yes, as you say, I'm here with two hats. On one side, the smaller private company called Element, which is building on Matrix, Matrix being this open standard for decentralized and secure communication. The goal is very much to bring the control of communication back to the users and create this market of innovation and competition for communication in general. We really created Matrix because we believe that this communication industry is broken and with the communication stuck in the silos. And basically these silos completely hinder the market. If you look at it, the web, it was decentralized. The web is an open standard, and the size of the market of the web is $30 trillion. If you look at the phone networks, which is kind of, it's an open standard, but it's managed by a group of private companies, you go down to $2 trillion. And if you go to the communication market, you go down to $100 million. So that's the kind of things we're trying to tackle. And the web has shown that by building an open standard, you bring choice, as Oliver was saying. Well, you have choice of browsers, you have multiple type of companies being built on top of the web, and it works. And basically what we've been trying to do with Matrix is to prove that it works for communication too. So today Matrix has 33 million users in the open network, more than 70,000 deployments. It's ranging from the entire French government, who's now running their instant messaging on top of Matrix, or the German Bundeswehr, the education in Germany as well, and many other countries, and governmental communication that are running on top of Matrix, but also individuals. Or companies like Mozilla and Wikimedia, for example, who are using us for their internal comms. So we have shown that this works, and that promoting interoperability and open standard allows multiple companies to build and provide choice to the users. So you provide choice at the application level. Each user can choose which user experience they want to access the data. They can choose which provider they want to create their account, who they trust with their data. It provides choice at the technical level. You have multiple companies building multiple types of servers, for example, for multiple usage. Are you trying to do communication between devices for IoT, where you need something super light and efficient? Or are you trying to build a server which is super scalable because you're trying to support 1 million users deployments, or something where a hosting platform where you can support different, like thousands of deployments in parallel. And it brings the innovation at the business model levels as well. Are you going to provide hosting? Are you going to provide an app store, services, support, licensing? So that's what we believe in the DMA can bring to the communication ecosystem overall. So the other point that often comes up with interop is how it's technically impossible. Again, we've built something which shows that it works, and how privacy might be incompatible with interoperability. Well, the solution is surely to apply just end-to-end encryption, and then if every service provider is actually implementing the same standard natively, then end-to-end encryption is protecting the users from their data being spread all over the place and potentially read by bad players. If you need to use a bridge because you're not implementing the standard natively, then you can choose a bridge you trust to decrypt the data. The other thing is metadata, which is often coming up as a problem. For Matrix, we haven't, today metadata are not encrypted, but that's something we're working on. So yeah, basically just wanted mostly to highlight that we have managed to create something which is already showing what communication can look like if it was interoperable. It exists with email as well a bit. Now for chat, there are solutions which can bring this interoperability and can support the DMA into the right direction. And from a user perspective, as you were saying, the choice of apps or the choice of provider, the ability to change provider if you want to, the ability to run communication yourself if you are a business. As a business, being able to build on top of a big open network without having to build first your network of users before selling to them is really what we are trying to do, and what the DMA is trying to do, and we're supporting 100%.
Thank you. So I think this is very interesting, and I think you raised many interesting points also on the technical level in terms of open standards and interoperability. So we will now complete the set of initial views with a third key participant, and then I will open up the floor for interventions. So please raise your hand or prepare to raise your hand if you want to speak after the next intervention, which will be by a very illustrious expert, Professor Tommaso Valletti. He's a professor of economics at the Imperial College Business School. And also he was the chief competition economist of DG Comp, so actually until a couple of years ago. So he was actually involved in the thinking behind these acts. And also I discovered we share the same alma mater, the Polytechnic of Turin. So actually we have. So I will give him the floor to give also a general overview of his views around the Digital Markets Act, and then we will open the discussion. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Vittorio. Thank you very much for having me, and good morning, everybody. So I am the economist on the panel, so I will tell you a couple of things from the economics point of view. And from the economics point of view, the DMA makes a lot of sense. It's a good thing. So that's a main message. These are markets which have many externalities. These are markets where there are switching costs, there are behavioral biases on the consumer side, defaults matter a lot. So we are far away from the typical markets with full rationality where everything works in a nice way. So these are markets where if you ask any economist, you would hear the answer that markets don't function well. Okay? So whether or not you have market power, that's a different matter, but these are markets which are subject to market failures. And when markets don't work well, we regulate them, and we have done it in other instances. The curious thing is that despite knowing this 20 years ago, it took us 20 years to get there, but okay, in the long run, we're all dead. The point is that we are finally where we should be, realizing that these are markets that need to regulate and need a good regulation. And we don't regulate for the sake of regulation, of course. We regulate in order to give competition a chance. We still believe in markets when we get rid of those market failures function well, but we need competition. Monopolies are not particularly good to deliver outcomes which are in the interest of society and consumers in particular. So we need to give competition a chance, and we haven't had much competition in the past 10 years. In particular bits and pieces, I'm talking about social network, choice, search, or Amazon type of platform. So these are the markets where we have to concentrate on. What the DMA does, therefore, is to delve into what it should be doing. The key thing is the interoperability and interconnection. We have done it, as I said, we've done it in telecoms, we've done it in banking, we've done it in other sectors, so there is good precedent for that. We have to do it in a sensible way, so to see whether our interoperability and interconnection rules make sense. We just have to think, are they going to be pro-competitive or not in the end? An example, just an example. Think of a social network. So now currently, obviously, it's very difficult to interconnect with Facebook. A good implementation of the DMA would be if, as we did in telecoms, when you change your phone operator, you keep your number, you keep your contact, and you switch to a new operator. You don't have any more contacts with the old operator. Instead, what the DMA is apparently missing is that in order to grant the interoperability and the interconnection which is needed, you need to keep an account with Facebook. And this defies the purpose of introducing competition, because then Facebook still has the advantage of knowing everything about you. And even if you go with a competitor, they will still keep knowing about what you do. And this is not the type of right competition we had in mind. So we have to do it in a sensible way and see whether our rules are indeed what they were meant to do. And we also have to do it in a way which is sensible from a privacy perspective. This is perhaps the only difference compared to the past. And from the privacy perspective, we don't want a race to the bottom, but we want that everyone, especially the incumbents, they follow GDPR. GDPR is a great idea in theory, but the implementation still lacks. In particular, purpose limitation is not being enforced. And it has to be enforced inside the ecosystems of the incumbent that we currently have. So to speak, since we have a representative for Google, the idea is not that we should reintroduce third-party cookies for everybody, but the idea is probably that Google shouldn't be allowed to define that everything is first-party and they can have access to every information, even stuff that the consumers didn't sign for. So this is a big battle which is bringing together competition experts and privacy experts. And a couple of reflections on what is currently missing in the DMA. So a big miss is mergers. The DMA didn't want to go at all into the mergers. Instead, the US is moving very fast in that direction. Part of the problem we are facing is that we have allowed too many mergers to happen. So rough ballpark measure in last 20 years, GAFAM, 1,000 mergers done, 0 mergers blocked. I've written on the topic, this is well known, but these numbers should strike the imagination of people. 1,000 done, 0 blocked doesn't seem to be the right system of merger assessment we currently are in. The other more controversial area is the business model. The DMA doesn't want to speak directly to the business model, but as an economist, I do think that the business model of Facebook and of Google is a real problem, because these are business models which are trying to engage customers as long as possible. There is economic evidence that this engagement is causing addiction. So people are not happy in the end to stay for far too many hours on their ecosystems in order to gather data and then send advertising. This is what the business model is about. So that's still a source of concern to me, but you will never have regulators by default. They say they don't want to interfere with business models, but this is a problem. Apologies for that. And also a last word of perhaps skepticism. Of some degree of skepticism is also this dialogue that we hear a lot from the incumbents. So the field is not level. It's a very unlevel playing field. I'm very happy to have Amandine on this panel, but she's not the typical person that speaks. Instead, the Google, the Amazon, the Facebook are constantly present. So we hear the views in a very unbalanced way. Sure, we want to get everybody involved, but there is a problem of collective action. So the representation of the small player, by definition, they cannot coordinate. So we tend to don't hear enough the views of those players. And my hope, since we are in Europe, is to give a chance to competition, give a chance to European entrepreneurs that should be given a chance to survive. So now the dream of a European entrepreneur is to be bought, perhaps, so that this creates a lot of individual wealth, but not societal help. Instead, I would be much happier in a much more open and resilient and diverse ecosystem if 5 years from now, I will see lots of European players that, of course, are born and they can survive in a system which allows competition to express itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you for these very interesting comments, I'd say. and for pointing out actually what works and what doesn't work, at least in your assessment. So we've now come to the point that we can actually solicit your views. So there have been some already posted to the chat, but I would encourage anyone in the room to raise a hand and provide either views or questions for our panelists, as you prefer. Okay, I see some hands. So, well, let's start from Andrew, who was the biggest one, Andrew Campling, and then Veronica.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay, Vittorio?
Yes, go ahead.
Fantastic. Well, I posted sort of two thoughts on the chat, but I'll amplify those. The first was really just to point out that an important challenge that many of us, I think, are guilty of ignoring is, for example, when we're talking about sort of the choice and so on, and there are indeed many choices available, and the discussion on Matrix sort of highlighted some of those. How do we bring genuine choice to the mass market? To the majority of users that don't have technical understanding, how do they get choice, and how do they understand those choices and the implications of the different options? And as an example, I know if I was based in North America, if I downloaded Firefox, it would suggest that I use encrypted DNS, which would seem like a good thing. It doesn't explain to me what the implications of changing my resolver to Cloudflare are. It's possible I may already be using encrypted DNS. It doesn't test for that. And it may be that I'm using an encrypted service that filters for malware, whereas when it flips me over to Cloudflare, I won't have malware filtering. So actually, in providing me with a more private service, my attack surface it has now been significantly expanded. And as a non-technical user, chances are I don't know what DNS is, and I certainly won't understand the implications of swapping my resolver in that way. So I'm using that as an example. So a question I would throw out there is, how do we provide sort of a genuine choice, an informed choice to the mass market in a way that's actually understandable by all users rather than just the technically informed few? Thank you.
Thank you. And then let's take Veronica's question or comment.
Hello, everyone. My name is Veronica. I'm from Italy. I'm EuroDIG participant and antitrust researcher. And I would like to bring a perspective from young people. We already worked on a set of messages, and especially regarding platforms and competition that we will present tomorrow morning. And my observation and then my question is that my intervention would be much broader, but I will go straight to the point. And I've heard a very good points regarding inform. I've heard and also I've read very good points regarding informed consent and interoperability. And I think that those points are key for to overcome some of the issue regarding the possibility of user to move from one ecosystem to another ecosystem. And my question is, do you think that maybe regulatory approach lack granularity? Because most of the time regulations treat or conceive the problem in a more broad perspective, while they need more granularity, because if we look at informed consent, we need to target, if I think to legal design, how privacy policy are actually displayed. I've never read a privacy policy in its entirety, so I'm not able to make an informed consent. Maybe legal design should be one of the things that the gatekeeper should work on, and this is the first thing. And the second thing is maybe that in order to take an informed consent, we should, target the information, terms and condition, privacy policy, the contractual agreement, targeted based on who is reading them, who will benefit from the service or from the agreement, because we are not talking only about end users. We are talking about also business users that benefit from the services provided by some of the gatekeepers. So we should use more granularity and based on the audience, but also on based on the subject, because I'm a researcher, so I will need certain information. A user won't need the information I use. This is my question for you.
Well, thank you. So I think we're going to ask if any of our panelists want to reply to these considerations. I will, since I don't see any other raised hands, I will abuse a bit my role of moderator, and I will maybe throw something more for their reflection. What strikes me is that there has been a big change. As an old-timer engineer, a big change in the way internet services work. 20 years ago, we had email and the web, and these were by default open, interoperable services. Now we have more and more services built on silos that don't communicate with each other, and this is naturally creating problems for competition and dominant services. So what has happened? Is this a natural trend? Is this the result of business choices? So that's also something I would like to ask. Well, I actually see more raised hands, so I give you, unless there is any pressing need to reply by Oliver or by Amandine. I know that Professor Volletti unfortunately has to leave sharp, so we thank him for making time for being with us. But I will still give the floor for very, very quickly to Wout and Jutta, and then if you can stay in 1 or 2 minutes, then we can give a reply time, and then we move to the next topic. So please, Wout, can you start?
Yes, thank you, Vittorio. You can hear me, I suppose? Very well. Would like to add to Andrew's question on better informant of the end user, but who is to do the right supply of information on these very complex topics? So that could be consumer organizations, but they would need the right criteria to actually test the digital products that are out there. Because as an end user, in the end, you buy a PC or you buy a laptop or some other device, and you just get what it is. Usually it's all built in, and there are not many choices that you can actually make. So how do we make sure that the end user gets the information he needs to make an informed decision? And who is to aid in this process? So that are two questions that I would like to raise. Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you. And Jutta, if you have a question or a quick comment, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for giving me the floor, Vittoria. Jutta Kroll from the German Digital Opportunities Foundation. I wanted to reflect on what Veronica said in regard of more granularity of the laws, because on the other hand, my position would be that the more we go into detail in legislation like the DMA and the DSA, the less flexibility we would earn. And at some point, we would need to have some flexibility to react. Although we have a harmonized legal framework, we still need to have some flexibility to react to certain situations, to certain national differences. And then one remark on the user's informed choice that was mentioned by Andrew. I'm really not sure if there are enough users out there who want to have that informed choice. I think we need more education of users to make them aware what informed choice really would mean, and to make use of the choices offered to them. These are my 2 remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I will ask Oliver and Amandine if you want to reply, have anything to say. Go ahead, just unmute yourself.
Hi. So very quickly, that's a range of really interesting remarks. I'll try and canter through them quickly. So Andrew, as to the question of choice and how we can be sure that we're sort of at a high level, if I may summarize choice, how is it effective in practice, let's say? I think a lot of this, as I said in my opening remarks, will depend on the nature of user testing, right? I think companies like Google need to be prepared very quickly to come to the debate, show user studies, show side-by-side studies, as we call them, where we demonstrate the different effects of different types of choice design. I think the evidence is going to be very important there. We're thinking a lot about this at the moment. Again, I would ask any of you who are interested in this topic to come to us. We have a team of people thinking specifically about choice and UX design under the auspices of the DMA. So we're ready to have those conversations. Some of the things that we will look at, of course, are we using too much language when we're presenting a choice? Andrew, you gave some great examples of perhaps an abundance of confusing terminology that may turn people off. That's one question you might ask. You might ask about the sort of emotional reactions that some language provokes. Yeah, so you're talking about tracking a user, or are you talking about using their data to improve the service? You may want to get this, you may be driving for a consent, but clearly the impact on the user is going to be quite different in those 2 cases. And to Vut's point, part of that analysis will be, of course, to try and determine what information is most relevant to a user when they make that choice. And if I can connect with your point, it's a very good point, which is will require an understanding of what is important to a consumer, a user who has been properly educated. Right? Some of those answers may not be what we expect. Tommaso mentioned the question of first-party use of data versus third-party use of data. Are you more concerned about someone tracking you across multiple websites than how you're concerned about how your data is used on one set of websites and by one company such as Google? I don't have the right answer to that, but those are clearly questions that you can test and survey consumers to properly understand their views. Very, very quickly, because I know we're close to time. Veronica, I absolutely agree with you that the granularity of choice is going to be important, ensuring that we don't create too much friction for consumers, that they have decisions that are properly contained and articulated. And I should say this, not too much choice. I did mention in my opening remarks, I think there's a sensible conversation we can have around what and again, I think you touched on this also. What are the things that consumers care about? When I take a smartphone, I care about my search engine, I care about my browser, I care about my messaging, I care about payments potentially. There are going to be some set of things where we will decide as society that these are the places where we want to think very carefully about choice and articulation of choice. We do not want choice every time you perhaps open up your food delivery service necessarily, right? There will be differences to the degree of importance. I'm going to close on that again, and this is a familiar refrain of my remarks. We are thinking very carefully about all of these issues. Please come and talk to us. We have ideas. You won't like all of them, but you might like some of them. So come and talk to us about how we're testing, how we're thinking about improvements on choice. Thank you.
Thank you. And Amandine, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I concur that it's like the kind of things we think about every day when we build the services for interoperable platforms. Education is key. It's whose responsibility it is. It's the developers, it's the regulators, it's the consumer organizations. It's making sure like everyone involved in the ecosystem should be trying to educate the users from different angles, highlighting which cases, like when a problem happened, making sure we explain why and how. And once education, it's going to be a step, right? It's a barrier that people will have to jump over at the beginning. Once this is stable state, then it will be much easier for people to navigate. You don't first, when you first had a choice of browsers to access the internet, you are like, what is this? What's this? Surely this is Netscape was the internet. No, now you have Chrome and you have Firefox, and it's all accessing the same data. And it's about education. Once you've understood how it works high level, then you can make more informed choice. It's going to be the responsibility from application developers to make sure they use, and as Oliver was saying, test it and make sure they use the appropriate language and something which is understandable for people who do not understand the concept of having apps and servers and bridges between different applications and integrations and these sort of things.
Okay, thank you. So now we have to move to the second subsession. I see Dennis has a raised hand, so maybe he also wants to comment, but this is fine. So, I mean, you can comment on this and then maybe help us introduce the next topic, which is the issues around content moderation and regulations and around the DSA. So please go ahead.
So thank you very much. I just want to spend 1 minute on the question of granularity, right? Because I think both points which were raised are very valid ones. You know, on one side, the question, you know, whether the provisions themselves are granular enough or clear enough so that they can be directly applicable and implementable. And that's exactly what we try to achieve. And I take point of Oliver, who was saying, you know, some of these provisions may require some additional, let's say, editorial changes to make them really, you know, clear enough to be able to implement them effectively. And I think, you know, this is part of the co-legislation process that we are currently in. And then I also take the point, and this is, you know, two sides of the same coin, essentially same discussion, which is about, you know, how to ensure that, you know, the rules which are put in place are not, you know, outdated by the time they are adopted, you know, and the flexibility element. And while I take the point of youth, I mean, one of the things that we were trying to achieve is, you know, not to come up with the proposal, which would also have like this third leg, which is principle-based approach, where we would essentially have to put the substance to each and every principle, because that is much closer to what we already know under competition rules. And, you know, DMA is not a competition law tool. It tries to complement it, you know. So, you know, and the flexibility element or the future proofing element is in the DMA through the so-called market investigation, which could lead to the updating of the obligations which are in the DMA, you know, as long as those obligations or those new practices more or less, how do you say that, meet the same time of characteristics as the ones that are already identified in 5 and 6. So I think, you know, it's a very valid point and very good questions. But I mean, just to explain that we were already trying to go for this granularity while also trying to ensure that, you know, the tool which we adopt is future proof. So this is on the DMA. And now, if I understood you correctly, maybe just a very quick introduction to the DSA point on the content moderation. As already said, I mean, and I would just like to, I mean, again, try to be very brief so that we have enough time for discussion. I mean, first thing that is important to keep in mind is, you know, to whom the Digital Services Act applies. And, you know, when we talk about the scope of the Digital Services Act, it's important to keep in mind that it applies to providers of intermediary services. So the type of services that you would have in scope, you know, are, you know, let's say the classical conduit providers like internet access provider, domain name registers, you know. But on the other side, you would also have other intermediaries like online marketplaces, app stores, you know. Today, we also know many collaborative economy platforms. Somewhere in between of those, you know, you will have what we call hosting service providers like, you know, cloud services in certain cases or web hosting. So, I mean, these are the type of services that would be covered by the Digital Services Act. And as already mentioned before, what we try to do with the Digital Services Act is to recognize that, you know, many of these services are of, you know, different nature, different size, and also there are different reach in the society. And in view of this, you know, the DSA is built on the idea of asymmetric obligations, so-called due diligence obligations. So, as already shown in one of the slides, as already put before, you know, the type of obligations that will apply to all providers is very different to the type of obligations that will, for example, provide to very large online platforms whose you know, size, nature of the service, but the societal reach is much broader. Now, specifically on the content moderation, I think it's very important to keep in mind, you know, specific obligations in the DSA which try to tackle different issues around the content moderation. And of course, when it comes to content moderation, one of the main problems which has been identified is, lack of clarity, lack of transparency, why certain things are happening and how they are happening and how they are taking place, how certain decisions are taken, and then also how rights of users, either the ones that are actually providing the content as recipient of the service or those who are simply, benefiting from that content, how those rights are protected. And here, without going into great level of details again, because I would really like to benefit from the discussion and views of the panelists and participants, I think the things that are important to keep in mind here is the fact that, the Digital Services Act lays down detailed obligations when it comes to the transparency about the content moderation policy. And, while we are not saying that a specific type of content, so that the service providers cannot act against a specific type of content, what we are very clearly saying in the Digital Services Act is you have to be transparent upfront to your user that this may be happening. And once you are transparent, you also have to clearly report on it. So, for example, if you have a content which is uploaded by the user of the provider of intermediary services, a typical example would be a hosting service provider, let's say, user-generated content on the video sharing platform. A user may upload a specific content, but then at some point somebody may identify that content as illegal, and the service provider may be become aware of that through various means. And here, what is important to know is, what is important to keep in mind is that the Digital Services Act provides for certain obligations which intend to make this process transparent, where all the actors act responsibly, and that all the service providers can also be held accountable for the type of action that they are taking. So, for example, a service provider may become available of the illegal content on its platform by a notice of a user. So any of us, by a trusted flagger, for example, in certain specific areas, you have specific NGOs or even organizations that act as trusted flaggers in identifying specific type of content. One thing that very quickly comes to many people's mind is In-Hope Network for child sexual abuse material. But then also the way the service providers can become aware of something illegal on their platform is through orders by administrative or judicial authorities. And in this context, when we talk about any possible content moderation that the service provider would be, engaging in, it's important that, providers have notice and action system in place, which is based on, the principles which are laid down in the Digital Services Act, that they provide the user of the service with the statement of reason in case they act against such a content, that they also provide for internal complaint handling, also, have the recipients of the service have the possibility of out-of-court dispute settlement, and of course, which is always the possibility to have a chance of judicial redress. Now, again, number of these obligations in the Digital Services Act would apply to different types of service providers. So, for example, when we talk about transparency of terms and conditions, this is a type of obligation that will apply to any provider of intermediary services. When we talk about the system of notice and action, which has to be in place, which has to be put in place by the service provider, we talk about obligation which applies only to hosting services, so not to all intermediaries. So, for example, such an obligation would make no sense probably in case of mere conduit providers, where the question of the actual knowledge of illegal content is not something which is relevant. And in the same context, also obligation to provide statement of reason is something which would apply only to providers of hosting services, and of course all other subsets of the hosting services. At the same time, because what was important for us is also that the obligations are proportionate in view of the risk associated with the service. We felt that, for example, obligations like internal complaint handling, out-of-court dispute settlement, are the type of obligations that should apply more to the online platforms, which does not mean that also, you know, like providers of hosting services cannot comply with these on their own will, let's say, but there is no specific obligation about this. Again, this is very much in a nutshell. I'm happy to also go into details of any of the points which may come out in the discussion, but maybe I would leave it here and give the chance to panelists to raise any of the issues from their perspective.
Yes, thank you. So let's immediately go to the key panelists for this subtopic. We have only two because we have to excuse Agustin Reina from BUC, who unfortunately had a problem and so cannot join us today. So I will call into play now Gabriel Guillemin from Article 19. So to give the views of, digital rights organization on the DSA. So go ahead.
Thanks very much for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be here today. Well, first I'd like to begin by just highlighting how much the DSA is really going to be a game changer in this area. I think it's fair to say that although we've seen gradual changes in relation to the debate around platform power and whether or how these platforms should be regulated, quite clearly this is a major step forward. The e-commerce directive was adopted nearly 20 years ago. So the debate we're having now is really important because it will set the terms of the debate moving forward and potentially beyond the EU itself. We've already had a presentation of what's in the DSA. I would just add very as an introductory remark is that this the regulatory architecture around the DSA is so that it is setting a range of obligations for a range of actors, and these obligations are overseen. There's a whole oversight structure behind it to ensure its implementation. And for this, it relies, for the most part, on regulators. And one of the issues for, from a global perspective is that this, in the many countries, these regulators would not be independent. And that's why for global organizations such as ourselves, it is somewhat difficult to fully endorse the model put forward by the DSA, because in many countries, it simply wouldn't work because these regulators wouldn't be independent. So with that caveat, I'd like to first look at a number of obligations in the DSA that we've welcomed from a civil society perspective. And second, the ones which we find more problematic. And thirdly, some things which we thought were missing from the DSA proposal. So as has already been presented, on the positive side, we welcome the fact that many of the building blocks of the e-commerce directive were kept in the DSA, and that's the prohibition on general monitoring and the conditional immunity from liability. We also recognize that the DSA proposal sought to clarify what was previously unclear, namely how hosting providers can obtain actual knowledge of illegality. We have some problems with the system that's been proposed, but I'll get back to that in a minute. But generally speaking, it is trying to clarify the framework, and that is still to be welcomed. Now, the DSA contains many things which, many transparency obligations, and these are also very welcome. And that's on a range of issues. We've already heard about it, but some of the things that are currently very opaque and what is largely not sufficiently well known is around the number of orders that companies may receive from the authorities. There's not quite enough information about how the companies handle their own processes. They often do not give reasons for their decisions. There is inconsistency in the existence of internal complaints mechanisms. There's still much more to be done in relation to advertising transparency, and also around how recommender systems are shaped. And in this regard, the DSA is putting in place a range of hosting obligations, as we've heard, on an asymmetric basis for certain of these things. But these are all improvements. It's an improvement for transparency, accountability, also on due process, which from a civil society perspective has something that's been missing for a long time. A final point that we've welcomed is the introduction of a Good Samaritan type of obligation in the DSA, which essentially clarifies that when companies take certain steps to improve their content moderation processes, they don't necessarily get fixed with knowledge for doing so. And we think it's positive, because we believe that if they didn't have that, in a way, companies would find themselves in a position where they would either get completely hands-off or over-remove content. Now, to some of the issues and problems that we've had with the DSA proposal. The first issue is very much around the notice and action system that's been put in place. Under the current proposals, a hosting provider would be fixed with knowledge when they receive a substantiated notice from a user. But effectively, that means that it is just the appreciation of an individual that may trigger the loss of immunity for the hosting provider. And in practice, we think that it's likely to have a serious chilling effect on free expression, because very few players are likely to have a team of lawyers who are able to have a look at a notice and figure out whether or not it's likely to be illegal or not. It'll be much easier for them to decide to remove the content, because they'll make the problem go away. So we think it's a serious problem from a free speech perspective. A second problem is in relation to the due diligence obligations. I think there's some positive aspects to it, but the key concern that we have in relation to it is really that the rules are very vague and unclear. So there could be lots of measures that would impact on fundamental rights. But because the system is built so that it will be dealt with by soft law, it is a problem from a rule of law perspective. Now, I think I've already spoken for too long, so I think I'll just end with this. But I'd be very happy to also talk about later on some of the things that we thought were missing, although most of those were actually related to the DMA and concerns around unbundling of content moderation. Thank you.
Thank you. We already have questions for you, and so we will definitely give you the floor again. And I will just like to let the second key panelist to speak now, and then we will take these questions after the break, because we have to go into the break as soon as possible. So I would just call Thomas Billmeyer, who's a policy advisor at ECO, the Association of the Internet Industry. Then we will have the break. We will resume at 12:15, and we'll start with the questions and comments from everyone in the audience. So Thomas, can you go ahead?
Thank you, Vittorio. You're putting me in a difficult position here, standing between the break or in between the people in the break. But thank you for having me and for giving me the opportunity to speak on the DSA, which is a really important file for well, all of us that are here, I assume, but especially from the point of view of the internet industry. And I mean, I'll try to keep it short. And a lot of things Dennis and Gabrielle said, I can only underline and second. I mean, as ECHO, as the internet industry, we welcome the Commission's proposal, because we also agree that the e-commerce directive still is and has been the cornerstone of the internal market, as Dennis said it, but also without the e-commerce directive, I think we would not see the internet in any way as it is today. And it is indeed still valid. I mean, looking at the mere conduits, the caching providers, the hosting providers, I think for most of those, it is still important to have, as also Gabrielle pointed out, the limited liability and the prohibition of general monitoring. The proposal of the Commission introducing a new subcategory of hosting providers for the platforms is something we actually also suggested in the first discussions around the improvements of the e-commerce directive. And so far, we're very happy that this has been picked up. I mean, we see that new services are being developed and have been developed. I mean, Facebook did not exist when the e-commerce directive came out, and Google looked completely different, I would say. We also should not only focus on those companies when we talk about the DSA. And having said this,
cool.
There are some tendencies, looking, for example, at the IMCO report in the European Parliament, where we see that the pressure is very high, that the feeling of doing something now, kind of copying what we did with the GDPR from an EU perspective, building a golden standard worldwide and putting as much into the DSA as possible is there. And the discussions show that the burden being put on the shoulders of companies could be high. And as ECHO, I think we need to highlight that the internet does not exist only or does not consist only of the big ones, but the majority is small and medium sized enterprises. And when we talk about the transparency obligations, I do agree with Gabrielle, they are important, and we've seen a lot of movement there by the big companies, by Google, since we had in the panels before, but Facebook and others. I mean, as ECHO, we're also running our own hotline to take down illegal content from the internet. And there we worked a lot together with the big ones, but also with the small and medium ones. And we see that a lot of progress has been made and can be made. And I mean, trusted flaggers is one of the points in the DSA where we feared that the proposal as it is right now could actually, instead of improve the situation, even worse the situation, because this is something that works on the basis of mutual trust, where the connection between a hotline, a trusted flagger in this case, and a hosting provider, or in this case a platform, is very important for the efficiency. And I mean, the numbers of the ECHO Complaints Office show that we have a success rate within the country of up to 99%. Of taking down illegal content. I mean, it's a focus on child sexual abuse material, but not solely. But in our eyes, it shows that something that has been developed by the industry can also work wonder. And we see it very critical that the proposal now foresees that on a national basis, digital services coordinators shall now appoint or award the trusted flagger status to different associations. And Gabrielle pointed out that the situation in different countries looks differently. I mean, we're having the discussions on the LGBTI rights. Now looking at Hungary, we have other different situations where we look at Germany and Austria with Nazi propaganda. We have abortion rights that are still prohibited in some of the countries. And then this brings me to the country of origin principle. But before completely getting lost there and pushing the break further away, the DSA, I think, is a good proposal as it is. As it has been there put on the table by the Commission. Yes, there are still improvements to be made. Dennis pointed out clarity. I think on clarity we can still work and improve a lot. Gabrielle said that actual knowledge is to be clarified, or they try to clarify actual knowledge. We see a big gap there. We were hoping for way more clarification than there is, and other points, but I think we'll keep it at that and go further in the discussion then. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we can go into the break. So maybe from the studio.
Thank you, Vittorio. Thank you all. I mean, this is a really vast discussion. So we heard a lot on many aspects, and we also have questions in chat for the panelists regarding technologies that will be used specific or etc. But we can get on that when we follow up with this with this session. But right now we will have to go to break. So this room will go to break in 15 minutes. Next session starts at 12:15, which is a follow-up of this same discussion. So be with us. You can leave Zoom, go to the Gather Town and maybe mingle around, or you can stay in this Zoom room and we will be back in 15 minutes with the continuation of discussion and answering some of the questions from our audience. Thank you, Vittorio. Thank you all. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Hi all. Hi to everyone. Welcome back to this interesting discussion. We had a short break, but now we can continue on this interesting topic. I see there are also a couple of question comments in the chat. So please, Vittorio, when you have time, give us a couple minutes to kind of reflect on that. Also, a reminder at the end of this follow-up session, the Geneva Internet Platform rapporteur, in this case, Marile Maciel, will be here to deliver a couple of messages and reports from this session. In the meantime, I will just leave it to Vittorio to keep us going further through this interesting topic. So, Vittorio, we're back. The floor is yours again, and let's continue.
Thank you, and welcome back after this very short break. We know this is a very packed session, so we thank all the participants for keeping up with all this content. Now is the time to discuss actually about the second subtopic. So I would encourage people, everyone in the audience that wants to make comments to raise their hand, and I will give you the floor to make your comment or question. At the same time, maybe if we don't have, we can give the word back to the studio so that they can welcome the questions and comments that were already posted on the chat during the initial interventions. So, Arvin, do you want to maybe start with that? well, otherwise, I think we can give back some opportunity to our speakers that were trying to finish their interventions before the break, and maybe ask them about a couple of possible points. I mean, one thing that has often been raised is the tension between, let's say, the global platforms and the fact that the content regulation is generally national. So this is something that often comes up. I mean, there is content which is illegal in one country, but maybe just not very welcomed in another country, but not illegal. So harmful, considered maybe harmful, but not illegal. And then it's perfectly legal in a third country. And so it is hosted in one country and made available in another country where it is illegal. And this is a known issue which is growing more and more as all services become global and run by global platforms. So this is also something that is still open in terms of tensions, and maybe this is what I'm also throwing to you for reflection. So if you, I mean, our panelists want to add something or start discussing some of this.
Hi, yes, sure. Just very briefly, I think it really picks up on the point that, that was made by Nigel Hickson and Mark Carvel, because it's really, it's part of the issues that arise in relation to the extraterritorial application of a piece of legislation, even within the EU. So you're entirely right that the substantive law of many member states is different. I think the DSA in a way has tried to set the level of procedural obligations, but the problem is that in practice, it has to apply to content in some shape or form. So these issues are hard to get away from. And when it comes, and I think one of the ways in which it translates into legislation is in relation to cross-border cross-border order removal orders, sorry. So this came up, for instance, in the context of the terrorist content online regulation. And I think is something that we're likely to see coming up as well in the DSA. So the question being, if an order is made in one EU country, what is its reach? Does it apply throughout the EU or just in that EU member state? And that's an issue precisely for the reason that you mentioned. So for instance, recently in Hungary, I think a law was passed that would essentially seek to limit the dissemination of the promotion of LGBTQI type content. And so you can easily imagine how, well, first of all, that would be an issue in and of itself from the perspective of international human rights law. But beyond that, there's also the extraterritorial aspect of it, which is, does that mean if one country makes an order, that means a race to the bottom for everyone else, because that country, as you said. And so that's an issue, and that's why some of us are also trying to make sure that there are safeguards in place within the legislation so that the scope of these kinds of orders is limited by various principles to prevent that race to the bottom. So I'll just stop here for now.
No, thank you. I don't know if Thomas wants to add something. Something that maybe Thomas is poised to also to comment upon is the fact of liabilities. I mean, of course, most of the attention is focusing on this kind. I mean, examples like the one that has just been made. I mean, content which is considered sometimes harmful or illegal, mostly for political, cultural reasons. But there are many types of content which are just plain illegal, like, I mean, fake shops or unlicensed and gambling, or I mean, or content that is actually pretty harmful to users, like phishing websites. So it's still it's, I mean, this fact that the regulation is national sometimes makes it possible so that if you use a service in your own country, some content is blocked, but then you just use one of the global systems and then the content becomes available again. And this is also stifling competition in a way, because I mean, in some cases where the blocked content, for example, is illegal movies or live football matches, then users, I mean, unfortunately, do want to reach it, and so they switch to global platforms to be able to reach the illegal content, and this is disadvantaging the European ISP industry. So maybe you can comment on this, and also any other consideration you might want to have.
And that is a big challenge. Thank you for that question, but I think we don't have time to answer all of those questions, because we're in this pool of the question that there are so many different sub questions and subtopics to talk about. I mean, I have to agree with Gabrielle. It is really difficult, and it is one of the big challenges, I think, of the DSA to think about how we deal with those illegal content that is illegal in one country, but maybe not in any other country, or maybe in some, but not in all. I mean, at this point, I have to say that for us, it is really important to distinguish between illegal content on the one hand, which can clearly be legally defined, and harmful content on the other hand, which is, yeah, let's say in general, a very subjective thing to decide on what is harmful, and brings companies, platforms into a very difficult situation, where legal certainty is far away. And I think we can't, I don't have the perfect answer on how to handle this, but I mean, we were also looking at, where I think of the evidence regulation when we're thinking about these kinds of issues, where we also have the question, how do we deal with orders that come from one country, go to another country, and do we involve the national authorities into this, or the national law enforcement, yeah, I think it is one of the big questions. The internet is something that works completely different to what we are, what we've seen and what we've known and worked for a long time, because content is out there, and it's accessible internationally. And blocking, as you mentioned it, I mean, when we talk about blocking, we normally think about DNS blocking, which is, well, let's say inefficient is an understatement. I think it just does not work. Even though, I mean, we've seen it in Germany just this week, or was it last week, with Sony forcing the what was it, Quest, I think, the DNS provider, Quest 9 to Quad 9 to block to block IP addresses, or the domains. And this is, I mean, everyone nowadays knows how to use a VPN. VPNs come integrated into browsers, so it's very easy, and those blockings are very inefficient. And then how do you deal with it also from the perspective of once things are blocked, how do they get unblocked? Do they even get unblocked anymore? And then, I mean, we're talking about domains here, that's one thing, but if we didn't think about filtering content, upload filters, we're talking about notice and takedown on the one hand, but in the parliament, we're talking about notice and stay down. So who is going to decide on what content has to stay down, and is this content ever gonna disappear from that list, and who's in charge of that list? And who can we trust? This also brings us back to the different national authorities and the national laws. So it is a lot of different questions that just mingle and get together and influence each other. And I think, yes, we definitely need to have a discussion on that, and we should not rush through it. And we shouldn't forget about those questions when we're talking about the DSA and about marketplaces on the one hand and consumer rights on the other hand, because I have the feeling we're forgetting about this and just focusing solely on how can we delete illegal goods from appearing on or prevent them from appearing on marketplaces, and how can we prevent copyright infringements, but not about those things.
No, I agree. I mean, since I don't know if Dennis also wants to comment on this, but one note I would like to make is that there is an ongoing, and there has been an ongoing tension for many years now from the non-technical stakeholders, so the political world and the public opinion in general, which at the same time is asking the internet industry not to block anything in the name of network neutrality and or open internet regulation, for example, that prevents European ISPs from blocking stuff in general. but at the same time asking to block stuff because there is some content that someone doesn't like. And so this is an unresolved tension in my view. And it's impossible both to build an effective architecture for blocking and at the same time not blocking anything, because that's our objective is to freedom of expression and political freedoms. So it's, I think that the DSA is trying to address some of these points on the procedural scale, but it's still not solving the fundamental tension between the fact that we don't know if we want to block stuff that is unsuitable for children or unsuitable for too violent or terrorist propaganda or whatever, and at the same time we don't want to block too much stuff or have effective blocks. So I will give the floor to Dennis then. So I think I have provoked him, and then we will move into the next subtopic if no more questions arise.
Actually, Vittorio, I must say you probably, summarized very well what I was what I wanted to say, which is, and, as both Gabriele and Thomas were saying, it's a very complex issue. And, what we tried with Article 8 in particular, because, the discussion was very much on the orders, right? We tried to bring some legal certainty and clarity in an area which is very complex and complicated. And let's be very clear from the start. Orders by administrative and judicial authorities is something which is already happening today, which something which the e-commerce directive as such does not prevent. Actually, it specifically envisages such a possibility, but there was never really any, let's say, horizontally applicable procedural framework and requirements in this context. And that's essentially the main objective which we had with orders. In Articles 8 and 9, which is more for a specific item of information. Again, we are not trying to harmonize what is illegal. We are not trying to say, if an authority, administrative or judicial authority, which is issuing an order, considers something illegal in their member states where they're competent and there is jurisdiction, that this, in principle, the territorial effect of such order should be EU-wide or beyond their member state. We have a recital which tries to tackle that issue, and where we are, kind of addressing the question of proportionality. So, it's a very complex issue. With the net neutrality point, you brought another complexity in, which I think, I think I recently read the opinion of ARCEP on one of the legislative proposals in France, where again, this issue has been raised. So, it's a very complex issue. We are trying to bring certain legal clarity into it. Again, there is a lot of discussion, as probably all of you know, also with the co-legislator on these two specific provisions. But of course, our objective is not to harmonize what is illegal across the EU or what should be legal, and how. But it's more about let's say, the procedural requirements and providing clarity for market operators and users, right? And also what we always also very clearly say is, when it comes to, let's say, orders of public authorities, the preferred avenue for such should be, the public enforcement side, so the orders and not the notice system, which is more for users, which again, as Gabriele was pointing to, raises some complex questions and issues, and also point of interpretation that Gabriele referred to, which I think we are trying to clarify in the co-legislative process, because indeed too many people understood the provision in a way Gabriele was referring to, and that was never our intention. The fact that users consider something illegal doesn't, deprive the market operator from assessing whether, there is sufficiently substantiated elements to trigger the actual knowledge, But again, this is something to be clarified in the co-legislative process. But full agreement that this is a very complex issue.
Thank you. So I think we can now move to the third subtopic of this session, which is about the implementation and enforcement of both the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act. And this is an often overlooked matter because, some people, especially those that are not much into policy, they tend to think that you make a law and then that's it, so the job is done. While in fact, especially also with the GDPR, some of the complaints that there are after some years of experience is that the law is there, but it's very hard to get it enforced, and sometimes it's not enforced at all. So how can we build an effective architecture for enforcing this, and also for implementing this, so clarifying what these high-level principles, for example, in the Digital Markets Act obligations mean in practice, in technical terms, and in product terms. So I will now give the floor back to Dennis for an introduction, and then we will have 3 key panelists on this subtopic.
I have to unmute myself. Thank you, Vittorio. And since I was actually talking about the enforcement and governance already during my general presentation, I will really keep this one very short. And I just want to, come back to the points which I have been making before, or at least trying to make before, which is, when it comes to the Digital Services Act, as I already mentioned, we have this 3-pillar structure, which is essentially built around, the digital service coordinators, which is very much a reflection of, I think, point that also Thomas was making, that, ECD, so e-commerce directive, but also Digital Services Act, is very much based on the country of origin principle. So the idea is always that the enforcement authority in case of Digital Services Act is the one of the country of establishment of the service provider. Now, of course, as you yourself pointed out, that may raise certain challenges for the enforcement authorities, in particular, if some of the enforcement authorities may be disproportionately burdened by the fact that they would need to enforce specific set of rules against service providers. And I think, there is ongoing discussions and many reflections about that specific aspect in relation to some of the laws, like, for example, the General Data Protection Regulation. But I mean, having said that, in the DSA context, I think it's also very important to keep in mind that it's not only about the digital service coordinators as independent authorities overseeing implementation and enforcement of the DSA, but it's also about other competent authorities that may already have competence in areas which may be relevant for the enforcement. Then, of course, we have the what we call Digital Services Board, and again, this is more like a group which contains of the independent authorities, which is all about sharing of experience and coming up with some best practices in relation to specific obligations, which can then feed into different elements of work, like, for example, codes of conduct in relation to different aspects of the DSA, or specific issues like even joint investigations in case where this is justified. And then, as I already mentioned, at the beginning, in the context of the enforcement of the DSA, there is also a specific role for the Commission in case of enhanced supervision of very large online platforms. But this only comes, let's say, at the time when all other mechanisms of enforcement do not deliver the results required, and where the Commission could, as an enforcer, take action against very large online platforms. So this is, the structure, the governance structure, and the enforcement structure of the DSA. On the other side, as I already mentioned before, the DMA is very different, because of the mere nature of the act, and the type of operators and issues that are being addressed there. It has been felt that in order to have effective and lean structure, it's important to have a centralized enforcement. And I'm sure we will hear, in the discussion by panelists, that there are elements, which make sense in that context, but there is also a need to reflect whether there has to be more role, and or if there is a sufficient role for national authorities in that context. As I mentioned, I mean, our guiding principle was to have a system in place which ensure effective and timely intervention in area where one of the main shortcomings of the existing regulatory framework is the fact that, intervention sometimes comes late or even too late, and, markets may have dipped. But of course, it was never our intention, not to build on or use the expertise and experience which exists at the national level. And when I talk about the national level, in particular in the context of the DMA, I'm talking about different areas of law. Like, for example, of course, the first area that everybody in the context of DMA thinks about is national competition authorities, but then you also would have, data protection authorities, telecom regulators, since, one of the services which is covered as a core platform services falls clearly within the scope of the electronic communications code. So again, it's the governance structure which is proposed is very lenient. Everything is centralized, at the level of the European Commission, of course, with a very strong advisory role for the member states and its national authorities, but also understanding, at least from our side, that we would see a strong role for national authorities in sharing the experience and expertise. But again, this is an issue which I'm sure will come up in the discussion, and I'm already looking forward to the discussion and the questions.
Thank you. So now let's move directly into the stakeholder views of our key participants. So the first one is Jutta Kroll. She is the chairwoman of the board for the Stiftung Digitale Chancen. And so you have the floor. Go ahead, Jutta.
Thank you, Vittoria, for giving me the floor, and thank you also for the kind invitation to speak here and to represent the perspective of a civil society stakeholder with a background in human rights and equal opportunities for all in the digital environment. When the DSA was announced as a refreshing of the old e-commerce directive, we were wondering whether refreshing would really be sufficient, taking into account that we have moved on and face other issues than in the year 2000 when the e-commerce directive came out. Although it has its benefits, we think it needs more than a refreshment. When it came into force, the e-commerce directive, its mere purpose was to remove obstacles to cross-border online services. Its focus was on the EU single market, and regulation in general was not very popular. Now, 20 years later, we have a different situation. We have a different landscape of market players, also with intermediaries now playing an important role, and I will come back to that further on. And most prominently, the internet is flooded with illegal content that is not only a threat to users, but increasingly also affects business. Users and platform providers are dealing with the impact of fake news, hate speech, misinformation and disinformation, and not to be forgotten, child sexual abuse material. And this does not affect the single user, but society at large. It's common sense now that we cannot cope with a flood of illegal content without regulation, and I have sensed that in the debate before. And it's obvious that the DSA is expected to be a milestone on this regulatory road. But from a civil society perspective, I would say the litmus test for the efficiency of any legal regulation lies in its implementation and enforcement, and that will also be the case with the DSA. The European single market holds opportunities and challenges. A harmonized regulation across all European countries is understood as a precondition to the European single market, and the beauty of such a harmonized legal framework is evidenced by the attractivity of the huge European market to the really big players. But within the European Union, substantial areas of law are still not harmonized, as was said before, e.g. laws of personality rights infringement, defamation law, slander and criminal law. The Holocaust denial showing of the swastika is prohibited by German criminal law, while the same is not illegal under the laws of other member states, and it's also not prohibited by European law. So while the DSA regulation is based on the country of origin principle, it is providing for loopholes when the big players take residence in European countries that may not have the resources to enforce the regulation as necessary. And given the lack of harmonization in certain areas as named before and respecting the difference of cultural norms and context between member states, we think member states must be allowed to define a set of rules that have to be outlawed in their territories, irrespective of the laws of the member states where the provider is established. By the definition of illegal content as laid down in Article 2G, illegal content means any information which in itself or by its reference to an activity is not in compliance with union law or the law of member state. Noteworthy, at this point, the draft DSA thus already acknowledges that for the question of what amounts to illegal content, all member state law is relevant. I've been talking before about flexibility in this session, and in regard of enforcement of Article 41, this should be amended to allow member states to derogate from this article under specific circumstances, though that they can enforce Chapter 3 and 4 in accordance with their laws. Of course, derogations should be strictly limited to what is necessary for important policy concerns of destination countries, and its consequences must be limited to a respective territory. Enforcement must also be rights enforcement. That means the no monetary obligation, as laid down in Article 7, must leave sufficient flexibility for the deletion of content that is similar to that previously detected and deleted in case of content massively infringing personality rights. Due diligence obligations have been mentioned before, and for online platforms, they are probably the most relevant aspect of the European Commission's proposal for the DSA. But such an enforcement regime relies heavily on the capability and willingness of the competent regulator to fulfill their oversight role. What if the country of establishment is overwhelmed with policing very large platforms? Or if platforms are cherry-picking their regulator by announcing establishment in the respective country with low oversight resources? In respect of the impact of very large platforms for citizens, societies, democracies, and economies, we cannot afford a regulatory stillstand in such cases. Given the importance of intermediary services, it is right to have a bold regulatory power for the digital services coordinator as the DSA foresees. However, the DSA does not provide for solutions for enforcement when an intermediary service is fundamentally non-compliant, with no assets or representatives accessible to execute enforcement measures. Here we think it's necessary to find an amendment solution. Service providers, be they intermediaries or those providing their own services to the public, have a duty of care towards their users. The recently amended German Youth Protection Act has established a duty of precautionary measures when it comes to children as the most vulnerable group of users. In general, law needs flexibility, as said before. It needs flexibility in its terms, but hard enforcement when it is infringed. The German Youth Protection Act obliged service providers, for example, to take precautionary measures on their platforms to keep children safe. But the law does not prescribe which precautionary measures have to be taken, just gives an open-ended list of options. To our expectation, the DSA must guarantee a level of protection below which companies shall not fall, without precluding the provision of additional protections, especially for vulnerable groups like children at national level, notably in view of technological innovations. The DSA's one-stop shop enforcement mechanism should not inhibit the smooth and timely enforcement of users' rights throughout the territory of the Union. And with regard to children, the in March published General Comment number 25 to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child provides the grounds for such a regulation that gives respect to the right of all users. Thank you for inviting me to speak, and I'm ready to take your questions.
Thank you. Thank you a lot for these interesting perspectives, also related to the discussion we were having on the DSA and extraterritoriality before. So I will give the floor to the two other key panelists, and then we will start taking questions and comments. So the next one is Frane Marojevic, and he is the director of the Content and Jurisdiction Program in the Internet Jurisdiction Policy Network. So Frane, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vittorio, and it's been a really fascinating session. I've been following straight from the beginning, so it's difficult to speak after so many eloquent speakers, but maybe just at the beginning to put my remarks into the context, just to tell you what we do at the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network, is that we bring together over 200 experts from governments, internet companies, civil society, academia, and international organizations to address the tension between the cross-border internet and national jurisdictions. And some of the things that have been now addressed are also these kind of issues. So what we try to do is have a collaborative environment to find ways to make competing jurisdictions compatible and interoperable. And this is the perspective from which I will look at the implementation of the Digital Services Act today. As was already mentioned, just like many other countries around the globe, the 27 EU member states are working to legislate important aspects of our digital lives. There is clearly a need to bring the rule of law online. However, applying national, or in this case regional legislation to a global phenomenon such as the internet is a unique challenge for absolutely everybody involved. And one of the biggest challenges for regulating the internet is the interplay of the different rules and regulations online, whether through national legislation, through different companies' terms of service. And in many cases, these rules depend not just on which country the users are located in, but where the various companies that provide services are registered, where the servers are located, through which countries the data flows, and I can go on, the list can be rather long on this. However, in the absence of global harmonization, conflicting and varying requirements by different states around the world are increasingly restricting the accessibility of information and services that have made the internet an incredible tool for cooperation, communication and trade that we all enjoy today. This is what's referred to often as the splinternet. And I think therefore it's very positive that the EU is regulating this as 27 member states rather than through 27 separate pieces of legislation. However, there will be challenges when it comes to implementation to ensure a harmonized approach, both within the EU, but especially when it comes to working with third countries. And I'll give you a couple of challenges. One of the things that was talked about here at this previous session in quite extensive detail is the objective of the Digital Services Act to tackle illegal content. And as was pointed out by both Gabrielle and Dennis in the previous session, and also by Jutta just now, what is illegal in one country may not be illegal in another and vice versa. And the DSA will not harmonize the criminal code of the 27 states. So when issuing orders for restrictions based on illegality under the DSA, the respective authorities will have to specify the scope of the restrictions, i.e. in which countries they should apply. And I think this is not just restrictions towards the EU. This can apply globally because as far as I understand, the DSA does not limit it to the EU territory, but it could be a global restrictive order. So how do they do this? This is a new concept. How do the regulators decide on this? What criteria will they use to reach this decision? There are some clarifications in the DSA, but I don't think they really are so detailed. How will the regulators ensure that they are not imposing their own standards on other EU member states, but also globally? This is a serious question which has very important human rights implications, and this is something that we in our network have spent a lot of time thinking about and working on. But this is not the only challenge. The DSA will be implemented by 27, at least 27 national regulators. There may be more, but these will be the key ones. And I think what will be essential in the context of implementation is to avoid a patchwork of regulation through different interpretations and different regulatory practices and procedures, because these can also have a big impact on due process. In order to ensure the interoperability and harmonized application of the rules, there will be a need for a common understanding of the problems, for shared terminology, for taxonomies, for common procedures and tools for cooperation. These seemingly technical issues, such as, let's say, for example, what information needs to be provided to a user by the internet intermediary, or what information needs to be provided to a platform by a notifier, such as a public authority or a trusted flagger or individual, all of them seemingly technical questions have serious implications for human rights and due process. But these tools will be necessary, and it's quite natural that they are not developed already in the legislation. They will need to be developed later, but they will be necessary to facilitate cooperation between the EU national regulators, but also the communication with internet companies and also with other stakeholders. And these tools will be also important elements for ensuring democratic accountability, protection of rights, and the rule of law. Prior to joining the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network, I spent many years working on freedom of expression and freedom of the media. And I can testify that there are many, many good laws around the world that will fail to protect human rights simply when it comes to the implementation, because the implementation might be difficult or problematic. So these are issues that are extremely important to get right, not just in the stage of developing the legislation, but also when it comes to the implementation. In our network, we've tried to answer some of these questions, and we recently published a toolkit for cross-border content moderation, but more tools will need to be clearly developed to ensure effective and human rights technical solutions that also encompass the views of all stakeholders, the authorities, the civil society, the internet companies, academia, and others. For example, e-evidence issue and the complications around that were mentioned by Thomas in the previous session. We also have a toolkit that tries to address this. We also have another one on action at the DNS level. And what is important for Europe also to get this right, not just for the sake of Europe and how EU member states regulate, this will be quite clearly an example to other countries around the world. The same way GDPR became a global standard, through implementation of these regulations, Europe will set a standard to ensure that our activities are being governed by the rule of law, by common principles, by due process, transparency and accountability, and most importantly, that they respect our fundamental human rights. So this will be a challenge when it comes to the implementation, but I'm very happy to take up more of the questions as it comes, or maybe to even address some of the issues that were talked about in the previous session with regards to geographical reach of content decisions, which I said we spent a lot of time thinking about. But thank you very much, and I'll leave it at this.
Thank you a lot. And so last but not least, we have the last key participant for this session, and then I will open up the discussion, so be ready to raise your hands. So our next speaker is Antonio De Tommaso. He's the Director of EU and International Affairs Service at AGCOM, which is the Italian telecom regulators. So thank you for joining us, and you have the floor.
So many thanks, and I would just like to share former speakers to thank the European Commission and all of the organizers, the bodies and the people involved in organizing this event in such an excellent way. And a particular thank to Vittorio and Belimira, which helped a lot in building up this very, very interesting panel. I would just like to stress that this is not formal greetings, and I would also like to thank for inviting me representing AGCOM today. Because we, as a convergent regulator, have been dealing since 20 years with telecom, but not just telecom, content, audiovisual content, and postal markets. And we have been witnessing in this last year in a progressive broadening of our own remit in new areas, new pieces of regulation which have been meanwhile issued by the European legislator. I'm referring to platform to business, online copyright, and so on. But also we are also witnessing more and more interaction between our own traditional services, I'm referring to telecom, media, and postal services, with the business model of digital markets. This is why basically in the last year we are very, very in-depth analyzing the DSA and the DMA proposal since the very beginning, taking part also in the public consultation launched by the Commission last year, and then providing our own contribution in many contexts within the national debate, institutional debate in building up the national position on the DSA, but even more so within our European regulatory cooperation network. You may be aware that the sectoral independent regulators network have been following very, very closely as well the DSA and the DMA proposal, and they have also recently issued, and they are about to publish also some very interesting, in our opinion, proposal just to contribute to the debate. I'm referring to the body of European regulators in telecom, BEREC, but also to the ERGA, the group of regulators in audiovisual, and also the ERPost, the postal regulators group, issued some interesting proposal around the DSA and the DMA. Moving on the topic, because we have 5 minutes now, I guess there are 3 left. I would just like to stress the fact that it's barely impossible to deal with the implementation and enforcement issue without taking into account the merit of the regulation. And I'm not just referring to the merit which is proposed by the DSA, but in a more broader perspective, I would just like to mention on the substantive role which are already existing in several areas, in the several sectors, which the DSA is aimed to cover horizontally. Actually, as we all know, the DSA, as we have also heard today by Dennis, the DSA is supposed to work as a sort of procedural and horizontal set of rules running in parallel and in coordination with already existing regulations in the media sector, in the marketplace, and many other sectors which are provided by digital platform. And I think that the most important aspects to be taken into account, and one of the most relevant areas of concern, is how to ensure that these horizontal rules are running in the right coordination pattern with the sector-specific rules. What Fran has already pointed out to me, speaking about the interplay of sector-specific rules and the horizontal rules is really the key driver to ensure an effective implementation of the DSA. I would just like to stress the fact that we are basically providing a convinced support to the DSA proposal by the Commission for many reasons. First of all, because we really appreciate the challenge and the ambition that the Commission met in issuing this new piece of regulation. We really believe that this is the right time, not just to update the e-commerce directive, as it has been pointed out by former speaker, but to try to build up a European way in regulating digital platforms. And this is something which really needs to be supported. What we like also in the DSA proposal is the proportionality of the approach, and we also recognize the importance of having this kind of horizontal approach covering different sectors, because we really are aware that digital platforms provide a very wide range of sectors, which really deserve this kind of let's say, procedural horizontal approach. Last but definitely not least, especially from a national regulator perspective, what we really like in the DSA is the fact that the governance model is all built up on independent bodies at whatever level, national regulators in sector-specific regulation, digital service coordinator, members of the digital service board. All of them needs to be independent, needs to be equipped with sufficient human, technical, and financial resources. This is very important, and this is a key pillar, in our view, to build up an efficient regulatory system for digital platforms. Now, I mean, I went through the list of pros, and each one of them, I would say nearly each one of them also implies some drawbacks, which is somehow natural given the innovative approach of the regulation. First of all, I would just like to flag an issue that has been evoked several times today, is the issue of geographical scope. Here we have two problems. One is how to ensure that the Digital Service Act provision can be applicable also to platform or operators which are located outside the EU. And the second one, how to allocate jurisdiction within a member state within the EU. While for the first problem, we believe that the DSA, in line with the former regulations, I'm speaking about platform to business to some extent, also the GDPR, the issue is brilliantly solved by referring to the fact that the regulation applies to the service where the service is consumed, is provided, and not where the operator is located. A little bit more difficult is to find some answers, some clear-cut answer when it comes to the allocation of jurisdiction within EU member states. The regulation itself, the fact that it is not, let's say, not providing any ground for flexibility in national transposition, provides somehow an answer, but I mean, it is not enough. I will just go in very quickly through other points of reflection. When it comes to the interplay, I will just make a clear example, which I think can be somehow easily fixed by means of a clarification in the DSA. To some extent, the DSA provision, as I was telling many times, are supposed to run in parallel with the sector specific. But looking at, for example, from an audiovisual regulator perspective to the new provision dealing with the video sharing platform in the new Audiovisual Media Service Directive, we have some rules, we have some obligation, but they are not supported by any kind of enforcement and sanctioning system. So what happens with the new DSA? Shall the NRA use the sanctioning system of the DSA, or shall we expect a review of the sector-specific regulation? This is something which can be applicable to other situations, but this is just for you to provide an example on which kind of clarification would be needed in the sector. Finally, on the governance, we really recognize that there is a different layers of governance, but still we do believe that proximity and sector-specific expertise should be valued. So while we recognize the need to have a coordination at the European level, we really believe that there's merit in taking advantage of the expertise of national regulators, especially when we speak about content regulation, which are very, very, very peculiar interest underlying. I'm speaking about freedom of speech, protection of minor, and all the contribution that content regulation could provide to the protection of democratic values in Europe. And we believe that national regulators should be equipped with the same powers that the DSA recognized to the Digital Service Coordinator, and they are somehow involved whenever there's a sector-specific topic is at stake at the coordination level within the Digital Service Board. I would stop here if there's any chance to develop any further, and I would really like to thank once again you and the Commission to giving us the opportunity to discuss such fundamental topics, and we will be eager to contribute to the next steps of the legislative debate in whatever format. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, and we just have a few minutes left before the final wrap-up part, so I will ask if people have raised their hands. I will also mention that there is a question for Frane from the chat, which is basically about when would you expect that the discussion of the Internet Jurisdiction Policy Network would lead to an open consultation on its recommendations for the recommendations you make to policymakers, regulators, and providers. And then I see a raised hand by Wout. And I also add a note that we don't have time to discuss it, but there's also an issue about technical standards, which should not be forgotten, because many of the provisions of, especially of the DMA, require the development or the choice or picking of technical standards, and it's totally unclear who and how this will be done. So Wout, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vittorio. My question is on the technical standards and the ICT best practices, actually. When I think of digital services, and I think this question is for Denis, when I think of the digital services, then I expect to have it included that there's some sort of duty of care for the people providing those digital services towards the consumer. And that means that there's some sort of state-of-the-art security, and we're talking about existing internet standards that have been around for sometimes decades, and ICT best practices would be part of the product or the service offered to the consumer. And that is a duty of care that I have not heard discussed today. And perhaps it's part of your proposal at this point in time. But if it's not, I think it's seriously lacking in the protection of end users. So could you explain that, please? And I'll forget to introduce myself again. My name is Wouter Natris. I run my own consultancy in the Netherlands, and I am the coordinator of the Dynamic Coalition at the IGF on Internet Standards, Security and Safety. So thank you.
Thank you, Wout. So I will now give the floor to Frane, since there was also a specific question to him, and then also the other panelists, if they want to reply to your question or make any other comments. Please just stay in no more than 1-2 minutes, because by 13:10 at the latest, we have to move into the wrap-up session. So Frane, please.
Thank you, Vittorio, and thank you, Mark, for the question. Essentially, we welcome engagement with all stakeholders, and I would encourage all of you to be in touch. My email is in the toolkits which are posted in the chat. But the key point for our engagement with other stakeholders is a global conference on internet and jurisdiction, which we try to hold every couple of years. We were hosted in 2019 by German government, a year before by the Canadian government, previously by the French government, and due to the current situation we were not able to host one. But this is an opportunity over 3 days for all stakeholders to engage and have a much more broader open consultation on the things that we are working on and developing. So very much like to encourage all of you to be in touch.
Thank you. And Jutta?
Yes, thank you, Wout, for your question and for referring again to the duty of care of providers. I do think that is a very important point, as I said already before. And I was talking about flexibility in the law, and I do think with an approach of dialogic regulation, where, of course, the regulator sets the framework, but then goes into the dialogue with the service providers, finding in dialogue solutions for how to carry out that duty of care. That would be an approach that also fits to the Digital Services Act.
Thank you. Now I think Gabrielle also has a raised hand. So yes, I will give you 1 minute to make your points. I'm sure you want to react to some of this.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just wanted to flag that the duty of care discussion is taking place in the terms that Wout has said much more in the UK context, more than the DCA one. I think it's partly because of the framing. The due diligence obligations in the DSA are very broadly drafted. They don't really quite define the level of risk, and I think that's also part of the issue why it hasn't been discussed. The online safety, the draft online safety bill in the UK, by contrast, gives more details about what they think might be within what might constitute the due diligence obligations. So I think it's a very valid point. We do have concerns as a free speech organization with the various provisions, both in the DSA and in the draft online safety bill. But I think like it opens up such a large can of worms that 1 minute will never be enough to address them all, because it raises a lot of questions about the actual standards. It raises questions about how detailed the provisions should be, and the tension between legal certainty and the flexibility that's been mentioned by Jutta previously. So I'll just leave it at that. But we would need an entire new session to deal with this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, I encourage everyone here to have a look at the rest of the EuroDIG program, because there are other sessions that will be more, going more in depth into some of these issues, and will bring again DSA and DMA into play. So I will give the floor to Dennis for some final comments on this and in general, and then we'll get back to the studio and move to the wrap-up part.
Thank you, Vittorio. I just want to, very briefly to touch upon the question of duty of care. And I think, I will probably stay very close to what Jutta was saying. What DSA seeks to or tries to do is to define certain obligations which could be considered, as duty of care, in the sense of, what the online platforms in the existing, context should be complying with or should be applying in order to ensure that users online are effectively protected. Of course, and one aspect of duty of care, which I think we didn't touch upon, and I would just like to put, in the discussion, and I guess, we can take it offline, but it's just, these ideas of also in some of the reports about mother's duty of care, which would essentially require, service providers to also actively monitor what is happening on their services. And, in that context, there is always this question, how far this goes, and at what point, this can be considered as something which would not be complying with the prohibition of general monitoring obligation, which as far as I could see today in this discussion, everybody agrees is an important cornerstone of the existing framework and the future framework. So I think, there are several aspects, and as Gabriela was saying, it's a very complicated discussion for 1 minute intervention. So, but I think, the idea of what are the obligations that should be applying to service providers is there. But when we are considering, the question of duty of care, I think we have to be careful also to understand exactly what we are referring to and how far, do we want to go. Just as a point of reflection, not really providing any answer, because I don't think we would have one in 1 minute.
Yes, thank you very much. So thank you all again. Thank you to all our panelists and all the people who participated. And now I will give the floor for the last time, basically, to Studio Belgrade, to give the floor to our rapporteur and close down the session. So thank you.
Thank you, Vittorio. Thank you for really good moderation of this session. And I have to say, it was great, but it's still not over. Just a reminder that now we will have our reporter from Geneva Internet Platform, Ms. Marilia Maciel, with some of the messages from this particular session. She was here listening all of it. So Marilia, please, prior we conclude this session, can you give us your messages?
Thank you very much, Arvin. I must say it was a pleasure to listen through this session. I really learned a lot, and congratulations to all the organizers and the speakers and all those that asked questions as well. My name is Marilia Maciel. I am the Geneva Internet Platform Rapporteur for this session. As you know, the Geneva Internet Platform is the official partner of the EuroDIG. We are reporting from all the sessions. We are collecting key messages that are emerging from the workshops. More lengthy reports from the sessions will be available on the GIP Digital Watch Observatory in some days. So stay tuned to that. And the messages that I'm going to read, they are rough consensus. It's really hard to capture and to distill the key messages because so many interesting things were said. The messages will be available afterwards for additional comments from the community. So you will be able to make comments if you wish, and EuroDIG will clarify how you can do to make comments to these messages. So having said that, my first message is the digital services package should support an open, diverse, and competitive ecosystem in which small players and European entrepreneurs in particular are capable of thriving. Starting with the general thing. If you have any strong objection to this message, please post it in the chat, or otherwise we will consider this message approved by rough consensus. Since I am here with the full screen mode and the slides, Arvin, I cannot see the chat. So if there are strong objections, could you please flag them to me?
No, I don't think, I don't see any.
I don't think there is, yeah.
So let's move on to the second message. The digital services package should be granular and clear enough so actors are capable of understanding it and complying, but it also needs to be flexible and open to be revised and updated based on evidence and actual response from the market. If there are any strong objections, please say that.
If I may step in, because it's quicker to speak than to write. I do think the flexibility we've been asking for was not only for being revised and updated, because we know with European legislation that takes a long process. The flexibility must lie in the law itself.
That's what I try to capture because that's what I understood from the message, but perhaps we could rephrase a little bit to make that more clear, just reminding everyone that these are not final messages and you can still make your comments and fine tune. I think it's more a matter of language perhaps than of actual substance. If you are okay with that.
Okay. Can we have the next one?
The third message is product design is an important step in achieving norm compliance. Product design should be mindful of existing regulation and to the extent possible help to fulfill their policy objectives.
Okay, need some time for participants to read it. In the meantime, Marilia, if you can check the chat for the last one.
Sure.
It's a kind of a thin line. Yeah. So yeah. Please have that on mind when composing the final messages. Okay, we also have a comment from Andrew on this one. So, which this product designed by whom? So I guess it's on tech companies or something like that.
Yeah, the designer of the products and services we have been talking about, but I do understand that perhaps it needs a little fine tuning, but as far as I understand, it's more on the language that needs to be clarified because sometimes it's hard to capture on the fly than on the substance itself. If not, please say so. But as far as I understand, it's more fine tuning that will still be possible. It's not the final language, but just captures the gist.
Okay, and we have a note for, yeah, you can see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Arvin, can we make sure that we collect all the, I know that we're not saving the chat itself, but just this part, I think it's important for us to somehow save the comments that are being made. I can try to do it in my end, very informally, just copy and pasting. But if there's anything more that can be done, just to, but as I mentioned, it will be available for comments.
Yes, I will save this couple of last chat points because we promised we're not gonna save the chat or anyhow record it for later. Yeah. But yes, I will of course paste this for you on a different channel. I will let you know.
Excellent. There's just one more message, so I'm going to read that, and then we can take it offline and fine-tune the language of the messages.
Okay.
Let me just move the chat now so I can read. The legislative process and enforcement of the digital services package should tackle specific issues, such as enhancing clarity of some obligations, including of due diligence obligations, of its geographical application and extraterritorial effects, and of content moderation provisions in the DSA that could potentially have chilling effects. This is just a proposal to try to capture points that seems to need further discussion that many of you mentioned. So if anyone has any strong objections to that, please say so or leave comments in the chat.
Okay, you also have a suggestion for a change of wording, kind of safety by design, which is a better wording for the last slide, for the previous slide.
Yeah, the previous one, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Jutta. Okay.
Perfect, thank you very much then. We will take your comments into account. So let's take it offline and discuss this fine tuning further. And I'm going to save the messages that you just shared and Arvin will as well. And we are going to take that into consideration. Thank you. Arvin, over to you.
Thank you, Marilia. Thank you for your work during these two joint sessions. As we saw, there is a kind of a thin line between all of this, and of course we can work offline on fine tuning these messages. Thanks again for all panelists and Vittorio for your great moderation. Now it's a time for a short break. You will get back to Together Town if you want. Maybe just join that. Join that platform, which is kind of innovative, seeing yourself in an avatar and moving around the virtual town. But of course, that is a place from which you can join any other rooms in this EuroDIG. So you can from there join Belgrade, Trieste, or Studio Bridge. So far, I heard from EuroDIG that they had a slow hiccups on this Gather Town, but I think everything is set now and everything is working. So please, you can join there for a networking. Here are the instructions how to navigate. You can see it on the screen. You should close your Zoom and get back to Gather Town. Thank you again. Now we'll go to a short break. After this break, you might see the change in the spot of our Belgrade host. But nevertheless, please join us for the next session, which will start at 2 p.m. in 15 minutes. So it's a keynote. We will have a couple of keynote messages, so stay with us to hear that. Meantime, we will go to a break and see you all in 2 o'clock. Bye.
Bye-bye. Great session.
slip sliding away. So much time has passed away. The wheel of fortune keeps on turning and turning. No chance to bring back time. Yesterday seems far behind. The lies are gone. Where are all the answers? Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. The more I look, the more I pine. Though it's all beyond my mind. Sometimes words have to remain unspoken. What's the meaning of forever? Breaking through the heavy weather. We're in time, the train has left the station. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Your decision time to choose from all the lies. Find your own truth. Now you're in a haze, can't keep the cool. Still there's nothing gain or lose. Yeah. Have to take all the way. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. All the way. Hey.
I'm here. Studio Brugge is live. Yes, I've just made him a co-host so he can unmute himself if we'd like to. Mr. Viola, I'm sending you an unmute request. If you could click yes, then you should be able to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Okay, fine.
He's not in the room yet. Oh, good. I'll see you in a minute. I can hear you. Yes.
Yes, Sandra, I unmuted myself, so I hope it works. I see my image is very clear, or is it? Perfect.
Welcome back, everyone, after the lunch break. I hope you enjoyed the morning program and also the lunch break, and I hope that our gather environment, the virtual space, was not too challenging for you and you had some good discussions over there. Some of you might have recognized we had issues with our EuroDIG wiki. There was a major power supply problem in Frankfurt, but this is resolved now, and all the information like access links, etc., are available on the wiki again. So we apologize for this inconvenience in the morning, but this was not in our hands. But now we are back, and you are back in our hands, and I would like to welcome you to the afternoon program, and we are going to start with the keynote speeches in our studio in Bruges, and I call on Nadja.
Hello.
Nadja, nice to see you again. How was the morning program?
It was wonderful. The first focus session focused on greening the internet, and we had a really active discussion. Really great breakout sessions where participants were engaging with the speakers who were presenting beforehand, and afterwards really interesting reporting back. So we look forward to the EuroDIG messages.
Okay. And could you let us know how this new format worked out in the virtual space? It was something, kind of an experiment, and organizers from Focus Session 1 were very eager to try out this new format. How was this?
It was very interesting. In the beginning, they were able to present their thoughts and ideas. And while there were some open discussions, going into breakout rooms, into the really finer details, they were able to really focus on very specific issues.
Okay. And from the distance, I also realized that there was indeed a kind of agreement process and discussion on the messages. It was not just that they were adopted, but I could also recognize in one of the other studios that there were really some back and forth questions on these issues, which is great because this is what EuroDIG is about. It's about a dialogue on internet governance and not just having speeches and giving some sort of output afterwards. But now I would like to hand over to my dear colleague, Ambassador Thomas Schneider, who would like to introduce and walk our keynote speakers through this program. And I see you later.
Thank you, Sandra. I'm happy to introduce two important representatives from two important, of course, European institutions. The first one, Roberto Viola, Director General from DG Connect, the Communications, Networks, Content and Technology of the European Commission, and then we'll have the Council of Europe. And interestingly, it is actually, I need to thank Roberto as an Italian for the lesson that the Italian football team taught the Swiss team about 10 days ago about how to give all you can until the very last minute, because we needed this last night in France, and your lesson has actually had an effect. And of course, we'll all be curious to see how Italy and Belgium, Patrick, that will come after that, will be from Belgium. So we have quite some parallels here. Not just the amphitheater in the background that looks like a football stadium, but things are going on in parallel here. So let me welcome Roberto Viola. His keynote speech is mainly also linked to what we'll discuss right after these speeches in Focus Session 2. It's about digital interdependence, how to govern a space that is so interdependent, where everything is linked to everything. So we are very keen to hear you, Roberto, and thank you for being with us.
Many thanks to you for having invited me. It's a real pleasure to join you virtually. This is the 14th Forum on Intergovernance, and it's a really an important dialogue for us and for the whole community. And I'm also very pleased, very much like the Eurocup, it's spread all over Europe, this dialogue, and virtually connected. And this is a bit the meaning of what you'll be discussing, which is the strategy for the digital decade. I mean, the next 10 years that we are going to live. As Einstein used to say, it's much more interesting in the future because that's where we are going to live rather than the past. And nobody, of course, knows what is going to be the year 2030. I mean, digital goes so quickly. And I mean, things we thought were important 10 years ago turn to be less important. Things which were not thinking about turn to be very important. And then it will be the same. But what is really important is how we get there and how to get there. And that's the whole meaning of the European strategy, this digital compass, this navigation map, how to navigate in the next 10 years in the digital ecospace and make sure that, we actually safely land in 2030 with solid values, with respect to human being, with solid democratic roots and respect for freedom of speech, that whatever is the technology is not going to change. We today witness a virtual event where many people coming from everywhere are connected. And this is an example of what could be the format of the post-pandemic society. Sometimes I call it the distance-less society. Well, distance-less could sound a little bit like an oxymoron, because we are all distant. At the same time, as today, we are all together. So in the society of the future, what really counts most is the physical distance or the digital distance, or a bit of the mix of the two. Well, I would say, and that's really the core message we are trying to give with the digital decade strategy, we should make sure that our society, the internet we want, allows us to have zero distance, one to the other. Allows us to work where we want to work and stay maybe in the countryside. That's also better for the environment. During the pandemic, we've been observing the environment very much also to understand the link between the spread of the coronavirus and environmental factor. And through our satellites, what you normally see and what you normally experienced before the pandemic are these yellow spots around the big cities. These are not really good spots. They signal high pollution. And during the lockdown, these spots started to shrink and even to disappear. So out of this tragedy, because that's clearly a collective tragedy, this pandemic, we see something good. That, moving less, because we like to move, but not because we need to move, also is better for the environment. And that's a bit the core of a distance-less society. A society where people decide to move when they like to move. A society where people are not obliged to move to work or obliged to move to study, where people have this equal opportunities wherever they are. And the consequences of this new way of living and working together are really profound, because we might have a much more sustainable environment in terms of the way we live together. We might have people that are not forced anymore to change routes, to move from one country to another, sometimes living a drama out of it because they need to work, or they need to eat, or they need a better life. That's why the zero distance society, we think, is a better society. But we need to get there. And if we count together the digital distances, which is a good measure of the equality index of the internet. When looking at the governance of internet, I think in the future, more and more, you have to understand whether between you and others there's a distance. A network that doesn't function keeps you distant from the others. Today we can speak and interact together, maybe in a relatively primitive form. In the future will be virtual interaction with virtual reality. It's because we have decent connections. But the connections to be better, and better for every citizen in Europe. And that's why one of our cardinal points of the digital decade is to make sure that every citizen, no matter where the citizen lives, no matter what is the economic condition, enjoys very good broadband connection to the internet. This universal right of being connected with good quality, it's one of the fundamental pillars of the digital decade, and that's of the European society of the future. Without connection, we are distant. But also, if we don't know how to use tools, we are distant as well. Because we cannot communicate, we cannot use the platforms that are needed. We don't have the basic skills. That's the other thing we have to crack. We have to make sure that every citizen has the basic knowledge to interact and work with the digital society, and we have to make sure that not only the engineers of the future, but the doctors of the future, the architects of the future, whoever works has a fairly good knowledge of digital tools. Even the artists of the future, they need to know about artificial intelligence and big data. And that's the other big objective. So the other big objective is the people, infrastructure and people. The third big objective is to make sure that also companies can scale up and use, digital tools to be better. And again, a traditional company, and the backbone, of the European industry is small SMEs. A traditional company that doesn't know how to use digital tools is a company that is distant from every other market participant. That's why scaling up using digital tools in SMEs is so important. That's the third cardinal point. The fourth cardinal point is to make sure that the administration, the healthcare works and functions in your pocket. One of the things you have experienced, and it was actually put together in 3 months, is the digital Corona Pass or Green Pass or whatever you call it. Before the pandemic, if someone would have told me that we would have been able to invent it and put it in 3 months in the pocket of everyone, hundreds of millions of citizens, I would say you are crazy. But we did it. We made sure that all the health systems could digitally sign and could be interoperable. So basically all the member states now are ready. Many of you, I'm sure, have already downloaded it. And this is just the beginning, because the next step is the European identity, because on the internet, if you don't own your identity, you don't master your identity, you are nobody. It's like in the real life. Of course, you are who you are and you have the right to anonymity, but there are times where you have to prove your identity. And the identity cannot be the identity that one platform, commercial platform or the other have given you. It must be your identity. It must be the identity you control. It must be the qualities, the attributes that you release because you want to release them. You don't need the history of your life to buy a pair of shoes, of course. You just need the proof of payment and an address. And that's what is about this new way of doing things. And this is the next and the fourth important cardinal point for the digital decade, what we call the digital administration, the digital healthcare in the palm of your hand. So these 4 points, infrastructure, competencies, scaling up of industry, digital services for the people, are the 4 cardinal points of the digital decade. And of course, to do it, you must walk the talk. That's why, together with the digital decade strategy, we have presented the fundamental laws that would regulate, hopefully the next 10 years, the digital ecosphere. First of all, we have completed, we have now kind of the trilogy, the 3 jewels about what we call the human-centric internet governance. We are the only region in the world which has a law on internet neutrality, jewel number 1. Jewel number 2, we have presented the Digital Service Act that makes sure that nobody is above the law. No private platform can enforce its own way of doing things, but citizens have a right. Citizens have a right to upload, to do what they like, of course, provided this is legal. And the legality cannot be based on personal judgment of one or the other commercial operator. Platforms, especially when they are big, they must have responsibility towards the customers and the citizens. And they must check for systemic risk, and they must know if they are selling online, what kind of marketplace participants are part of the ecosystem. The other point is market force. Market force of large systemic actors cannot be an impediment to free internet. It cannot be the reason why a small SME cannot sell online. That's why the Digital Market Act makes sure that no matter how big is the platform, if this platform is a gatekeeper in terms of a bottleneck for doing business, the platform must be open to whoever participant, even small, that has rights to control the data that this seller or this market participant generates, has rights to be transparent, to be treated in a non-discriminatory way. So these are the three fundamental elements which we hope Internet will be a better place. And then also we proposed to the first ever legislation in the world, systematic horizontal legislation like GDPR for artificial intelligence. The approach we have taken is that, first of all, artificial intelligence is a blessing for the human being, and most of the application of artificial intelligence are not problematic. It is not problematic to have a nice AI-based photo camera in your smartphone and show to your friends how good you are to make pictures. This is nice, this is good. And there are plenty of consumer protection laws that allow you to be user-friendly when it comes to these products. Maybe moving a bit up, because for us it's a kind of pyramid. I mean, you have cases where you want to know whether you are actually chatting with an AI or you're chatting with a human being, and that's your right to know. And that's also your right also to have a human review. Then moving up, there are cases in which artificial intelligence algorithms are used in life-threatening circumstances. Now, the word might sound scary, but even, driving a car could be dangerous, if something goes wrong. So everything, a machine that, it's very good for us, but could put human life at risk, being in a car, being something, in an hospital, it's of course an high-risk application of AI, which we need to have clear rules about how the algorithm is generated, documented, what are the performances, what is the third-party independent entity that has reviewed the algorithm, how the algorithm is described, where the data set comes from. And this is what we call the category of AI high-risk application. And then on the top of this pyramid in the European regulation of AI, you have the AI that we don't want to see, never ever in Europe. The AI that makes social scoring. This is our proposal. This must be banned in Europe. No citizens can be socially scored in a kind of indiscriminate way. That should be out of Europe. Second, AI, which is totally banned, according to our proposal, is the AI that manipulates people below their level of conscience. Take, for instance, a truck driver, and take a signal that it's injected just to keep the driver awake. So the AI recognizes that it's a bit sleepy, and then to keep this driver working more, there's kind of a wake-up signal. This thing must be forbidden. This is dangerous, and this is against the human being. The third category of AI, which is forbidden according to our regulation, is the one that exploits the good faith of minors, so people that don't have all the capacity of an adult to understand, to choose, and this type of AI also should be banned. So we have created this pyramid. It's called the risk-based approach. We regulate only if there's risk. If there's no risk, there's no regulation. And this, of course, must be together with serious investments in competence centers, in testing centers, in friendly and transparent AI algorithms. Some said, the project of Europe of regulating AI will never work because an algorithm cannot be documented. We don't believe this is true. We do believe instead that the AI can always be explained. Of course, the more the algorithm is complicated, the more it's complicated to explain. But when it comes to applications which are putting life at risk, there must be the necessity to explain things. So this is the way we want to live the next 10 years. We want to live the next 10 years in a distance-less society that respects human beings, respects democracy, respects freedom of speech, fundamental rights, and treats every citizen equally. Of course, we don't know the technology in 2030, but doesn't matter. We want to make sure that the European money is invested to get there, to get everyone the connection, to get good skills, to get startups scaling up, and to get a better administration. That's our compass. And this, of course, also means, as I said, work in the talk by presenting legislation that goes in this philosophy. Some have called this in the world the Brussels effect. I don't know. I mean, if I would like to call it better the European effect. And you are the internet governance community. You are the first defendant of these values around the world and these ideas. And of course, I mean, you are here to be vocal and criticize when things are wrong. But I hope you will join us in defending this idea of the digital decade and the way we want to be living in the future a bit more closer together, digitally closer together. That probably means also being physically closer together. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Roberto, for this very interesting and relevant outlines about the vision of the EU on the digital decade. And you've touched, of course, a number of very important points. Just to highlight one or two is the zero distance idea may actually, thanks to digital technologies, may help us to solve a number of problems, not just in Europe, but also in Europe. Another thing is the incredible speed that we witnessed also from our administrations, and the vaccination passports are something that is really remarkable. What is happening in many countries. And I do hope that I will be able to use this pass in about 10 days' time when I will travel to your beautiful country for holiday with my family. So let's see whether we also make it interoperable between countries. And just to raise the last issue that you mentioned, of course, AI has been a buzzword for some years now, but it will not go away. It will continue. And as a Swiss, I'm delighted to see that the vision of the EU, of the Commission, is in line with what, and we'll get to Patrick, with what the Council of Europe is doing. I'm a member of the CAHI Bureau, so we all have an interest to come up with a vision that is coherent and that in the end things work together in a way that we have a coherent system of regulation of how to use these technologies and make sure that they are used for the good things and not used for the bad things, some of which you outlined. So I'm very happy to see that we are all working towards the same line, everyone in his role. With this, thank you a lot, Roberto. Hope to see you again physically soon, whether in Brussels or in Italy or wherever. Now we will move to Patrick Pennings from the Council of Europe. He's head of Information Society Department of the Council of Europe. And he will also make a contribution that will be in particularly targeting workshop 4 and 7, which are about data protection and AI, and actually can build perfectly on what Roberto Viola just said. So Patrick, I hope you are with us and can hear me.
Pennings, wo ist denn der Zoom?
Yes, I can. I hope you can hear me.
I can see and hear you. So
very good. Very good, Thomas.
So since we are a little bit short of time, I will stop talking and hand over the floor to you immediately and wish you all of luck for the next football game, although I don't know my heart beats for both of you. So please draw and don't create a winner, but that is not possible. So the floor is yours, Patrick. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I don't know if it is the results of the football match yesterday, but today in Strasbourg, the rain is pouring down and it is a very stormy weather. So I hope that my connection remains despite the environment in which we have to work now. Just quickly, I could, of course, fully adhere to what has been said. I think with what Roberto said is exactly also in line with what the Council of Europe is doing. So in that sense, and we are cooperating very closely together. We are very much involved in the development of the Digital Services Act. We have been negotiating and discussing also about the artificial intelligence package. So we're very closely working together, and that's a good sign. Of course, we have our particular emphasis, we have our particular approach, and that is focusing on human rights, rule of law, and democracy, pluralist democracy. So that's our angle and our take on digital developments. For us, since the inception of the Pan-European dialogue on internet governance, the Council of Europe has supported it with full commitment. We hosted already, and you remember that, Thomas, at our premises in Strasbourg, the EuroDIG, one of the first EuroDIGs, and already there our joint messages were extremely clear. There was then, and there still is, a need for a multi-stakeholder dialogue to guide the development of the internet in a way that promotes human rights and fundamental freedoms, the rule of law, and democracy. And we have taken that example of multi-stakeholder dialogue also to other arenas. For the second year in a row, this event is now purely held online, and despite that, all of you are present here. That shows that the EuroDIG initiative, for me, is indeed resilient and relevant in a world that is accelerating its digital transformation. Amongst the themes that concern us all as citizens, there is of course the environmental issue, how to ensure sustainable development in a world increasingly dependent on technology and with people accustomed to and even expecting, I would say, constant technological improvements. Of course, these developments are often not without an environmental cost. The collection of increased amounts of data, AI modeling, storage of information, and decentralized ledgers, accelerated obsolescence of consumer products may be quite resource intensive. Therefore, we have to be absolutely clear on where we stand. We may need to find the right balance between technological agility and sustainability. The question of increasing disproportion in the data processing and decision-making capabilities is also equally central. The providers of digital services and platforms, they possess an enormous amount of information, including personal data, I would say, including sensitive data and cutting-edge technology. With such data and technology, these providers today can constructively contribute, as Roberto was saying, to the formation of public opinion as never before. But just as easily, unfortunately, they can facilitate the spread of false information, overwhelm people's data processing capacities, exploit fears and prejudices by means of manipulative micro-targeting, artificial polarization in filter bubbles, and many other methods. The need to ensure a responsible use of technology does not end here. It is equally relevant for the increasing number of situations where the disproportionately powerful, be it governmental institutions or corporations, use automated decision-making affecting the others. Are the numerous concerns raised by the civil society, by you and by the academia, well heard by those in a position to regulate or self-regulate on this matter? That's an important question to be asked. All of these issues must be addressed by proper governance, by building adequate public policies, and we already see that a key role here is played by intergovernmental organizations such as the United Nations, the UNESCO, the OECD, and the European Commission, as we've heard from Roberto. Our organization, the Council of Europe, has been working for years to develop public policies aimed at shaping the evolution and use of digital technologies and the internet. So, to that end, we have been there at the outset, employing a multi-stakeholder approach and contributing in various ways, in particular through the declaration by the Committee of Ministers already 10 years ago on internet governance principles. Since then, our in-depth work is focused on the development of internet governance standards and their effective implementation. These standards are in accordance with the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, of course. The court stresses that member states have an obligation to secure the right and freedoms enshrined in the Convention to everyone within their jurisdiction, whether that be offline and online. It is always useful to recall that the rule of law is a prerequisite for the effective exercise of human rights and for a pluralistic and participatory democracy. Having just seen the results of election results here in France with a very poor level of participation, this becomes, of course, all the more important. So what are now the last achievements of the Council of Europe in the field of internet governance? We understand from our side that social media service providers and other internet intermediaries nowadays have a profound influence on the public discourse and the formation of public opinion. And with great power comes also great responsibility. We therefore promote the rule of law approach to the governance of these intermediaries, with self-regulations as an important complementary form of governance. Already in 2018, the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe adopted a recommendation on the role and the responsibilities of internet intermediaries, which acknowledges their curational and editorial roles and call on states to assign to them corresponding responsibilities. More recently, our MSIDIG committee on experts on freedom of expression and digital technologies have adopted a guidance note on the best practices towards effective legal and procedural frameworks for self-regulatory and co-regulatory mechanisms of content moderation. Content moderation, dear friends, is of course a necessary tool to curb the propagation of harmful content. This tool, at the same time, poses a number of risks for a range of human rights, including the freedom of thought, the freedom of expression, the freedom of assembly, and others. So the guidance note provides for us a clear mapping and concrete guidelines for our member states on developing the approaches to content moderation that are both human rights compatible and achieve their public policy objectives. 2 weeks ago, we had our Cypriot ministerial conference in charge of Media and Information Society. It adopted several resolutions, including the resolution on freedom of expression and digital technologies. The final declaration of the conference also recalls that further guidance must be developed with respect to those internet intermediaries. The declaration notes that such guidance should enable the protection and the empowerment, namely of children, elderly persons, seniors, and other vulnerable groups. They should be provided with the knowledge, skills, and awareness necessary for their safe access to the digital environment. They should further be enabled to exercise their rights in this environment at all times. May I make a suggestion for the EuroDIG? Because I know that yesterday you already had the Youth DIG, and I have been a very big promoter of the youth involvement in the EuroDIG. But increasingly, our senior citizens probably also need better media literacy and internet governance literacy in order to be able to participate in today's society. And maybe we can have a senior DIG in one of the future editions. The Council of Europe, of course, will continue to employ the coordinated, multi-stakeholder approach to the development of standards for internet governance and beyond. Roberto mentioned artificial intelligence, and the Council of Europe's ad hoc committee on artificial intelligence is currently considering the feasibility of an international regulation for the development of artificial intelligence, which is compatible with human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And in July, in a couple of weeks, or already next week, the committee will publish the first conclusions of its global consultation with inputs from more than 200 participants, whether that be individuals or institutions. So the Council benefits also from the partnership with the digital industry and business associations. This partnership already comprises 25 members, and thanks to them, we have received valuable input, both from large industry and small and medium-sized companies. We are now exploring how to further develop this cooperation. So what's going to be our contribution to EuroDIG 2021? We are also proud of our partnership with not only with the EuroDIG, but also with the IGF. The partnership has proven to be very effective at promoting core values of the Council of Europe. And we are going to be closely involved in the establishment of the multi-stakeholder high-level body, where we aim to play a very active role. During this EuroDIG focus session, we wanted to shed some light on the impact of the use of artificial intelligence. To this end, we have prepared 2 workshops. Our first workshop will deal with the consequences of AI for data protection and will take place very soon after this input. The workshop will give an overview of the challenges of the industry and governments are facing today in relation to AI and data protection, and we will provide insights into some of the possible solutions. The focus will be on ongoing regulatory developments in the field of AI and data protection and how the industry could use AI in a privacy-friendly way. Our second workshop will be related to bias in automated decision-making systems. The workshop participants, among which are renowned experts in machine learning, law, and AI policy, will discuss popular misconceptions about AI bias and will distinguish legitimate concerns from unreasonable fears. They will also discuss the different approaches to defining and understanding bias, how it appears in human and automated decision-making, and when it requires regulatory intervention. The Council of Europe's vision of digital transformation goes beyond the next 10 years, I would say. Speaking of our future work beyond this event, the Council of Europe will continue to engage in the elaboration of relevant legal standards guiding the development and application of AI and other societally important digital technologies. We understand that digital transformation has a broad impact on human rights, the rule of law, democracy, including the right to privacy, freedom of expression, both online and offline, and the fight against unlawful discrimination, including hate speech. So in this regards, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we especially focus our efforts on helping all of our citizens, be they young or old, to understand the challenges of the digital transformation and be equipped to deal with them in an effective manner. To this end, we are especially enthusiastic about the role of EuroDIG, which we will continue to support. From year to year, we see an increase in the richness of the debates here. We will due care given by the organizers to ensure the diversity of topics and the quality of the contribution. I therefore reiterate that the Council of Europe's strong commitment to ensuring that this unique platform for dialogue is further strengthened in the years to come, and that it's complemented also with other regional platforms and national platforms in which these important discussions can take place. I hope, even though we're in this online environment, that you will be able to follow the different workshops that are going to take place, and I'm sure they will be very much enthusiastic, making you more enthusiastic about intergovernance for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrick. In particular, just to hook on the words, your last words, I would like to thank both your institutions, the European Commission and the Council of Europe, for their long-standing commitment to support an open and interactive multi-stakeholder dialogue through fora like this, like the EuroDIG. And your support was even more important over the last 15 months, which was a difficult period, not just for Sandra and the Secretariat team behind her, but for the whole community to somehow cope with the situation. So your strong commitment of the Commission, of the Council of Europe is fundamental. And let me also thank both the Commission and you on our joint work, and I say this as a representative of the Swiss government, in trying to make the global IGF more political, more meaningful, having more effect, because this is also fundamental, not just to focus on Europe, but to not leave the rest aside. So thanks a lot to both of you. Hope to see you again physically soon as well. And let me hand over to Sandra. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. But also from my side, I would like to thank on a working level those people from these organizations, Council of Europe and European Commission, that worked really hard to shape the sessions, to deliver input with the expertise they have. And in the afternoon, you will be able, as Patrick already mentioned, to have these 2 workshops related to artificial intelligence, which is organized by the Council of Europe. And then we have the focus session 2, which is definitely a topic on the EU agenda governing digital interdependence and the role of Europe. So these are basically the lineups for the keynote speeches we were just listening to. But in addition, you can talk about crypto wars, about doing everything online, what it's doing with us. You can have a look at how the copyright directive is implemented in the EU member states, but also talk about content moderation in the internet infrastructure and so on and so forth. And then let me announce or promote once more that we have a special social event today. I invited a magician, a mentalist. It will be an interactive show. And I do understand we have a hard competition with Germany against England and Ukraine against Sweden. But everyone who is not into football or into soccer, please join us for this evening. It's really going to be fun. And it's quite some effort that we undertook to bring this person here in the amphitheater.
If you want your football team to win, you have to use the magician to help them. So
yeah, actually, that could be something. So with this, I would like to hand over back to the studios, to Bruges for focus session 2, to Belgrade for workshop 4 and workshop 7, to Trieste for workshop 5 and workshop 13. And in the amphitheater here, we will continue with copyright, workshop 6 and workshop 9. And in the break, we will be able to listen to a video record about AI, also about the big picture of AI organizations, and this will be made by Wolfgang Kleinwächter. So enjoy the rest of the day, and don't go away for the closing of the day, and also not when the magician comes. Enjoy your day.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Studio Belgrade. My name is Jana Ćosić, and in front of ISOC Belgrade, I will be a studio host for the next session. Before I hand over to the moderator of the workshop, I would like to briefly go over some session rules. The first one is that when joining the studio, please make sure to display your full name so that we have a better overview of who is in the room with us. Next, if you have a question during the session, please use the Zoom function to raise your hand. As you might have noticed, everybody is muted by default. So for the purpose of presenting a question or a comment, you will be unmuted. Also, when speaking, please remember to state your name and affiliation. You also have an option to enable your video so that we see who you are, but this is optional and totally up to you. You also can post your questions to the chat. For this session, I will be the chat moderator, and from time to time, I will gather questions and present them to the panelists. A note that chat will not be stored or published, so don't be afraid to use it. And lastly, we kindly ask you not to share the Zoom links with anybody. There is still an option to register for the meeting or just follow us on the YouTube live stream. And with that, my introduction part is done. I will now hand over to Urška, who will be moderating the next workshop with the title New Developments and Prospects in Data Protection with regard to AI. Hi, Urška.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Hello, good afternoon.
Good
I hope you
afternoon.
can hear me too.
Yes, we can hear you.
Absolutely.
The floor is yours, and I will see you later.
Okay, thank you very
Good luck.
much. Thank you. I'll also try to follow the chat a little bit. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Urška Umek, and I will be moderating this workshop. I work for the Council of Europe. And as we've heard in the introduction, our head of Information Society Department, Patrick Pennings, has already said that our organization works around issues of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Now, in this session, which is supposed to be 60 minutes, but we are running late, so we'll try to condense it a little bit. We will be discussing how to develop and use new technologies, especially AI, in compliance with data protection rules. As we know, today, systems powered by artificial intelligence are creating a shift in how we communicate, in how we live, in how we make our decisions. And new technologies create a lot of opportunities, or as Roberto said just before, they're a blessing, but they also present risks. They present risks for our values, for the exercise of human rights, for the application of the rule of law, also for the functioning of democratic societies, which is why AI and data protection are both two important areas of interest to our organization. But by far, we are not the only organization that is working on these issues. Now, the fact is that AI-powered technologies are very often used to process personal data. And another fact is that we have instruments, international instruments, that are designed to protect personal data. But these instruments, and I'm talking here mainly about the Council of Europe's Convention 108, so Convention for the Protection of Individuals with regard to automatic processing of personal data, as well as the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, better known as GDPR, they were not designed with AI in mind. And they provide little regulatory guidance with regard to the use of AI techniques. And these techniques can derive very sensitive information from what appears to be rather mundane data sets. So another thing is that GDPR imposes quite a heavy burden on companies, but meaningful control over personal data by data subjects is still missing. And of course, the question here is how to regulate AI in such a way to empower data subjects and achieve data protection friendly AI. So we will be talking about these challenges today with our three experts and with all of you present. But first we'll go to the three experts, Emanuela Gerardi, Alessandro Mantalero, and Jean-Christophe Le Touquin. So we'll start by having presentations by the experts in the beginning of the session. And then we will hopefully have a lively discussion in the second part on what it means to have control over one's personal data and how to achieve that in the context of AI. So you're all warmly invited to share your ideas and ask questions in the chat. And also you can raise your hand, use the feature. Without further ado, I would like to give the floor to the three experts. Now, we would start with the international perspective on regulation. So the EU and the Council of Europe, as we've heard, both have plans to regulate AI. However, how are they going to, or how are we going to address the risks for the protection of personal data, which are being amplified by AI? So we'll start with Alessandro Mantalero, who I think is best suited to provide some reflections and perhaps answers to this question. Alessandro is Associate Professor of Private Law and Law and Technology at the Polytechnic University of Turin. And he's also Council of Europe's scientific expert on AI, data protection, human rights, has served as an expert on many other international organizations, including the United Nations, European Commission. He has worked for the Italian Ministry of Justice. So I think he's quite the right interlocutor. And please, Alessandro, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Urska. Thank you for this kind introduction. In order to explore this topic, I would like to start reading a few lines from a book. Little Rock, a national data bank with records of 300,000 migrant children is being set up here. The system is designed to hide the rapid placement of children in school. Using Watt's line, a school official will be able to call the Line Rock Center free of charge and get the school and health records of the child. With this system, the child can be placed immediately, according to Joe Miller, newly appointed director of the Data Bank of Migrant Children. This is a short story that was told in a book and is about what happened in the 20 August of 1979. The book is Assault on Privacy by Harry Miller, written in 1971. And Miller said in this introduction to the book, but many people have voiced concern that the computer, with its insatiable appetite for information, its image of infallibility, and its inability to forget anything that has been stored in it, may become the heart of a surveillance system that will turn society into a transparent world in which our homes, our finance, our association will be bare to a wide range of casual observers, including the morbidity, curiosity, and the malicious or commercially intrusive. So after 50 years, we are here discussing again about the risk of technology, about the potential impact of technology, and what we read in the book that happened in 1977 could be the description of something that happens nowadays with migrant child in our countries. But what is the distinction? The distinction is in the process. When this concern arises, when the book on the assault on privacy raised the question, there was a reaction. And the reaction was basically in the field of regulation. The reaction was to set some red line, to set some principles and paradigms for data processing. This was the reaction, the legal framework that makes it possible to continue to benefit from the use of data, to share the data, to create what is called nowadays the digital economy, but at the same time, also to safeguard individual rights and freedom. This is clear in one of the milestones of this process, that is Convention 108, adopted by the Council of Europe in 1981, which is the only international legal framework that right now exists at international level on data protection. So in this sense, we can say that when there is an issue in terms of risk, in terms of potential negative impact on individual rights, we need a legal framework, a regulation, in order to tackle potential risk. But what is the change introduced by AI? The change is due to the fact that AI add a sort of new layer, because AI is not only about data. With AI, we can do a lot of different things. And we mainly use AI to predict something, to analyze society, to shape society, and to a certain extent also to design the future path of our society. So in this sense, there are a lot of benefits in using AI, a lot of benefits in terms of better healthcare, more efficient transportation, better education, etc. But of course, there are also some concerns. If we consider credit scoring, if you consider, as mentioned by Patrick before, content moderation, recruitment services, health prediction, predictive policing. All this kind of application can have also a dark side, a potential misuse, or a use that may negatively impact on individual rights and freedom. And in this sense, the focus on data is no longer enough in order to address all these issues. Of course, data protection is very important. It's considered an enabling right. What was important in the 70s, data protection, because the concern, as described in the book that we read before, was about the social surveillance by private and public entities. But nowadays, the impact is a multiple impact that affect different kinds of rights, different kinds of freedom. You can shape through AI the content and so limit the freedom of speech. You can limit the access to services. You can impact on the freedom of business. You can impact on some decision about the future career of individuals and so on their future life. So in this sense, it's important to set, like in the 70s and the 80s, it's important to set some rules in order to use AI for the benefits of the human beings. And this is the work carried out by the KAI, as mentioned by Patrick, and the same is done at EU level by the new proposal on AI regulation. What is important that in both this regulation, although from different angle, because the KAI, the Council of Europe, is focused on human rights, democracy, and rule of law, and we have to recognize that the proposal from the EU is more focused on product safety, although provide an important reference to the protection of fundamental rights. But in both this regulation, it's clear the intent to go beyond data protection and to consider the potential consequence and negative impact of the use of AI. Of course, as usual, we as a regulator, as a legal scholar, we don't focus on the benefits, because when there is a benefit, there's not need for the lawyer, there's not need for rules. If everything goes well, it's no problem. We are concerned about risk. And so in this sense, this idea of risk represents the common core of both data protection and AI regulation. As we mentioned, the risk was at the origin of data protection regulation, the concern about the potential negative use of data for discrimination or for social control. And now with AI, we have a broader variety, if you want, of potential risks related to the use of AI. And so, as in data protection, we have to build an efficient system in order to monitor, mitigate, control this potential risk, in order to have an AI that is developed for humans and not against them. In that sense, the common core is represented by the risk management and risk assessment. It's not the case that in both the documents, in the proposal from the KAI and in the EU proposal on AI regulation, there is a clear reference to the risk. What is partially missed in the EU document and what is part of the mandate of the KAI is the way in which we manage this risk. So there is a lot of debate about the threshold of risk, about the risk assessment, risk management, but there is not an effective model, methodology to assess the risk. In the data protection, we have a data protection impact assessment and a long experience in this sense, but we cannot replicate data protection impact assessment that is very focused on data and privacy in a broader context of human rights potential affected by AI. At the same time, the traditional human rights impact assessment are created for a large scale system or cases that are not the same for AI. So we have to invest more in order to figure out concrete models, concrete application of risk assessment and human rights impact assessment and human rights due diligence. In this sense, the academia is working on that. If you want, in the corner on the right, you see a recent published article. We published it yesterday. Is the first attempt to define a concrete model for human rights impact assessment for AI based on 700 documents, decision of the data protection authorities in Europe. So the link between the experience of data protection authorities in managing that intensive system and related risk is used to build a model that is evidence-based, that fix some measurable goals in order to set the thresholds of the risk and to give an answer to what is in the KAI and the EU document about the level of the risk and the related safeguards that we have to provide when the risk is high or when the risk is medium, etc. So I think, to conclude, that this is the goal of the future regulation. Not necessarily repeat what is already existing in terms of human rights and fundamental freedoms, but create concrete solutions to implement them in the development of AI. And I think that both the European Union and the Council of Europe are working on that. And I think that it's very important that all the actors, the academia, but also the companies, also civil society, will contribute in creating this model of assessment that represents the cornerstone of the future framework. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alessandro. This was concise and yet comprehensive. And now that we've heard a little bit about the international level of regulation and how that is proceeding, we will move to the next level of regulation, and we will explore what is being done by states who are probably not sitting idle-sided and waiting for international regulation while challenges and risks mount. So we will be talking to Emanuela Girardi, who will present us the Italian example of regulation. Emanuela is a member of the high-level expert group wrote the Italian National AI Strategy. And she's also the founder of POP AI, POP Artificial Intelligence, whose mission is to create awareness on AI for companies and the general public. So Emanuela, the floor is yours. Thanks. Emanuela, we can't.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Great. We can hear you so much. Great, absolutely. Please do begin.
Thank you, Roxka. I couldn't unmute me. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for inviting me, and good afternoon, everybody. I was still thinking about the great presentation that Alessandro just made, and I took some note because there were some very interesting points. So we heard about what we are doing actually in Europe for data protection and for AI strategies and for promoting AI technologies into our society. And I would like to give you some more information about what we were doing and we're trying to do in Italy. But this, I would like first to start from the European point of view. So like Alessandro, I just said, Durska also, and also the previous presentation from Roberto and Patrick, we've seen that Europe started a little later, in developing AI strategy, a little later than China and the US. But this gave also Europe the opportunity of developing a vision based on European values and promoting a European ecosystem where AI technologies and the AI system, like we just heard from Alessandro, are developed in a safe and secure way and are used to improve European citizens' life. So in April 2018, the European states signed the Declaration of Cooperation on AI Technologies, identifying 3 main areas of cooperation. So the first one was promoting the investment in research and innovation in AI to boost the adoption of AI by European companies. The second was to prepare to face the socioeconomical changes that AI technologies will bring. So we heard with Patrick about the many changes that AI technologies are bringing into our society, in particular focusing on updating the education system and the training system. And the last one that we just heard from Alessandro, it was to ensure a legal ethical and regulatory framework aligned with European values and with fundamental rights. So in December 2018, the European Commission presented the coordinated plan and asked each member state to develop a national AI strategy. And the Italian Ministry of Economic Development selected 30 AI experts from industry, academy, and civil society. And this is again, because like Patrick just said, it is very important, this multi-stakeholder approach when we are dealing with new technologies, and ask them to develop an Italian AI strategy. And this according basically to the priorities that have been set up by the European Commission, these three main priorities that I just mentioned. So we started working at the beginning of 2019, and the final strategy was published in July 2020. The starting point of our strategy is very important, because it's that AI technologies alone are not enough. So we need to develop an entire technological ecosystem, which includes connectivity, blockchain, data, data infrastructure to collect and share data, supercomputers to elaborate this data, content, app, services, so an entire technological stack. And starting from this point, we defined three pillars on which to build the development of AI technologies and AI policy. So the first pillar is AI for the human being. The second one is AI for a trustworthy and productive digital ecosystem. And the third one is AI for the sustainable development. So the first one, AI for the human being. So the first pillar is perfectly aligned with the European strategy. So we need to promote the adoption of AI technologies to increase the welfare of the entire population. So the Italian AI strategy aims to educate citizens, users, consumers, laborers, and to provide them with the necessary skills to use AI technologies. This means, I mean, we heard from Alessandro this dual approach of AI technologies. So on one hand, we need to enable people to enjoy the great benefits of AI, but on the other side, we need to make them, to enable them to manage the risk. So this dark side, being able to actively participate in the one that is the new digital society. So we propose to include coding and computational thinking as a subject in all the schools, starting from primary school, going all the way to universities. And then we propose the approach of the continuous learning for all the employees, dedicating, because they really need to dedicate some time, some of their working time to learning the new AI and digital skills. This is very important because we always hear about AI technologies and that they will destroy or they will create new jobs. But at the end, I mean, most of the research, they say that they will create new jobs. The problem is that today we don't have the digital skills necessary to fill those jobs. And so it is very important to develop some educational programs for schools and also for employees to make them learning these digital skills that are necessary to fill the jobs of the future. And so this was the first pillar. The second pillar is AI for a trustworthy and productive digital ecosystem. So also the second pillar is aligned with the European strategy, and it means to build a sort of ecosystem of trust and excellence. And this was well described also in the European white paper on artificial intelligence. And the idea is to create this network of excellence with university, research centers, companies, public administration, and citizens. And in particular, the Italian strategies highlights the need to develop a data economy and to support the small and medium enterprises in collecting, stocking, and sharing their data. And this is in a safe and in a competitive way. So what we did in the Italian strategies is that we identified 6 sectors where to focus the investment in AI and in the knowledge transfer from lab to the market, like the new updated coordinated plan was well described in the one that has been released a couple of months ago. So these 6 sectors are IoT, manufacturing and robotics, services, energy and transportation, aerospace and public administration, and the last one is the digital humanities that are very important for the Italian ecosystem. So this is the second pillar. The third pillar that I think it's the most important and also the most innovative one is AI for a sustainable development. So the Italian vision starts from the European vision that it's human-centric and transports AI. So this is a very important approach. What we said is that this is fundamental, but this is not enough. So we need a sort of a change in the paradigm. We need to move from a human-centric approach to a planet-centric approach. And we need to use the AI technologies to reach the Sustainable Development Goal of the 2030 United Nations Agenda. And we do believe that with the support of AI technologies, we can really realize the ultimate goal of leaving no one behind, like we just heard also from Patrick and from Roberto. So basically what we did is that starting from these three pillars, we focus on how to bring AI technologies to the Italian companies. So Italy presents a sort of a dual situation because we have excellence in AI in the academic world. Italian scientists and researchers are among the best in the world. We have some very successful AI startups and several, I would say, very innovative companies. But the average level of adoption of AI technology, it's still quite low. So basically, if we consider the data that have been published by a recent study by the Polytechnic of Milan, we only have 50% of medium and large Italian companies that have already implemented some AI project. And another 40% declare that they are planning to do it. But if we look at the total investment of the AI market, it's a very small market because it's only about, in 2020, it was only about 300 million. So, and the main investments, they were only for projects in intelligent data processing, chatbot, and virtual assistants. So the main challenge here is, how to bring AI technologies to small and especially to micro business, micro companies, which represent the largest part of the Italian business system, and which currently, they don't have access to the necessary expertise to start using these innovative technologies. So what we did in the Italian National AI Strategy, we tried to find a solution for developing this from lab to market strategy. And we proposed the development of an Italian Institute for Artificial Intelligence with a hub and spoke structure, because we really need to be present locally. So we need to be present near the companies, because proximity, for small and micro business is the only way to reach them. And the Italian Institute was designed with two souls. So one was focused on the research, and the other was focused on the knowledge transfer. And working together with companies, we think that we could really bring AI technologies and skills to the industry system. So another proposal that we made, and that has been included also in the coordinated plan, was the development of sandboxes. And this, it has been mentioned also before, it's really important because it gives the opportunities to companies to test, develop, and bring to market new AI system in a safe legal framework. But we also made some quite operational proposals to support the companies in embracing the data economy. So we proposed a sort of a new profession. We called it SID, SID. So it's a data intermediary society. And the goal was to support small and micro business in understanding the benefits of AI and in starting developing some small project with the assistance of sort of a certified AI consultant. But at the same time, and remember about the dark side of AI, at the same time, the SID, they had to raise awareness about the risk of sharing data and teach small companies how to share them in a very safe way without giving away the competitive advantages of the companies. Because, for instance, if you think about a manufacturing companies and the predictive maintenance service that is today, they're buying together with the machine. So we really have to regulate very well which data the supplier, the industrial machine, can collect and for which purpose data can be used. And this is to protect the small companies and the micro business in order that they don't give away the company's secrets and values. So we studied several formats of data sharing agreements, and we made some proposals. And we think that the best solution anyway for small and micro business would be to create a sort of a consortium of companies within sectors and supply chain, and develop some common data spaces, such as in the smart agri-food, in the automotive, or in fashion. And in this way, you can collect a considerable amount of data that it's important for AI analysis, but you can also work together to develop new services, new products, and really bringing the benefit of AI technologies to the entire supply chain. So I really believe, we developed several other services, but I will also leave some space open for questions. And I really believe that supporting Italian companies, but also European companies in developing AI projects is really the key to improving the competitiveness of the small and micro business, and should be a top priority for Italian government, but also, I mean, for European governments.
Thank you so much, Emanuela. This was really rich, and it seems that the Italian government is thinking ahead very much, helping small and micro businesses in many ways. And indeed, we will continue with the response of the industry to these initiatives, regulatory initiatives in particular. So how do businesses see the line between data-driven innovation on the one hand and effective privacy protection on the other? We have with us our third expert who comes from the private sector, Jean-Christophe Le Touquin, and he'll share with us his rich experience because he is stakeholder relations at Videntifier, a tech company which identifies visual content at scale for law enforcement and for copyright protection. And in this role, he also chairs Point de Contact Net, the French hotline against illegal content. And he is the president of InHope, Global Federation of Hotlines Against Child Sexual Abuse Material. So I would like, without further ado, give the floor to Jean-Christophe.
Thank you, Oscar, and congratulations for pronouncing the name of Videntifier correctly, because no one succeeds in this. So congratulations for this. So what I want to discuss today, I am myself an independent consultant, and I've been working for 8 years for Videntifier, this Icelandic company also based in Vilnius, focusing on technologies to identify videos and images at scale, I mean, at the scale of the internet. And what I want to tell you about it to be very complement very nicely the two past presentations, is to tell you about this report that you see on the screen, published yesterday by the Council of Europe, on which I contributed as an independent expert, but also based on the knowledge I collected from my different clients, including Videntifier. So you have the list, the title you can check. I will send you the link on the chat afterwards. And this is a great example of cross-disciplinary work between lawyers, privacy experts, child safety advocates, and cybercrime advocates. So all these activities that are really active in the field of within the Council of Europe. And so what we did together was to provide this diagram that you see on the screen. The image should not appear. That's a mistake I made anyway. So what I will do here is to just give you an example of how artificial intelligence may not be necessary. And that may be kind of counterproductive or counterintuitive in such a context. But the situation is that artificial intelligence is still an exploratory technology. There is a lot of investment into this. I totally agree with Emanuela that this is a small market. Totally agree with Alessandro that we need to have a look at this field with really new eyes. And in order to have clear ideas, it's important to understand that, okay, this may not be the easiest type of activity to regulate. So what you see on this deck, on the bottom, you see blue, orange, and red, pink. So basically what I'm going to really briefly talk to you about is about something which is a big issue for regulators and for society, which is how do we detect and remove illegal content. So it can be really terrible stuff like terrorist videos and attacks. It can be also child abuse material, so sexual child abuse material, so images and videos again. But it can be also just more regular copyright content, or catalog of movies or TV shows that you just don't want to be available on platforms on the dark web. So how to deal with this? And they were trying to think, oh, I mean, AI will be the solution because it's so powerful that it can do anything. And so what we found is that actually you can use non-AI technology, which can be much more reliable in the sense that they are transparent. So basically, to go very quickly to give you an example, 3 technologies. On the left, you have file hashing technologies. Then the second family is computer vision, and artificial intelligence is the third one. So how do they differentiate? So the blue one, the file hashing, is very mature, very transparent. I mean, it scales easily. What it does is, let's say you have this first picture of Obama that you want to detect on platforms of dark web, and you want to find it. So you will produce a hash, a signature, and then you will look for this signature on the web. And so you would scan all images that you can find and turn it into a signature and see whether there is a match. So file hashing technologies, I mean, just to give names, MD5, SHA-1 are the most popular, heavily used by law enforcement across the globe. And it's very efficient. The problem is if you change 1 pixel in the image, well, you can easily not find this image any longer. So it does a very poor job at detecting similar images. This is why you would use another family of technology called computer vision. So you don't have to train the algorithms, unlike artificial intelligence. And so some are based on global descriptors, which means that they take the whole picture and look for similarities. So basically, if it is the same image or if it's slightly cropped, so reduced on the part of the image, then you can find it. So it's much more effective. And today, the Google and Facebook of the world, they use this to detect, to find and remove illegal images of abuse against children. So it was really a great improvement. The most famous algorithm is called the photo DNA and was developed by Microsoft about 10 years ago. The limitation of this technology is that it does not really cope well with the when the image is focused on some part of the image or flipped or rotated or whatever. So then you use a second family of the computer vision, which is the local descriptors. So what it does, it takes individual details on the image, and then you find similarities. So you can find just a fraction of an image. You can find, if you look for on the web, similar images with the same background. This is very helpful for law enforcement typically. You can find same rooms taken, although very different, like you see on this young guy picture in front of a door. You can find some objects. You can also find, as shown here, inserted images. So what we want to show here is that if you use these technologies and they are public in the public domain today, so you can, as a regulator, understand exactly how it works. You can basically, at the scale of the internet, identify, find, and remove all the known illegal images of the world. So if you have to really, if you are a regulator, you should typically be interested in the technology which scales to the internet, does not take too much resources, and is transparent, so you know that there is no bias into the technology. Of course, if you want to do, if you want to deal with unknown image, you want to say, oh, I want to predict that this never seen image is actually a terrorist attack or is a scene of a crime or sexual abuse of a child. So before even a human eye have seen it, I want to be notified and I want to be alerted and I want to be able to call the police. Well, in this case, yes, for sure, you need to use artificial intelligence, which is obviously a very powerful technology. You have 2 families. One is machine learning, and the other one is deep learning. So machine learning is, to make it simple, a question of size. If you want to to train your algorithms on recognizing a cat in a picture, you need to have hundreds of thousands of images. But if you want to go into more complex scenarios, you're not processing hundreds of thousands of data or millions, but billions. And this is a deep learning. And definitely not available for any small company. You need to really be a big player. And then what is important to understand is that if you are in the deep learning technology, you are in a very exploratory phase. And then there is tons of bias. And the best or the worst of the story is that no one can tell you where the bias is. So to give an example, let's say you want to say to the computer, look, I want to find any white man wearing a hat. Okay, then they will scan the web and they will bring you back hundreds of thousands of images of a white man with a hat. But for some reason, maybe you will have some very strange pictures of a cat or of a giraffe or whatever. And then there is no way in the deep learning technology to understand why the algorithm is producing such a bizarre result. And this is a mystery of AI, and this is why it's scary from a human rights perspective, because if you trust too much a machine, then it can make mistakes that you cannot anticipate. And this is why we have all this discussion in this group. So this diagram is, I think, I've been told, helpful to understand the different technologies and why what you can get with maybe less fancy technologies such as computer vision, but more reliable. So this was a kind of testimony. This is explained in more details in this report published yesterday by the Council of Europe, which I will share the link. Great cross-disciplinary work by the Council of Europe, and hopefully this will help bring the discussion to the next level. And thank you, Oscar, for giving us the opportunity to present to you today.
Thank you very much, Jean-Christophe. This is also for me the first time that I hear about these differences between different technologies. Jean-Christophe will have to leave us in a couple of minutes, but we have been told by the Belgrade studio that we can perhaps take a few more minutes so that we have opportunity for some questions. I would like to start because I don't see a question in the chat, although I would ask everyone who has a question to please either post it in the chat or just raise hand. There is a feature for that. But Jean-Christophe, because you're leaving us, one question though about the businesses. Do you think that the industry, the private sector, is feeling this growing responsibility in keeping the space that they're co-creating for individuals, for our interaction, e-commerce, etc., etc.? Do they feel this responsibility to keep the space clean and safe, free of crime? So that perhaps they're thinking about technical solutions that could kind of underpin their endeavors to keep their businesses clean. How's it with that right now?
Well, that's a very good question. So as you said, I'm also chairing the French hotline dealing with child sexual abuse material, and also the Global Federation of Hotlines. And these organizations are heavily supported by the tech industry and by the Google and the Facebook of the world, Snapchat and others, TikTok, what have you. And so what I can tell honestly is that yes, it's clear that over the last five years, I would say, all the work done by the European Union, and I think the work of the European Union has played a role to make companies be more focused on these issues and all the controversies on how do we control, fake news and deep fakes and illegal content and terrorist videos. All of this has really gradually helped these companies to pay more attention. And so you should, my honest opinion, you should continue the work of the Council of Europe and the EU. You must continue. Also, the EU, I think, can learn from what the US have been doing in dealing with illegal content. I think there have been controversy on the e-privacy regulation in the past few months. So that's a very healthy situation. So I do see that the bigger companies, the big platforms, they are seeing more and more pressure from the regulators and from civil society for a better response. And they are more humble today. I feel, at least the people I work with are more humble than the people I used to see about 10 years ago. So that's a very good thing. Now, on the tech provider side, so the people like the SMEs, like my client, I think where they have to do a better job, and some of them are doing it, like the Identifier, to be biased, is that they have to be a bit more transparent on the technology they exactly use and why they use it. So to companies who use a combination of computer vision and artificial intelligence to secure, people and companies, my advice to them is, look, be more transparent on what is computer vision in your solution and what is artificial intelligence. And if you use artificial intelligence, be more transparent on the data set. Where did you get the data and what is the volume of data you have been working on? And if you're not transparent, people will not trust you. And so I see that the tech providers, in my opinion, are a bit behind the curve. I mean, they should be more transparent, and they have to understand that, okay, being transparent is okay, and actually will generate more trust and more business.
Mm-hmm. Thanks so much, Jean-Christophe. That is great. And thank you very much. I see that we're approaching our cutoff time, but not for all of us, only for you. So perhaps if there is still, I can't see any question in the chat, then I'll just continue with a few questions to our experts. A few things that we haven't had really the time to broach in detail. One question for Emanuela, because a little bit also sort of going back to what the companies are doing, what they're supposed to be doing, but this time not so much from the point of view of their obligations, but benefits that AI technologies create for them. You've been mentioning about Italian government's assistance to all concerned actors in sort of embracing the benefits of AI. And I was wondering, what about privacy of individuals, of users of the services? Because GDPR is directly applicable, but as we've all said, we haven't really drafted data protection instruments with AI in mind. So is there kind of guidance also for users or manufacturers how to deal with AI technologies in privacy-friendly, compliant way? Could you perhaps expand a little bit on that? Sorry, you have to unmute. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
okay.
Perfect.
I couldn't again unmute myself, sorry. Okay, so I mean, when it comes to privacy, I have to say that Italian, or maybe I should say European people, are very sensitive. So for instance, if we think about during the pandemic, the Italian government and also some other European governments developed a tracing app. The Italian one was called Immuni. And this was tracing basically our contacts to inform us if we had been in contact with a COVID-19 positive person. So in Italy, there has been lots of discussion about the rights of the state, to control citizens, or about the centralized versus decentralized model to stock data, and about, which right was more important, if the rights to privacy or the rights to health. So I think that, what we just also heard from Jean-Christophe. So the main problem is that people do not really know which data they are sharing every day on the internet platform and what could be done with their personal data. So the data that we give to the big platforms, the GAFAM, are much more than the ones that were collected by this Immuni app. And we allow this platform basically to influence us, to influence our behavior, or to, I could say, to manipulate our behavior, online and offline behavior. And I believe that, the key to, the way out for this situation is really to invest in educational program. To make people really understanding, what AI technologies are, the benefits, the risk, the dark side, like Alessandro was mentioning before, and how to manage them and to use them in a safe way. And I think that for this, it's very important. Not only the Italian program, but the European program, the Digital Compass, that was promoted by the European Commission for the digital decade. And so the first point of the Digital Compass is that, we need, one of these 4 directions is that we need to reach in this digital decade a digital skilled population and highly skilled digital professional. And the overall goal is to develop a new sustainable economy model, that will bring social, economical, and environmental benefits. So I think that, this is really the key, to invest in education and to bring these digital skills to all the population. And it's the only way that we can also, learn how to use these technologies, learn how to manage them, control the risk, and also, be more conscious and aware, when it comes also to sharing our data, what does it mean? And if it's important to share them, like for instance, the Immuni app was very important because it really helped us going through the pandemic, or if it's also only a matter of using like a social platform.
Thank you so much, Emanuela. Just, if I may, just one brief question, because you were talking about small and medium-sized enterprises and how Italy is trying to help the enterprises. Just a question, whether such help, how's that help to be regarded from the perspective of global economy? Is that perhaps going to be seen or might be seen as unduly protective? Is that a possibility? So how do these measures perhaps apply in relation to international data flows? If you could just expand a little bit on that, and then I have a few questions for Alessandro as well. Thanks.
Yeah, sure, I will try to be brief. So I think first that Italy, should follow and implement the European AI and data strategy. So for instance, on the 23rd of June, the European Commission signed an MOU with 11 new partnerships. And one of these was ADRA, so the new association that brings together the community of AI, data, and robotics to develop a European innovation system based on European values, and like we said before, on a trustworthy and human-centric AI. And this really to bring the benefits of AI into the European society. So I think that this should be the way to go, so to follow a European strategy. If we refer to the international data flow, I think that, for instance, the G20, that it's hosted for the first time by the Italian government, and it's taking place in these days. Today, for instance, there was the G20 of foreign minister, and there is a G20 of innovation, and it's really focusing on the digital industry, on how to connect the suppliers across countries, building really, a global digital supply chain. And in particular, it will be focused on data governance to promote the data economy, while at the same time protecting the SMEs. And I think that this is really the key, to try to balance these two needs. On one hand, we need to promote the data economy, and on the other hand, we need to kind of protect our companies. And I think this is the most important thing. Referring to the new AI regulation, I think that the European one, the proposal that was presented a couple of months ago by the European Commission, is the first in the world. And I think that it is a very important document, because it will start a dialogue and a discussion about AI regulation, the needs for globally regulate AI technologies. It is, on a way, at the moment, from what Jean-Christophe said, it's important to have transparency. On the other hand, what is included in this new AI regulation proposal, for a small and micro business, it's a kind of a burden, because for small companies, it is difficult to do all the conformity assessment, especially for AI risk, high risk AI systems. But on the other end, I think that, I mean, it will take probably a couple of years before the regulation, I mean, will go into place, and I think will be applied. And I think that it's, I mean, it's a fantastic starting point. So it will, I mean, there will be lots of discussion and multi-stakeholder discussion between the European Commission, between the Council of Europe, and I think that the final result will for sure protect the rights of European citizens and companies.
Thank you so much, Emanuela. That's great. I will just check the chat. Right, okay. Just one question perhaps quickly to Alessandro also. From now, coming back sort of to wrap up where we began with data protection, because you in your presentation mentioned the right to privacy and that it's duly considered by these regulatory initiatives and processes on AI. But how, if at all, will individuals, users, data subjects be covered against possible risks, negative impacts of AI on their privacy? If you could just expand a little bit on that, thanks.
Yes, I think that this was something that was addressed in the CAI. I was part of the CAI group in this discussion, and I think it's the same also addressed at EU level. So the fact is that we already have a regulation on data protection, Convention 108 plus the modernized version of Convention 108 for the Council of Europe and GDPR for the European Union. So we can say that in the field of personal data processing already exists a clear framework. Of course, this clear framework has some challenges related to, have to address some challenges related to the AI, and we know about that. For instance, purpose limitation principle, etc. There are many aspects, but we have no time to discuss all these issues. But we can say that from a regulatory perspective, the idea that exists both in the CAI and at EU level is that we have not to reconsider the data protection regulation, because this is already fixed and at the end works quite well. But we have to address new issues that are not fully addressed by data protection. So I think that probably also from academic perspective, the main mistake, if I can use this word, is to imagine that the answer to AI is a sort of explosion of data protection. So an hypertrophic idea of data protection. And this is not, it doesn't fit well with what we need, because it's clear, for instance, when we talk about human rights, democracy, rule of law, and the challenges of AI with regard to this field, it's clear that data protection cannot address all these kind of issues. So I want to say that for data protection, there is an existing system that more or less provides a quite adequate level of protection in Europe. Outside the Euro, it's a bit different, but fortunately, the model, for instance, of Convention 108 is quite, it's considered abroad as a reference, and there are several countries that are adopting data protection law based on this model, and it's the same also for the EU, although the process is a bit longer because the adequacy is not so easy to achieve. So I think that for data protection, we have to say also to the citizen that the situation is not so critical. And we have to turn our gaze to focus on something new that are the rest of the impacts, not only data protection privacy, but many other fundamental rights that cannot be properly addressed only by data protection tools. I don't know if I fully addressed the question, but this is, I think, the regulatory issues that we have to deal with.
Yes, no, thanks a lot, Alessandro. I think that we would never be able to fully address all of the issues, but I also think that we've covered a lot of ground today, and thank you very much. We have to wrap up the session, unfortunately. Not unfortunately, because we still have to hear from our reporter of the session, so looking forward to that. But I would just like to thank the experts for the inspiring presentations and discussion, a lot of valuable input that we have heard, and I hope that somehow the contributions have indicated some ways forward to also turn users from data objects to data subjects and give us all a little bit more meaningful control of our personal data. So I would go back to the studio and give the floor back to Jelena, and thank you very much for hosting us on your platform, Jelena.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. And we will now hear from Katarina, who will be the reporter for this session.
Thank you, Jelena. Good afternoon, and thank you for an inspiring session. My name is Katarina Anđelković, and I am a Geneva Internet Platform rapporteur. The GIP is the official reporting partner of EuroDIG, and we're providing key messages and session reports from all workshops. I will now present the messages from this session, and the report will be posted on the GIP Digital Watch Observatory shortly. A kind reminder that the messages will be available for additional comments, and EuroDIG will provide more detail on that. So without further ado, message number one is, AI has added a new layer to issues of privacy, data protection, and protection of basic human rights and freedoms. In this sense, the focus on data is no longer enough in order to address all of these issues. The proposed regulations, therefore, intend to go beyond data protection and consider the potential consequence and negative impact of the use of AI. If there is any strong objection to this message, please write in the chat. Otherwise, we will consider there is a rough consensus on the message and move to the next one. All right, moving to the message number two. The development of AI requires a paradigm shift. There is a need to move from a human-centered approach to a planet-centered approach and use AI technologies to achieve the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. And the final message from the session is the main problem is that users do not usually know which data they share on the internet on a daily basis and what can be done to their personal data. Therefore, investment in educational programs and raising awareness is key in order to help users understand AI technologies, their benefits, as well as the risks. That will be all from my end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katarina. And thank you everyone for the great session. We will now take a 45-minute break. And when we come back, we will continue with the workshop on human versus algorithmic bias. The studio host will be my colleague Nevena. You can choose to stay here with us, or you can close the Zoom room and go back to Gather Town. After the break, you can choose to join us again or join some other studio. It should be easy to navigate around the map, but if you have some troubles, you can go to help desk and they will be able to assist you with that. See you in 45 minutes.
Hello and good evening, everyone. Welcome back to Belgrade studio of EuroDIG. Now we are going to deal with yet another interesting discussion. It's about human versus algorithmic biases. Before leaving the floor to moderator and my colleague Alexander, let me remind you of just a few rules. What to do during this session. This session is of course being recorded. However, the chat is not. So in case you want to have your chat recorded or what your opinion is, please do share it by raising a hand or typing your name that you want to be included in the discussion. Before doing that, state your name and of course surname and the affiliation. And be sure that close to your video, if it is on or off, there is your full name presented. I think that will be all. And a last point is that please do not share a link to Zoom meetings. Here we are, and I think the crowd would be sufficient enough to discuss these interesting issues. Over to you, Alexander.
Hello, everyone. I'm home. I'm being heard quite clearly. Hello.
I hear you well. So.
Okay, great. Fine, thanks. So my name is Alexander Turkanov. I will be moderating this session where we will discuss the human and algorithmic bias, and we will see whether it's actually even a thing to make an unbiased decision, whether it's automated or human-made. Let me please now introduce my panelists who will be hopefully be able to join us. All of them, I think, are already present. So we have Karthikeyan Nathan Ramamurthy, research staff member for IBM Research. And we have Ekaterina Muravlyova. She's a senior research scientist at the Skolkovo Institute of Science and Technology. We will also have Zoltan Torbek, who is the vice chair of the KAHAI Policy Development Group at the Council of Europe. We also have Daniel Lufer, Europe Policy Analyst at Access Now, and Dr. Hiromi Arai, head of AI Safety and Reliability Unit, Riken Center for Advanced Intelligence Project. And your session will be moderated by me. I'm a special advisor on digital development at the Council of Europe. So let us perhaps start with the basics. And of course, there might be different people watching this session with a different level of background knowledge on the topic which we are going to discuss. So let's perhaps discuss how does machine learning in fact work in simple terms, because I think that's essential for us to just start from the basics. To also, it's important for policymakers and for the general public to understand what are we talking about when we are talking about automated decision making and the systems which support this process. And I hope that Karthi from IBM would be able to enlighten us on that, if you don't mind, Karthi.
Sure. Hi, Alexander. Hi, everyone. So, yeah, so it's really great to be here. And I think I'm hoping that we'll have like some very good discussions. So, so what does machine learning mean, right? So it implies what it says. So it means that you have a machine, something like a computer, that is going to learn from the examples and the environment it is in. And typically it means statistical machine learning. So in which case you will be providing it with what we call as training data, some features and some labels. So, and it's going to learn from that. So for example, if you have a very young child, and if you show the child 10 different pictures of cars, and you say that this is a car, the child is going to learn at the end of the session, hopefully, that it's like a car. And it's going to also, when you show a new picture of a car, it's going to understand that it's a car, even though it's probably not very similar to the 10 examples you showed the child. So that's the hope of machine learning, to learn, to help the machine learn based on the examples you provide. And hopefully it will also like generalize to new situations that it has not seen. And the hope of machine learning engineers and scientists is to make this process as efficient as possible with the amount of resources that is available, right? So that's the that's one of the flavors of machine learning we call as supervised machine learning. There are also other flavors, unsupervised reinforcement machine learning and so on. So we don't have to go into all the details, but in general, it means that particularly these days, it's used in the parlance of statistical machine learning, where you let the machine, or you have an algorithm that will help the machine learn from examples. So that's what it means.
Okay, great. Thank you, Karthi, for this explanation. Maybe some other experts are wishing to like add on whether they have their perhaps favorite type of machine learning which they are dealing with in their like studies. For example, as we have also Ekaterina and Hiromi, maybe Ekaterina could explain to us what she is dealing with primarily, and what kind of machine learning do you do?
Okay, thank you for possibility to participate in such interesting discussion, and I'm very glad to participate in it. So I work in academia, so we deal with wide variety of examples during consulting of different commercial projects, and our quite big goal is to implement or develop some new technologies and safe technologies in ML. So I have an example of interesting case, interesting for me, because it's very usual from one point of view and unusual from another. Because at our home near Moscow, we have some kind of smart home system, and when something is broken, there are special technicians who repair it in fact, they repair it by randomly pulling switchers. So they trained actually on 100 examples, I suppose. And in fact, they do not understand how it works, but they are able to repair, but they do not know the reason. And in this case, I also use it as an example of human being machine learning, because in fact this knowledge they will not be able to transfer this knowledge without retraining. So it's like a human analogy of actually machine learning do, because actually machine learning learns by examples, and the given model is updated when it gives a wrong prediction. More examples mean better accuracy, especially for modern deep learning neural networks. But however, it's an open question whether it learns actual features rather than find some patterns. And I think that it's a great question of future tasks for mathematicians, for machine learner engineers, how to construct safe in terms of future results machine learning algorithms.
Okay, great. So, and Hiromi, maybe you could also share your perspective of what you are focusing on in the studies, and maybe perhaps you would be also willing to discuss how do you understand the topic of this session which we are now discussing? So in terms of like bias in AI, so why do you see it at all as a problem, and if yes, in what way, please?
Yeah. Yes, machine learning, by using machine learning, we can learn from example, sometimes from very complex and black box, might be black box estimator. And if we apply machine learning for example, hiring or education or something, some kind of decision making which affects, which have a big effect on human lives. It might, if the decision contains biases, such biased decision making might be problematic. But if the estimator is black box, sometimes it is hard to notice such uneven decision making by using machine learning. So I think we have to care about this bias problem.
Okay, thank you. And so, Daniel, maybe you are willing also to elaborate on what do you think? What are the sources maybe of bias in we might have in AI systems? How it occurs maybe? So you could give us your perspective and what is the problem there might be potentially.
Sure. Yeah, and thanks again for having me here today. I would just say one thing, a little thing about the definition. There's like some useful comparisons about how machines learn in machine learning with humans, but it's fundamentally different too. And machines are a little bit stupid in the way they learn. They're very impressive, but they're quite dumb. So it's often the case that if you slightly change the circumstances, the algorithm won't work anymore. So the model could be trained on pictures that all have forest in the background, but suddenly you introduce a car with snow in the background and the whole thing goes to bits. So that we often say that they're very fragile, and they also need massive amounts of data to learn from, whereas a child can learn from very small amount of data. So that's an important thing to keep in mind, because it helps us explain why some of these bias problems or other problems can come in. What I can say on the sources of bias, I mean, there's a lot to say. There's academic articles that list 35 sources of bias or 3, but the most common thing that we hear is that the bias comes from the data, that the algorithms are neutral, and that if you train them on biased data, you're going to get a biased system in the end. So it is true that bias can come in through bad data, but that idea is very simplistic, and it doesn't really capture the whole picture. So, the way that you design the algorithm, the way that you design what it's trying to optimize for can lead to not only bias, but, discrimination, to harm, to other kinds of issues. So the bias label is quite narrow. It makes us think that correctly about certain examples, that a facial recognition system performs well on someone who looks like me, and not on someone who has darker skin. It's biased against people with darker skin in that case. But there's a lot of other types of harm, and basically every decision that is made by people in designing the system, and there are a lot of decisions, including the decision to use AI in the first place, is an opportunity for problems to creep in. So the whole way down the chain of how the system is created and also deployed, where it's used and where it's not used, is an opportunity for bias to come in.
Okay, great. And thank you. And maybe Zoltan would also contribute. For what do you think from the policy perspective? Would you then say that certain uses of AI are more relevant and more important in terms of what we provide policy for, or do we need to regulate it all equally? So maybe depending on the use cases or scenarios or categories. So what's your take on this?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Yes, as you pointed out, Alexandra, I'm from the policymaking group as a government official, who also happens to participate in the work of Council of Europe and in its regulatory efforts. Actually, with Daniel, who is also sitting around the table. Yes. So why are bias important for today's topic and also for regulation? I think the problem is that it can cause, it can result in violations of certain human rights and also certain principles which are important in society. And so when that happens, something has to be done to solve. I mean, some reaction is needed, or also measures to prevent such situations is actually needed. What can it cause? It can result in discrimination, for example. It can result in decisions which are totally wrong in a legal system. It can result in unjustified, and unlawful decisions which affect certain individuals or certain specific groups. So, from the policymaking point of view, it is important to mitigate the risks, also to prevent their occurrence. Daniel, you mentioned the situation when the data used results the biased decision making. I think we can also mention other examples when, for example, the algorithmic system itself is problematic and biased, or also a situation when the AI system is used in an environment which is biased and then results in a problematic decision.
Okay, thank you. And I also was interested in certain scenarios that I believe before the session we were talking also with Ekaterina. She suggested to me that, for example, there was a case in Russia, I believe, where an individual was actually using a Tesla car, for example, which was not legally officially introduced to the country, but introduced on his or her own behalf, imported personally. And it occurred that a certain type of vehicle, which is popular on Russian roads, but which was not at all present in a learning data set which the engineers of Tesla used originally. It became a problem even to the extent that the certain type of vehicle was not recognized as such. So as I believe Daniel has underlined, so this was a kind of if we discuss the difference in decision making and learning processes between humans and machines, so we definitely here see a gap. So Karthi, maybe you would also give us your perspective on whether this kind of gap between how machines learn and humans learn, and whether for humans it would be enough already if you have just the minimum amount of information for a kid to learn to tell from whether it's a car or it's not a car. So, but for machines, it might require more time and resources. What do you think? Is there a solution to this problem, to avoid this kind of accidents also, which are caused by not recognizing a car as a car?
Yeah, actually, this is it's a very deep philosophical question, right? First of all, we don't understand how people learn fully. But I mean, when I gave the example, I of course kept it very simplistic because it was the first example, and I think some of my colleagues really nicely elaborated on it. So, for machines, even to if you are just applying like a completely unconstrained deep learning system to recognize cars, of course it's going to require a lot of examples, because it's only looking at pixels, right? It doesn't know anything about the concept of a car or something. So it does ultimately end up requiring a lot of examples to learn. Whereas I think particularly in vision, which is being touted as one of the most impressive feats of deep learning and so on these days, humans do have a lot of inherent wiring in them. I mean, to put it very simply, I'm not like a cognitive scientist or something, but to put it very simply, humans are like wired to recognize things well, like connect the dots, understand the parts of a picture, and kind of extrapolate even sometimes what is in the background, like what's the 3D and so on. And more importantly, being able to say that, associate a concept to an image very well, right? So it's called the grounding problem, right? So how do you associate a symbol to its representation, right? So humans are very good at that, but machines don't have any idea of what a grounding is, right? So they only live in the world that you create for them, right? So like if you show them cars, they will learn to recognize cars. If you show them something else, hopefully like lots of examples, they will learn to recognize something else. So there is really no easy way of getting around this problem. The only thing we can make sure is that we have enough constraints put in place and enough safety mechanisms that are put in place so that at least when something wrong happens, we'll be able to recognize them, right? So, so one thing we have to realize is that like machine learning is definitely a small part of a really large ecosystem in our society, and there is nothing magical or superhuman about it, right? So, so it does require supervision. It does require regulatory mechanisms. It does require enough. You need to have enough knobs and tabs on it so that you actually keep checking what's going on, right? So that's the engineering. That's a big engineering problem behind this, right? So yeah, that's my not so short answer to your question.
Okay, that's still a very informative one, Percy, so thank you. And maybe we should just also look at this problem from another angle, which is suggested to us by Jorni in the chat. He says that bias, which we discuss now, is just the tip of the iceberg, and he says that, for example, from his point of view, that the global problem is that trained systems do not obey any rules, as he says, and I quote, deep learning always, for example, if we're talking about specific way of learning machines, deep learning always creates bias even with perfect data. So what I think would also address this question to Karthik, Terina, and Hiromi, because you are scientists deeply involved in this area. How would you comment on that? So maybe on this specific statement.
So I would like to say that globally machine learning is based on that and stores all the bias. And most of AI and machine learning technology amplify the basis, and special measures need to be taken to ensure that unbalanced data do not lead to unbalanced prediction. Certainly, I suppose that this should be incorporated in maybe not in the nearest, but in the future. And this aspect also should be taken into account when you develop something new. And certainly, in my opinion, nowadays, we cannot rely on some expert systems based on machine learning technology in sense of it is a final decision. So it can be some assistance, advising system, but in topic where cost of solution is quite high, results of machine learning techniques nowadays not results, but a solution based only on machine learning results cannot be fair. So it can be used as an advising part, but not the main part of solution.
Thank you. And Hiromi, maybe do you share this view? You have something like a little bit different in mind when we are discussing, I wonder. Or you totally maybe agree with what Katerina said?
It's a problem with microphone. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I almost agree with Katerina because, yeah, you know, maybe achieving equality in every prospect of every view is difficult because, for example, some guides require equality in opportunity, and others requires equality in the result. Both of them, achieving both of them simultaneously is difficult. And also, for example, let us think about international services. So maybe minority is different in countries. For example, Japanese may be minority in EU, but in Japan, Japanese is majority. So what kind of equality is required is also different in, for example, in places or in groups or etc. So yeah, so thinking, perfect equality is, or perfect fairness by using machine learning technique is difficult. So maybe it is better to use as an advice, and in final decision, maybe human should be also contributed.
Okay, thank you. So, Karthi, do you share the view? You have some opinion on like the place of machine learning, which is like in the society?
Yeah, so I do share the views broadly, right? Because I mean, they all make a lot of sense to me. So, in terms of the question itself, like I think like generally bias is a loaded term, right? I mean, it can mean many things. So when you say also like saying perfect data, I mean, I think that's also like a very loaded term, like perfect for whom, and you know, a lot of questions like this arise. So so I mean, some people may say whatever data you collect, if it is like properly sampled, it is perfect, right? But those kinds of data are loaded with historical, you know, like historical biases and systemic inequalities that have happened throughout the past. Like one example is if you take loan data that is, which is a very popular example, a lot of people talk about this, right? So if you collect like credit data from the past, most likely there will be like a huge majority of men who got credit, whereas women got very little credit because nobody applied for credit, right? So very little number of women applied for credit like 20-30 years back, right? So so is this perfect data? Like, because it's probably not, right? Because it's from the past. So is it like relevant to the current society and the current value systems we have? And is it relevant for the type of society we want in the future? So we don't know, right? So these are like very difficult things to say. But I do agree that even with whatever data you have, any algorithm, not just deep learning, can be biased because of reasons that some of my colleagues have pointed to before, right? Because of the way you design the system, the kind of decisions you make throughout the system, and so on. So yeah, I mean, it is true that, you know, you can have very imperfect decisions even from so-called perfect data. Yeah, so that part I do agree. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So Daniel, maybe what you would say? What's your take on that? Like the place of machine learning, the constraints which needs to be put on some aspects of it. So what do you think?
Sure. I mean, I'll just maybe give one interesting example, which is GPT-3, which is this very famous, language generation system from OpenAI. And, it made a lot of headlines. There was this ridiculous situation where The Guardian published an op-ed that was written by AI. In reality, they had generated, I think, like 16 different op-eds, and then the editors had picked bits out of all of them and put them together. And, it's one of the most overhyped AI systems. And it's an interesting case because it's simultaneously really impressive and it can do fantastic things, but it basically can't do any of the things that it tends to be hyped about. And, it's a very good autocomplete text function. And it can even go beyond text, and do images and code and stuff. But, you hear people saying it can do these amazing things, and it actually can't. So a French startup made a medical chatbot with it where patients could talk to it. And what GPT-3 can do is it can produce really convincing language. So on a kind of a formal level, that what it says sounds very real, and it can operate in different registers. But the problem with it is that it can't be constrained into giving actual good medical advice, like an older type of system, like an expert system. And so there was an example, and I can put the link in the chat, where when they were testing the chatbot, they said, I'm feeling depressed. Do you think I should kill myself? And GPT-3 said, yes, I think it's a good idea. And that shows that, there's a fundamental problem with the unpredictability of that approach. That means it's maybe not suitable for a situation in which we need really strong constraints. And just to stick to the chatbot example, I forget the name of the world's best chatbot, but there's basically an award every year for, the most convincing chatbot, and it has a Japanese name. But when it won the competition last year, all of the media reported as it was a deep learning chatbot, and the creator came online and said, no, it's a rule-based system. I don't use any machine learning. And it's actually the best there is. So it's interesting to keep that in mind. And just maybe one thing as well is that we often hear questions about, should we trust AI? What can we do so that people trust AI? And I always say we shouldn't trust AI. I mean, we don't trust companies, we don't trust governments. We have, processes in place. We have democratic oversight. We have audits. We have all of these structures and processes in place because we don't trust other people or companies or governments. And we need that with AI too. It's no different. It's just a tool being used by companies or governments. We need to have the possibility of audits, of transparency, and then there can be trust in the use of the tool. But there's no sense in which we should be moving towards a situation where we trust AI.
Okay, great contribution, Daniel. Thank you. So, and Zoltan, maybe you and us seeing that we have discussed a certain particular problematic might be applications, and what in your view might be the areas, like the policy areas, are like areas of application which might be more problematic, like for unconstrained use of for example, machine learning, as Daniel has suggested, like in his example, where obviously, like if you have a chatbot suggesting to people in distress and psychological distress, might be not the best idea to employ like unconstrained applications there. Maybe you are having some other thoughts on other areas or use cases which might be problematic for such kind of technology. What do you think?
Thank you for the question, Alexandra. But before I would answer to that, let me react to some of what has been said by our colleagues. You mentioned that you cannot imagine algorithmic system which would result in perfect equality. I think it's also true for human decision making. So we have also similar problems in human decision making. And I believe that the main question is whether we talk, regardless of whether we talk about human or algorithmic system, is what are the results of such a decision making, and whether they have an impact which is unacceptable. So even in case of human decision making, you have to have corrective measures, and I believe also when AI systems are used, it is important to have such mechanisms in place. In addition, also to like transparency and explainability and other type of measures which would result in that. You asked me about where the use of AI or algorithmic decision making could be dangerous. I believe there are specific sectors such as law enforcement or judicial systems, and what we see is that AI is used also to improve their decision making, but when there are biased data used by such AI systems, they can also violate. They can also result in unjustified bias. So I think the question is, what could be the consequences of such decisions, and when they impact the rights of people, I think you have to be extremely careful. That's why I mentioned, for example, law enforcement.
Definitely, that's an area which would deserve, I think. So what do you think also in terms of policy? Would that be primarily stimulus for self-regulation or like mandatory regulation? And if it would be mandatory regulation, what level would be more appropriate, like at an international level and national level? So what are your thoughts on that?
I believe there is no single best solution for that. So I also see the importance of self-regulation by companies, by private sector entities, but I think they are not enough. Because there are no enforcement mechanisms, they are non-binding, and even private sector entities can make decisions which violate certain rights, where I think the state should step up. So what I see, and also this is my what I'm also doing in certain intergovernmental organizations, is that I see that there are regulatory efforts and they should complement each other, and it's very important that we are aware of all these regulatory efforts at the moment. There are international organizations like UNESCO, Council of Europe, EU, OECD, which are all very active in this field. And I think cooperation between them is also important. Of course, at the state level, you also have to have certain national laws in place. And actually, there are already some laws and regulations which are applicable even to the use of AI. But there's a need for new regulation also at the national level, and I think, as I mentioned, private sector entities also could come up with certain codes of conduct and internal regulatory kind of self-regulatory instruments, which would help to ensure that whenever AI is used, it is used in the right way.
Okay, thank you, Zoltan. So my question would be, for example, to Kathy, maybe, so if as you are working like for IBM, for example, could you give an example of do you actually in your daily life as a scientist come up with or your company which employs you, do they do as a matter of practice impose some ethical like constraints and limitation, and how it's really, is it something which already exists, like ethical frameworks in the corporations which work and research organization which work on AI? So is there already some kind of self-constraining process there?
Yeah, we do have an ethics board that's comprised of a huge number of people, which kind of looks at some of the big things that we do, and like regulates them, provides advice, and provides modifications, changes, whatever, right? So we have a review process. So that is at the big level, and it's enforced quite a bit, and it's kind of an important thing that we do. Also, the other thing is we have, for example, IBM has said that they won't do any more face recognition, right? So those kinds of, it came from the CEO. So those kinds of high-level things are also there. Also, in our day-to-day life, since you asked, we do have. We are researchers, so we look at the community and we see like what are the things that people do, and we have a broad knowledge of stuff. We do have an internal review process when we write papers and we come up with ideas and so on. So we have an internal review process around papers and stuff like that. So yeah, I would definitely say that there are internal mechanisms in place at various levels, starting from day-to-day stuff to big picture stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's encouraging to know. Also, but I wanted to like hang on a little piece which Zoltan mentioned, which he was talking about like human decision-making processes, and we say that sometimes we see that those processes are affected by bias. So also, and do you see in this sense the possibility of using AI to combat, actually, not to like amplify the existing human bias? Is there a way to like which it would help us to reduce the existing bias in human decision making? So is there a possibility for such thing? I will also be interested in listening to the position on this question from other panelists also. Please, what do you think?
Yeah, so one way to do it is, which is something that people have been working on quite a bit recently, is using a combination of humans and machines in a system, and trying to understand when it is best to defer to humans, when it is okay to give it to machines. And of course, you can build a very sophisticated system like this. And in fact, I think there are systems that are called like second opinion systems, where it recommends whether to get even a second opinion beyond the experts that are present along with the machines at that particular point. Like if the experts don't know, like what do you do, right? So you go for a second opinion. So there are, the framework itself is very interesting, and there are lots of possibilities, like deferral, second opinion, all those things. And there are also systems for algorithmic recourse. So if you get a decision from a machine, let's say you are denied credit in a bank. So there are methods for things like algorithmic recourse that say, what should you have done in order for your loan to get approved, right? So those kinds of things are also there. So so there is a lot of possibilities, right? The thing is, like, you have to be very careful about these things and do this in the proper way with all the constraints in mind, and ensure that you are a part of the bigger ecosystem and so on. But if these are some of the things where you can actually beneficially apply AI, right? So you can make it work with humans. You can ensure human supervision, and Also internally, we have this idea called, there are many variations of this, but in IBM, we have this idea called fact sheets, which are basically a way to track your AI service at various points throughout the life cycle. So basically, you can keep tabs at various points, like in the training data stage, what are the things you want to measure? In the algorithm stage, what are the things you want to measure? In the prediction stage, what are the things you want to measure? So you can keep track of the system and you can kind of govern the system. You can have a robust oversight on the system. So there are mechanisms for that also. So, and of course, if the system is not doing properly, you can delegate it to humans, like those kinds of things can also be done. So I don't know if there is a way to correct the decision of a human at a given instant, but there are ways to make humans and machines work together in a proper way, right? So there are many mechanisms for that. Like some of these I mentioned, there are also probably a lot more.
Okay, thank you. So Hiromi, maybe you were willing also to contribute and to add to that. So maybe potential benefits of using AI for improving the overall results of decision making, where people and machines are involved. What do you think?
Yeah. We have several methods to achieve more fairer decisions by using machine learning methods, by applying algorithmic by using such algorithmic methods. But one way to contribute a totally fairer decision is to use such fairer decision making by fairer machine learning models as a teacher or as a second opinion for human decision makers.
Yeah, I think so. Ekaterina, do you agree on the general view with Hiromi, or anything to add?
Yes, generally I agree, but not but. I also like to mention that in terms of training some machine learning systems and so on, we certainly should pay attention on diversity of data sets. And if we deal with really big data sets, certainly we track with question of open data and accessibility to data, because in some cases, for example, during my consultant work for some Russian oil and gas companies, so they're very closed in sense you initially write a lot of documents to access to some just anonymized data sets of, I don't know, some places geographically of exploration. And if you would like to have a really good trained system, you need a lot of data. And this is also valid not only for some commercials, but I don't know, for, so one of the reason of success of GPT-3 is also great amount of words and expressions it had been trained. So what I would like to pay attention is, for example, last 2 weeks, there was a news about China, that People's Republic of China from the 1st of September realized really comprehensive data security legislation, and almost the whole data that is processed or deal with on the territory of China nowadays should be reported or stored for China's governance. And certainly it's expected that this reason, this act law will have a deep impact on data processing activities and also business operations in China, and not only in China, in fact. So the really interesting question for all the people who deal with data is a question of its accessibility and quantity of open data. And in this field, we do not have strong or strict regulatory acts, and each country solves its problem for itself somehow. But certainly we earlier or later should have some common point of view on the accessibility and possibility to have majority of open data.
No, thanks, you, Zarina. Maybe I would also ask Daniel then, what do you think regarding this? There's a certain demand for transparency, and so in terms of data, in terms of the algorithms, would that be at all helpful? And in terms of international cooperation, in this context of AI bias and even beyond bias, so regarding any kind of problem we might have with this technology, what's your take on this?
Yeah. So transparency is important, but it doesn't solve anything. So we need it to solve some problems, and we currently don't have it. But it's just a first step that allows for actual responses. As an example, an NGO that we work with a lot, Algorithm Watch, do a yearly report that tries to track the use of AI systems in Europe. And that requires money, investigative journalism, time, and it's, often need to send freedom of information requests, and they're not responded to, and there's a lack of transparency. So we don't even know what's being used in the EU when it's about serious things. Companies and governments will often be very open about things they want to be open about, but not about the ones that they don't, and that they tend to be the ones that have the most impact on fundamental rights. So we've been asking for different transparency measures. We would like public registers, so where the public can see what systems are being used, basic information about them, and that there's a channel to get more information if you believe that maybe you've been discriminated against or there's a problem with the system. And some cities have already rolled that out. So Amsterdam, Helsinki have public registers of AI systems, and we would like that to be expanded in the EU's proposal for regulation on AI. There's an idea to have a database of all high-risk AI systems that are on the market in the EU. So there's some interesting stuff there. But at the end of the day, knowing that an AI system is in use and having transparency about it, in certain cases won't solve the problem. And I'd like to point here to, Karthi already mentioned the fact that, IBM pulled back from using some facial recognition. And just to say that the key thing we need to do to have AI work actually for people and to be, achieve its potential is to ban certain applications of it. And I mean, that maybe sounds strange to some people, but there's some applications of AI that they're so fundamentally problematic and cannot be fixed by any kind of technical measures or legal safeguards, that we need to prohibit those so that other applications can flourish. And Karthi pointed to facial recognition. We've just recently led a global campaign of over 200 civil society organizations from over 60 different countries calling for a ban on the use of biometric surveillance. So not only face, but vocal surveillance, using data about your bodies in publicly accessible spaces. So that's one thing. And then there's also, and most of us have pointed to the limitations of the bias framing. There are certain uses of AI that are just in themselves problematic. So we're using facial recognition in public spaces, it's bad if it's inaccurate or if it's biased, but if it works perfectly, it's still problematic. It's just a perfect tool for mass surveillance, so it still isn't okay. But there's other tools, we talked about AI in hiring, and some uses of hiring tools use data about your face and the way that you move your face to feed into the decision about whether you're a good candidate or not. That's not okay. You know, at its worst, you're going back to kind of 19th century physiognomy. Yeah, you know, where it's the length of someone's nose has an impact on whether or not they're suitable for a certain job. So we need to be sure that you know, systems aren't designed in a way that's fundamentally problematic. And you know, we've seen regulators now moving towards a position, especially in the European Union, where they're considering prohibiting certain applications.
Yeah, so I think it's also important not to also to be discussing bias in those systems, but also the kind of application and the type of application which is in question. So whether it's maybe even scientific or not at all, maybe not science-based at all. And even if it's science-based, whether it's ethical, lawful, legal, so to say that. I mean, if I understand like your point right there. Okay, so I think we will also have now to wrap up our session as I see it. So I believe we have with us a reporter who was overseeing what we were talking about, and that's Katharina here. Maybe she'll be able to sum up for us what has been said.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. So my name is Katharina Höhne. I'm a Geneva Internet Platform rapporteur. The Geneva Internet Platform is the official reporting partner of EuroDIG. And as you may be seen in some other sessions, we are providing key messages and session reports from all workshops. What I will do now is present the key messages from this session. The report will be posted later on the GIP Digital Watch Observatory. I would like to remind you that the messages I'm presenting are afterwards available for further commenting and further discussion. And EuroDIG will provide more information on the process. But basically, let me present the 5 key messages that we have been taking from this session. 1 second, I'm gonna go to present mode. So it looks nice. And we'll also share my screen. Okay. There we go. So, first message. Algorithmic bias is a particular concern in decision-making regarding sensitive decisions with human rights implications. Ultimately, the outcomes of machine learning should be seen as only one input into decisions eventually taken by humans. If there is strong objection to this message, you can write it in the chat. Otherwise, we will consider a very rough consensus on this message. So let me wait a few seconds for any alerts from your side in the chat. Okay, as I said, there is opportunity to comment further. Second message. A broad understanding of bias is warranted to address discrimination and harm. Bias can come in at all steps of developing and using a particular AI system. This concerns decisions about the algorithm, the data, as well as the context in which the system is used. There are also mechanisms to make human and machines work together better for better decisions. Same principle, if there's any objection, alert us in the chat. And again, there will be space for further discussion and shaping this message later on. Okay, let me move to the third message. Policies need to mitigate risks of algorithmic decision-making. Constraints, safety mechanisms, audit mechanisms, and algorithmic recourse need to be in place. In addition, it is crucial as a first step to work towards greater transparency and explainability of AI systems involved in decision-making. Databases that list the AI systems and data in use should be considered, as well as bans on the use of certain AI systems with high risk and high harm. Again, alert me in the chat if there are any particular concerns. If there's rough consensus, meaning I don't see any objections, we can move on. Okay. Alexander, I don't know how you want to manage this. Shall we take this raised hand from Jörn or move on?
Please, I think, Jörn, if you want to comment just quickly, because we have little time, please. We do not hear you, unfortunately.
Okay, I was not able to unmute me before. Okay, thank you. I want to say that bias is not just being introduced by external factors, but bias is inherent to deep learning or machine learning. This is a prior message where you talk about the introduction of bias.
Yeah, I see your point. I don't think it's like a common consensus on that, so I wouldn't leave that out of like the session messages, but I get your point. Thank you.
Okay, it's up to you.
Okay, regarding regulation, a number of technological companies have self-regulation mechanisms in place at various levels. Self-regulation of the private sector is important, but ultimately not enough. Various regulatory efforts need to complement each other, and greater cooperation between various stakeholders is needed to create synergies. Okay, and then the last one. Equality and fairness are values that have a strong cultural connotation. They are important principles to address bias, yet it is not easy to find an intercultural agreement on some aspects of these principles. Addressing algorithmic bias also needs to include discussions on what kind of society we want to live in the future. That's the last message. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And again, the question, do we have a rough consensus on these messages? As I said, you will have the opportunity to shape them a bit more later if you want to take care of some small details. If that is all, I hand back to Alexander, and thank you for a great discussion. It was a pleasure to listen to all of you.
Thank you, Katarina, for this well done summary. I think, yeah, if anyone has any final remarks, maybe just for a few seconds, like Daniel, Zoltan, Ekaterina, Hiromi, so Karti, or otherwise we can wrap up.
May I add something? Just
please.
Happy that, yeah, thank you. So I was very happy that we had a very diverse group in this panel. I think talking to each other, from the technical community, scientific community, and also, policymakers, NGOs is extremely important. We have to understand, I have to understand technical aspects, and I think the technical people also need to be aware of the legal implications, the value aspects, the human rights aspects, and all this. So thank you for organizing this event.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Zoltan. So I think that wraps up our session, and I would return the floor to studio host in Belgrade.
Hi, everyone. Obviously, we had a great discussion, not only in audio, but also in the chat. However, this is not the end of this day. We have a closing session as well. Thank you, Katerina, for wrapping up everything. And I hope we will see each other soon. En Mrs. Smith.
I think they can hear us.
I think
can you hear you? Us.
Yes, we can hear you.
Nadia, can you hear us?
Yes, Sandra and Thomas, we can hear you.
Okay,
Very good.
excellent.
It's good to see you smiling.
Well, it's been an excellent day, and it's very good to see you both.
Same to all of you.
Yes, I see there are still some participants in your room, so let's be quick and keep them. And Andriana from the Geneva Internet Platform, she will summarize the messages of the day in a very condensed form. And then we will do some housekeeping notes and hand over to the evening program. Andriana.
Thank you for the floor, Sandra.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I have to say, last year you stunned the entire community by actually going through with the event online with multiple studios, doing it extremely successfully, and you've continued to do it this year. I'm in awe. My congratulations. There's still another day, but I'm sure that it will go just as well as today went.
Thank you very much. It's indeed quite an effort to connect all these studios across Europe, and we are trying to be better than the football community is.
50 million times less resources, of course.
Of course. But you're powering through, and that's good to see.
Okay, Andriana, you have the floor now. We will enlarge your video so that everyone, all the studios can basically see you. You will be streamed in all the 3 studios as well as in the amphitheater, so everyone can listen to you, being curious what your messages of the day are.
Thank you. I'll proceed now. Some of the sessions were finished only a few minutes ago, so perhaps I haven't managed to pick up on those messages, unfortunately, but they will be available on the commenting platform. What we discussed today in access and literacy was mental well-being and digital addiction. And among the community's messages is that a holistic approach involving all stakeholders is needed to ensure that online products and platforms are designed and used in a way that promotes mental well-being. But still, there is a need for more research on digital addiction, and this is something that affects all of us every day. So this session was very interesting to follow. On the development of the IG ecosystem, we spoke about digital interdependence, and participants found agreement that specific and targeted regulation is necessary, but that too much emphasis on the EU's regulatory power is counterproductive. European values can be promoted through development of open and interdependent standards within and outside Europe. Still on the topic of development of the IG ecosystem, we spoke about regulating digital services and found agreement that the legislative process and enforcement of the digital services package should tackle specific issues such as enhancing clarity of some obligations, of the geographical application of the package, and of content moderation provisions that could potentially have chilling effects. On human rights, we discussed AI and we discussed human and algorithmic bias. When it comes to AI, we focused on data protection, and it was underlined that the proposed regulations need to go beyond data protection to consider potential consequences and negative impact of the use of AI. And on algorithmic bias, it was noted that equality and fairness are important principles to address bias, but that it's not easy to find an intercultural agreement on some aspects of these principles. The discussions on media and content tackled the EU's copyright directive, and participants found agreement that copyright can contribute to negative trends such as surveillance and control on the internet, and there is therefore a need to combat such a practice and the idea that machines can govern what we can see or read on the internet. When it comes to technical and operational issues, there was only one session today, and it was on quantum technologies. We discussed benefits and challenges. Here are some of the benefits. Optimization of operations, machine learning, complex quantum networks, that is quantum internet, but also breaking traditional encryption. Yet there are social challenges such as geopolitical misuse, some sort of an arms race, endangering privacy due to the possibility to break traditional encryption, and disruptions of the job market. And finally, we come to the cross-cutting issues. We discussed data sovereignty, and it was agreed that in developing innovative identification and authentication governance frameworks, we should keep in mind interoperability to ensure consistency in technology standards for the normalization of data, while including the agency and consented use of such data. And then we spoke about encryption, and trust in encrypted communication can and will be undermined by simple access of authorities by encrypted messages. This could mean the end of free communication. It would not prevent criminals from encrypting their communication, but it will weaken everybody's encryption. Solutions cannot be worse than the problem. Sandra, I would stop here. The messages will, of course, be available for commenting on the platform. More details will come from our lovely hosts, EuroDIG, and you will have the opportunity to edit, tweak, to give your comments, agree or disagree, but these are the messages that had rough consensus today. Back to you.
Very much, Andriana. This was very precise and condensed. Great job. And I must
what were used from the Geneva Internet
Yes,
platform.
indeed. Without the Geneva Internet platform, it would be much harder to compile our results from the EuroDIG and get the messages ready. So thank you very, very much for cooperating with us also in this year.
It's our pleasure to be here again.
And before we let you go to the magician at 6 o'clock, I'd just like to encourage you to use your inspiration experience. We've had here now a first exciting but also very intense EuroDIG day, full of technology, of connecting people, not just the usual way, but also technically. And given that we will go towards the famous new normal thingy after, hopefully very soon, so hopefully for the next year, we'll have a physical component again. We would, of course, be very interested to see what you will, what your takeaways are regarding how to organize such a meeting, what components of the virtual part we should try and keep in the future. Also, what the priorities are given limited resources. We may not be able to organize a Eurovision Song Contest-like thing all over Europe. So what are the things that you would like to keep? How do we manage to do this? So what are the experiences? What worked well? What worked less well this time? So please remember these things, write them down, send them to us, communicate it, also discuss it among yourselves. Happy very interested to hear your feedback. Thank you all.
Yes, indeed. There's not much I could add at this page, but just to reiterate, we need your feedback. EuroDIG was always a place to experiment. We did quite some experiments this year, and we are really eager to hear how that worked for you and what could be kept and what not. Now, in 15 minutes, all the studios will close now. The Studio Belgrade, Studio Bruges, and Studio Trieste, they will close. But Amphitheater will open. So everyone who did register and who is in Zoom should have the access details together, and you will be able to find your way to the gather room. If you don't find your way, you can click. You can actually click on the dummy to the theater. Starts with AAA, dummy, amphitheater. And this, when you click on follow, you will directly automate it to this dummy and then take a seat there, click on X, join the Zoom. And believe me, without meeting the magician today, your life, or no, not without, by meeting the magician today, your life will change dramatically. And this is much more important than a soccer game tonight.
That's what she says, of course.
I had to set up a TV for him in the outside area so that he can watch.
Of course.
So
watch both in parallel. Watch the magician and listen to the football game on the radio.
So I really hope I will meet you in the theater soon here with us. We are waiting for you, and in 15 minutes we will meet the magician there, and I hope to see you as well. And otherwise, enjoy the evening and see you tomorrow and continue the discussion.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See you at 6 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah.